In this video, you will learn everything you need to know to build your own AI Captions video editor with React Native. Hey everyone, what's up? Simon here from galaxies.dev, back with probably the most comprehensive tutorial that we've ever seen on this channel. Yes, today we're building our own AI Captions video editor with real functionality. We're using the latest features of Expo Router, NativeWind, Yotai, and all the best tools available. Link below this video to all the code on GitHub, because I will bring in some snippets here and there and you can have a full overview about all the code that we write in this video. A big thanks goes out to the 4 sponsors of this video. You can find the links below this video, so go check them out. Convex is our database. We've used them before and I love how it integrates with our React Native application. We're now using ElevenLabs, the API. It is incredibly easy for everything related to text-to-speech, speech-to-text, or even voice agents. Clerk is my favorite solution for authentication, for building a real management platform, and Sentry is used in all of my own applications, so I catch errors that happen in production a lot faster. So if you enjoy builds like this, check out the links, use my links below this video, get the code, stay subscribed to the channel, and now let's dive into our application. Alright, so let's get started with our application. In a new folder, you can run bunx, npx, whatever package manager you're using. I use bunx because it's a bit faster. And you can run bunx create expo and follow this up with the name of your app. So I will call this AI Caption Editor. This will use the latest version. You don't have to put in anything here. It will use the default template anyway. The default template at the point recording right now should be Expo SDK 53. Now I can open this up in Cursor. Let's do this correctly. Cursor -R and then the folder. That should work. Yeah, I finally figured that one out. So here we are in our application. Now, in this first part, I want to install a bunch of dependencies so we don't have to like constantly do a new rebuild of our application, because we will quickly, saying instantly, leave Expo Go. Expo Go is cool for testing, but we're building a real application in here and we need more freedom. We also, first of all, want to get rid of the default structure in here. So I will run bun run reset project. That's a script included in your package.json. And then we have a clean new folder. I also want to do something slightly different this time. So our application will actually live in a source folder. So I will do a top level source folder and put the app in here. This is allowed, and one of the 2 ways that works out of the box with Expo Router. And this helps us because now we can put all of the other stuff next to our app in here. So eventually we're gonna have something like components in here. We're gonna have a folder for mock objects. We might have a folder for utils. And this just gives us a really clean setup of our application. We might also have a store folder. So by having it in the source folder, I feel like our top level is anyway cluttered enough from all these files in new modern projects. So let's get started. The first thing I want to install now is NativeWind. We're going to use NativeWind for some styling. For Expo SDK 50+, the only thing we need is NativeWind and Tailwind at version 3.4.17. So let's install that. Now, I want to follow this up with a bunch of Expo SDKs that we need for our application. So let's do a quick new notepad. I just found this like a minute ago. So what we want to install is the Expo Dev client, because that will help us to have the same Expo Go feeling in our pre-built application. Expo Google Fonts and the Expo font package to use a custom font. Expo checkbox, which allows us to use a cool checkbox component. Expo build properties. I honestly can't exactly remember for which package this was required, but we want to have a specific iOS SDK version set. We need the image picker for selecting video files later. We need the media library so we can store generated videos in the user's library. And we need Expo video to play video and Expo audio to play audio. I don't know, can I just paste this in here and it installs everything? It looks like it does. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I think it's doing the right thing. I hope at least it installed all the things that we wanted to install. Now, there are some more packages that I want to install. And I will just do this in the beginning, so then we've set up everything. We want to install the Clerk Expo package and the Expo Secure package. This is for handling our authentication later, as well as using the special Clerk Expo PassKeys package. So we will later also set up PassKeys. And I want to add Yotai. We're using this honestly in like 2 lines. And I didn't want to introduce any other complex state management. And I felt like Yotai is the easiest way to have like just this tiny little atom of information. We could probably also do it in a different way, but I just felt fancy using Yotai. Okay, this is pretty much everything for our application right now. We've added NativeWind, so let's configure NativeWind now. We need to create a Tailwind config, so we can run bunix tailwind css init. That should give us a new Tailwind configuration, and we should change our Tailwind configuration slightly. So first of all, for the content, we want to make sure that we include all of our files, and our files are now under source. So if you've been following usually this year, be careful because we have now a source directory and not an app directory. So this will watch out for all the files in there. We then also, of course, need the presets here. And for the theme, I just bring in a little object because I wanted to add some styling. So we have a primary color, which is like a yellow color, and a dark color. And also, to make our fonts work with Tailwind or with NativeWind, we have to supply them in here as a specific font family. So we got like 400, 500, 600, and 700. I don't know if we're going to use all of them, but I just want to have them in there ready. Good. Now we also need a Babel config. So you can do bunix, what is it? Babel config, yeah, bunix expo customize Babel config. That will bring up a Babel config. And in here we can put what we just had. So we have the Babel preset expo, we have JSX import source NativeWind, and we have NativeWind Babel. I don't think we need anything else in there for the moment. Let's see some code. Right now we do have our layout file, which is good. We still need our global CSS file, right? So let's place that under, let's actually put this at the top level here in source, global.css, and this is not my global CSS. This is the content that goes into global CSS. So make sure it is not at the root level, but in your source folder. And then we can include this in our layout file. So in the layout file, I can now bring in from add global CSS. Let's quickly check if our tsconfig file is set up correctly, because maybe that isn't the case. So right now you're gonna see that it's looking for the files here. We should probably change this because this should now be source/star. Maybe we're gonna just add another one. If we need to access something really from the top level, we could have a different object here. We could use like the tilde symbol in that case to access everything. So then if we do add something, we're gonna reference things in the source folder, which means we can do like add components. But if we have anything else at the root level here of our project, then we can still access it like this. Good. I think at this point, it's probably a good idea to do our first prebuild. So you can just run bunix expo prebuild. This would do a prebuild for both Android and iOS. Right now, this fails. Yep, because the app.json is trying to reference our images from the assets folder, and this one's now under source/assets. So we should fix our icon path. Also for the Expo splash screen. While we're here in the app.json, let's do a quick customization as well. So I said we need to have a specific SDK version. So I will replace Expo build properties with this line. So now we're setting the iOS deployment target to at least 16. Honestly, I can't exactly remember at which point of the app this was required, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be helpful for building our application. As well, do we already have the Expo Media Library? I don't see the reference in here. So let's do another one for the Expo Media Library. That helps us to have the right permissions to save photos to the media library and also to save videos that we later generate. We have Expo Video and Audio. All of that is fine. Will we use API route? Probably not. We can enable the new architecture. So let's do this again. Bunix Expo Prebuild. And now it's hopefully creating our Android and iOS folder. Right. For the most time, I will use my iOS simulator simply because it works better. You can also use Android, the emulator, or you can use a device. So whatever you do, you start with Bunix Expo Run. And then you follow it up with either iOS or Android. If you do Android or iOS -D, you can select a device, which means your physical device here. But if you just want the simulator, just do something like run iOS or run Android, and then it will run in one of your simulators. Good, let's quickly check. We haven't added the Metro config. Oh no, let's do this quickly. Metro config, let's customize our Metro config. This is required for NativeWind as well. And our Metro config should look like this. Again, we need to be a bit careful here in what we put into the Metro config. So now this path is not correct. This should be source/global CSS. So be aware that some examples, some code you're gonna find out there usually thinks you have a top level app folder, but we do have a top level source and then the app folder. So a few changes we have to apply. Finally, we wanna make sure that TypeScript works so we can create a NativeWind env.d.ts at the root of the project. So let's just do this. Put it in here, put this in, and then the types should be satisfied as well. Good. So now we can do Bunix Expo Run iOS, and hopefully we don't really have to pre-build often during this build anymore. And you set up everything, because this is quite like boring. Whenever you add a new package, you have to do a new pre-build and run it again. It takes a couple of minutes and it just like breaks the flow. So by installing everything, setting up our architecture in the first place here in the beginning, I hope this makes it a bit easier for all of us to just smoothly go through this video. Okay, app is booting up. It's, I don't know, with Expo SDK 53, I think it should be somewhat faster. But this is maybe doing the first native build, so yeah, that may take a second. Anyway, we can do a couple of other things in the meantime. So let's go into our layout. We still have work to do. We want to bring in the fonts. So let's maybe start with that. I want to bring in import use fonts. Use fonts from, in fact, I don't want to use it from Expo font. I want to use it from @Expo Google fonts and pop-ins. That's the one we installed, right? Good. Also, I want to change a bit the structure in here. So later, as we have more providers and we have more context around our app, this won't work like we see right here. So for the moment, let's do something like this. Const initial layout. And this will use our use fonts hook. Did you just like remove everything that I had up there? I'm sorry. Okay. Hello, please keep this. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, these are the fonts we also have to add from the package, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. But back to this. This should be my initial layout. I want to call this initial layout. This is a functional component, and for the moment, it will just return a slot. We can just import this from Expo Router. Then we're gonna have a second one, which is actually the root layout. And this might have changed slightly with Expo SDK 53. But for the moment, we're gonna keep it like this. In here in the root layout, we will later have the providers. So we're gonna have Convex, we're gonna have Clerk. The things we could already do are a gesture handler provider. So the gesture handler root view from the React Native gesture handler package could be added and wrapped around our initial layout. I would also like to bring in the color theme to make sure that React navigation is using the right colors. So we can use color scheme equals use color scheme, the hook from React Native. And with that hook in place, we can wrap this around our application. So let's do it below it. We're using the theme provider from React Navigation. Let's first of all wrap it around our app. And then we're gonna check if the color theme is equal to dark, we should use a dark theme, and otherwise we're gonna use the default theme. And those are also coming from React Navigation Native. This is a pretty standard task to make sure that our status bar is styled in the correct way. Meanwhile, my app is still compiling. That's the reason why I wanted to do only one pre-build and running this only once. So I really hope this helps us with our application in the long run. Now, I also want to make sure that we correctly load the fonts. And usually you do this by keeping up the splash screen. This won't take like seconds long, but just making sure that the fonts are definitely loaded. So therefore, what we want to do is we want to add the splash screen from Expo. We can actually do this, I think, from Expo Router. And then we're going to say, hey, splash screen, my friend, prevent auto hides. That one is challenging for you. Prevent auto hide async. Okay, that's the one. So that means the splash screen would in theory stay up all the time, which we of course don't want to do. So therefore we should put in another use effect block. And in that use effect block, we want to check if the fonts are loaded. So if the fonts are loaded, we're gonna call splash screen hide async. The font loaded is the, what do we call it? The dependency here in the dependencies array. So when that changes, the use effect hook is triggered, and at some point, hopefully, the splash screen will be hidden. Otherwise, you can actually return null here. That should be fine. I think that is allowed. So we should be good. Cool. App is coming up slowly. And meanwhile, we can also talk quickly about the structure of our app. So right now we do have the index file, and we probably want to remove something from that index file, and we want to group stuff in our app together in a different way. So I will actually do another app folder, which I always have in my app. This now looks a bit strange, but I think it still makes sense to group our elements. All right, we see the app is up and running. Let's try and change something in here. So I want to change the styling here and use something like this. Okay, we see a lot of tailwind in here. Background dark, justify center, flex items, text white. All of that seems to be applied to our application, which confirms NativeWind integration with Expo SDK 53 works fine. Cool. Okay. Should we do a quick setup? Maybe we're gonna do this in the next part, because for the moment you should really just make sure that your app is stable. You have the folder structure in place. We're gonna bring in a couple of files maybe later from the GitHub repository, so keep that open. Link is below the video. And make sure that NativeWind is working in your app and that you can see your app at least on the iOS simulator, the Android emulator, or a physical device in this way, and then we can continue with the next part. Before we dive deeper into coding our application, let's also set up our backend, because this will be kinda integrated with our frontend as well. This time we're using Convex. So Convex is also one of the sponsors of this video, and honestly, whenever I use Convex, I'm blown away by the functionality. Convex makes it so easy to write good code, but also really performant applications. They call themselves now the backend for AI apps. I actually didn't know about this, but I know they have Convex Chef, which is like a pretty neat tool, because everyone else in the AI build space, like Lovable and Bold and all these tools, they generate apps and front-end code. But with Convex Chef, you can actually also create a back-end code. So This is really rare. Convex also is made for AI because it's just TypeScript. So it's designed for AI coding. Everything is just TypeScript. So they're in a perfect position to create an AI tool like this. Overall, if you've never heard about Convex, it is more than just a database. So everything that you need is included: server functions, the database, we have vector search, we even have cron jobs and file storage, automatic caching and consistency, and of course, as always, real-time updates and TypeScript type safety. This sounds almost too good, but honestly, it is just fun. So it's really like everything is code is really accurate because it is different from things like Supabase, in which you have like SQL stuff going on. And you're gonna see, and maybe you've been following my previous Threads clone, I think there we use Convex as well. It is really powerful when you want like your own functionality included. And all of this lives right to our React Native application. This is maybe one of the coolest things. So without further talking about all of the great things, there's more to this. There's authentication. They also have their own components now that you can easily install. Really, you can trigger workflows, especially with AI and the stuff that you can do in Convex. It's amazing, really. And I don't say this because they're paying me. I really believe in their product. And I've been using them for quite some time now. So let's see how we can install this. Maybe we should just try and follow their documentation. So you see, it's actually made for many of those. So what you can do, we just need to install Convex in our project. So let's dive into this. Okay, let's do a second tab and we do bun install Convex. We just install this as a dependency. And by the way, it's not when base. Oh, my base URL is not set. Yeah, that's a good point. We should dive back into our TS config quickly and set my base URL to dot. If I don't have base URL set to dot, somebody's gonna complain about this. And now it should compile again correctly. We should probably also reference Convex in here. So we can have specifically Convex integrated. Let's do add/Convex, and everything in that folder should be accessible through Convex. Okay. Now that should be enough to access the file, because we're going to have schemas, we have functions, and all of that will be tightly coupled to our React Native application and updated in real time. So after setting this up, let's check out the documentation. We can just run bunix convex dev. That brings up the dev server, and I hope that works. Bunix convex dev. Let's see. And I would like to create a new project. So this is the cool thing. I mean, you can, as far as I know, also create a project from here, but the cooler way is to just do it from the command line. So let's do it from here. Create new project. I will call this AI Caption Editor. That sounds good. Use cloud or local dev deployment. It is in beta, so yeah, you can do this technically, but I'm here at home. I have a good connection, so I will use the cloud deployment. It also makes it a bit easier, by the way, if you're testing things on a device. You're always gonna have issues if you just run stuff locally, then you need a tunnel in your local network and stuff. So highly recommend you just go with cloud. All right. This should have created a new env.local file, okay, with my Convex deployment keys. And we should be able to visit my dashboard now at dashboard.convex.dev. And here we go. Our application is up and running. That was actually unbelievable easy. We installed Convex and we run one command. Crazy. It's still crazy to me. Anyway, I think I forgot to install one command, and I'm pretty sure I will forget it later. So I want to do it right now. There's one more thing I want to install, and that is the @Clerk backend package. So we installed Clerk already, but if we want to combine Convex with Clerk, we might have to sync some keys and some Webhook stuff. So that's where Clerk backend comes into. Okay. So now we do have a Convex folder in our application. Under generated, we will always find the generated API. And if we just follow the quick start, we could probably do it. Should we do this? Yeah, let's do this for fun. So let's do a sample data JSON-L file that looks like this. So JSON-L, you can just have different lines and elements in there. Then we can import that data straight to Convex. Can I set it to bun somewhere? No, I can't, I guess. Anyway, let's import that data. So bun convex import -- table tasks sample data JSON-L. It's importing the data. And if I go to my data here, we should see 3 entries in my database. Now, we're doing this not for our application, but just to testing things out and see if that works and just get a first feeling for how we can work with Convex in our application. Because to actually use this in our application, we're gonna have to integrate it very soon with React Native. For the moment, let's follow the docs quickly. So let's create a tasks file. Tasks in the Convex folder, tasks.ts. And this is pretty much, it is not your API endpoint, but this defines different things like queries or mutations. Queries means we're querying our database, and we can use this later from our app. We can pass in arguments, we don't need anything for the query, and we can define a handler that does a certain action. In this case, it will use the database object from the context, and it will query our task collections and collect all the data, and returns this to the user. Pretty simple. So now with that in place, we can add Convex to our application. We do this at the root of our project. Let's do this like they said it. So first of all, we want to use the Convex provider and the Convex React client. Then we can create our Convex React client. So let's use that snippet. We're using the process env expo public convex URL. That is public and that is totally fine to use. And once we got that, we can hit down here. And just what they did, use the Convex provider around our application. So here we go, Convex provider. Oops, we should probably just close it down here. Good. With that in place, our app should have access to Convex. React Convex cannot be found. Unable to resolve Convex React from source. Is that the case? Let's see, Convex React. Did I forgot to install? No, I think this is included in the Convex package. It might be just that we have to do a refresh here of our pre-build. I wonder if I could just kill this and run bunix expo again, and that would be enough for our application. I really wish that would be the case. So let's see if that works. Okay. Yep, looks like it works. By the way, I noticed that with Expo SDK 53, I think you can actually change env variables, and this works with hot module replacement, so you don't have to reload your app. I think that works, but I haven't tried it right now. Anyway, let's see how we can display that data in our app just to confirm that our integration with Convex is successful. So first of all, we can now bring in the API from our generated package. So this is always updated once we write any kind of function in the Convex folder. And then we can use the use query hook from the Convex React package. And it's as easy as this, as you're gonna see. So we can use the hook and we get code completion. Let's see this. So if I type API, we're gonna see that we have this one domain tasks, and in there we have just one functionality get so far. So with that in place, I should be able to iterate through my tasks here. And if I hit save, I don't see anything. That's good because the text has no styling. So that text should also have text white. And boom, here we go. Let's just not center this. I always remove the wrong thing where I want to center them. It's so, I don't know. I just wanted to show you that list. So here we go, buy groceries, go for a swim, integrate Convex, all of that coming from our backend. And if I add new data in here, is completed false. This is Simon's Convex test. and I then hit save. This is coming in instantly. Why is this coming instantly? Because Convex is built on real-time data. Everything in Convex is real-time. If you update your data, if you do something, the change is gonna be reflected here in your front end immediately, and you don't need any other code. The cool thing is, first of all, how fast we were able to integrate this backend, and it's a mighty powerful backend. And the second one is that no matter what we're doing in here in our React Native application in the front end, I can just instantly dive into the backend functionality because this lives right next to my application here in the Convex folder. So you saw I clicked here on get from tasks, or I could also probably go into tasks, and I'm immediately at that function and can see what's going on in the background, what's triggering. I can put in logs, and at the same time I can also of course check the output here from my Convex development server, which I've started locally. So with all of that in place, you are perfectly equipped because you have now a top up-to-date React Native application, which is using the latest Expo SDK. It has a great folder structure. We're using NativeWind. This is how I start all my applications. And it has also Convex backend integration with a very simple first query here. Of course, we're gonna get rid of that and do a lot more, but you could pretty much take a snapshot here and copy this out and save this for all of your next projects in 2025 and probably 2026, and use this as a starting point to save like 1 or 2 hours from your next projects. But once you're done with that, once you've taken the snapshot and made sure that Convex is working, let's dive back into app functionality and start with a login. Now that we have a solid foundation for our application, let's begin with the real work of building the authentication. So let's get a bit more space here, and we're gonna get rid of these things. Actually, we can also remove the tasks, and from Convex, we can also delete the data once again because we don't need that anymore. Delete all of that. And delete the table as well. That was just for testing. Also, you're gonna see after removing the file, it's funny because now this file completely complains, and that's the cool thing about Convex, that it's so tightly coupled with all the TypeScript included. Okay, we wanna do Convex authentication. That means we wanna build a login screen. So let's set this up correctly. In our app folder, we're gonna do 2 folders. We're gonna do one folder that we call authenticated, or, well, it's not a folder, it's more of a group. So if you use parentheses, you're gonna have a group. It's just like a logical thing to group stuff together. We're gonna have one for public routes and one for authenticated routes. Just makes it a bit easier. In public, we're gonna add a new layout.tsx, and we're also gonna add login.tsx. And while we're here, let's also add verify.tsx. This will be later used once we do the OTP. Okay, React Native functional export page in here. And then we do the same here. Let's just call this layout and layout. I didn't want to do that. Nope, like this. Okay, so the layout for the public is actually pretty easy. We're just gonna do a simple stack navigation in here, and I wanna define some general screen options in that we don't need the header to be present. So if we do this up here, we don't have to supply this for every single page, which just makes it a bit easier. Then we can also go to our overall index page. So that index page won't really be used anymore. The only thing I want to do in here is actually I want to return a redirect. So we can just do return redirect and return the redirect component from Expo Router. We can remove everything else in here, but usually having a starting point for our app is a good idea. You can either do it like this, or if you have these groups, you can also just get rid of the path. Looks a bit nicer. Right now, this should actually already, I think there is something about login up there. So I think we're on the right track here. Let's see where we can continue. So we have our layout. We have the login page. Maybe we should just set up Clerk. So if you haven't used Clerk before, I've used Clerk in all my clones. Clerk is the best in class tool for user authentication. If you go to Clerk, you're going to see it's the most comprehensive user management platform. At least that's what they say, but I can totally agree it is. It is definitely more, and they call it out here, more than just a sign-in box. Clerk is more of a set or a suite of different tools, and we're going to see this as well. If you use Clerk on the web, you can also use their UIs and embed this really quickly. Like all these UI components, you can style them. But we also benefit from a bunch of things in the background. So we have social authentication, we have OTP, they have all the session management and abuse prevention, and it's just much more than what you usually can implement on your own in your own tiny little backend, or even what some services give you out of the box. So if you're looking for a really decent user management solution, then Clerk is usually what you should aim for. And if you sign up for Clerk, please use the link below this video, which tells them you watched Simon's video, and so Simon can create even more videos like this. Okay, with that being said, once you've created your free Clerk account, you can create an application. Let's call this one AI Caption Editor Video. Simple name, right? Yeah, that totally makes sense. But let's make sure that this is using, okay, email, Google. We can also enable Apple. You can change all of that later, of course. In my application, we can now select Expo. We've already installed that. We now also need to set our key in the env. So let's quickly do this. Okay, here we go. And then we can wrap Clerk around our application. Now, we're gonna have to combine Clerk with Convex, which is quite interesting, and we're gonna do a tighter integration later. For the moment, let's just do one more thing, and that is they should have a snippet for a cache somewhere here. Did I scroll over that one? The token cache. Where is... Oh, they added the token cache now. Whoo, that is nice. Okay, cool. Let's do this differently. We can go to our topmost layout file. And in the topmost layout file, we're gonna have to bring in the Clerk provider, the Clerk loaded component, use auth and use user. We then also want to add the Convex React client. Actually, we do have that one in place already, but we also want to have the Convex provider with Clerk. So Convex does have a specific provider for our application. You can find this in the documentation of Convex. So if you go here, this is what we're going to do in a second as well. We're going to have to set up our own JWT template. It's going to be quite easy. But the most important part is that we now wrap our app a tiny bit differently with this provider. So let's go back to our application and let's start up here. So first of all, I would like to get my publishable key. We could probably do this up here. So we can get this from our process env, and Clerk had a little snippet for this. So if that is not set, you're gonna throw a little error. I also want to add something because I usually see this in my logs. Clerk has been loaded with development keys, and I just want to get rid of that error. I don't want to see this all the time when I reload my app. So with logbox ignore logs, you can ignore that log, but please keep that in mind for later. Then in our application here, in our initial layout, we can actually access the user using the use user hook. This will later use user. Don't we have that already? Where is the line I saved in here? There it is back. Why was it removed? It's again removed. It's removing all the lines that I'm not using. This is madness. Okay. Crazy things going on. Anyway, we will be able to use that user in a little use effect hook soon as well. Let's just set this up like this. And then we can just say, if the user has changed for the moment, we're gonna put out user. But what we really wanna do is we now wanna wrap our app, not using the Convex provider, but instead using the Convex provider with Clerk. Our client is still Convex, but we're gonna also have to supply use auth. And it looks like, yeah, all of this was killed from my application. It looks like it's removing everything, like everything that I'm not instantly using is removed unsaved. I definitely gotta fix that in a second because that is annoying as hell. Okay, anyway, we need to wrap the app in the Clerk provider using our publishable key. Let's wrap this entirely around the app. Okay, we also want to use the token cache, and this token cache, as we saw in the documentation, seems to be now included in a package here. So let's try this out. Token cache from the Clerk Expo package. Nice. So one less file to create. This one up here still needs to exist. So I don't know why this doesn't exist. Please just keep this, thank you. And then we still have the Clerk loaded. Clerk loaded component can be wrapped around your application to simply make sure that Clerk is initialized correctly. This just makes it a bit easier to use it in a safe way. I would like to wrap it around here, and then we hit save. So this is the setup. So we have the general Clerk provider, we have the loaded to make sure it's ready, and then we're initializing Convex with the right authentication in combination with Clerk. Again, we're gonna see what that really means in a couple of minutes. For the moment, let's talk about the login page. So hopefully our app still works. That would be really fantastic. I think it looks like it still works. So we can close most of this for the moment. And we can go to our login. Now on this login page that we're gonna build with NativeWind, we need a few things. We need some state and we need some UI. Let's get started. First of all, we of course need a loading state. And we're gonna need use state from React. Then we want to have some terms. So let's say is terms checked, set is terms checked, gonna set this to false. Then I want to keep track of the email text input field. Actually, I will set this to an email. Simon, let's use simon@galaxies.dev. I just don't want to retype my email all the time. Then it gets interesting because I want to use, or I want to store the email and use it on a different screen. And I could probably pass that through with the URL, but I wanted to show you the way how to do it with YoTy. So therefore, bring up your store folder and add a new file. Let's call this login.ts. And here we're going to create our simple little atom from YoTy. And this will simply export const email atom. And that is an atom with an empty string. Okay, it can be, state management can be as easy as this. So let's hit save. And then on this page here, I want to bring in this email atom using const set email atom, using use set atom from YoTy, and then importing my email atom from the store. All right, that was pretty clean setup. Now we need to consider the different features and functionalities that we need from Clerk. And by the way, down here, can we just like source control, checkout? I don't know. There are just so many things I don't want to see in there. Editor language, editor status, looking, CSS classes. I don't know. React Native packager. I don't want to have that one included. Something about TypeScript and prettier. It's so much. I just want to snooze this for 5 minutes. Then I don't get any completion, right? Oh, that's cool. That's good for now. So we can now go ahead with start SSO flow. Oh, this feels so calm. Not using any code completion for a moment. Using use SSO from Clerk. This will help us use login with Google, login with Apple, anything like that. Then we need to bring in the sign up from the use sign up hook. No, use sign up, please. But actually the second one was correct as well. We want to have sign in and set active as well from the use sign in hook. Use sign in. This will be used if the user has already signed in before. And then we also need the Expo Router, use router for some imperative routing in our application. Now let's create some function stubs here. Let's do handle sign in with SSO. This is going to be one async function. Async function. I haven't typed that much for a long time, to be honest. And the strategy here could be either OAuth Google, so we're gonna supply this, or OAuth Apple. I think in these cases AI really makes sense because it knows what I want to type and it just would make this a tiny bit easier. Anyway, let's do another one. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Please go away. Thank you. Okay, let's do another one. This one will be handle email sign in. This will actually only be used when our OTP sign in fails. Handle email sign in, and then we're gonna have another one, const sign in with email. This will be used as a fallback then. I think the previous one will be triggered by a button. So handle email, let's call this handle email OTP, and that would be sign in with email. I think that makes it a bit clearer. Finally, we're gonna probably have some links here. So let's call one function handle link press, and then we're gonna have a specific link type. Could be either terms or privacy. Okay, privacy here. And this will be a simple function that calls the linking package from React Native and the open URL function. And then we can check if the link type is equal to terms. In that case, I want to display my terms. And otherwise, I want to do my privacy. So something like this. Doesn't really matter what you're using. What is wrong here? Import meta and enable the pull unstable. Okay, it's always fun if you're using new versions of Expo. Haven't seen that one before. It looks like it's related to YoTime, but now it's also gone. So probably was just a tiny issue. Okay, let's talk about the view. So for that view, we want to make sure that we have some styling. So I want to use Flex 1. I want to have a background black, and I want to add some padding to the top. Are we still fine? Are we still friends here? Let's see. Opening my iOS app. Probably we do have a problem with YoTime, but let's see. Let's remove this one. Let's remove all of this for the moment. Let's open it up again. And if the error, yeah, looks like I have to do some debugging. All right, thanks to GearSet for that quick fix. You're gonna have to add unstable, transform, import meta to your Babel preset in the Babel config. So now it looks like this with the NativeWind block and this additional line. I don't know, yeah, issue. Okay, so I don't know if there's any other fix, but for the moment, this definitely works. Now, back to the page, we see a black page. That is good news because that means our app works. Let's put in some more views. Let's do a new view here with some class name, Flex1 and padding 6. This will be like the general padding around our application. In this view, I would like to start with a little icon to the top right, which will pretty much be our help functionality. So what we're trying to build should look somewhat like this. Up here we have that image, or here we have another logo, some text. We have the general email text input. We have a checkbox with links, a continue button, and 2 more buttons down here. That's a general idea for that page. Now let's do this. So first of all, as I said, this should be at the top right. We're going to start by adding a touchable opacity. And that touchable opacity should have a slightly different background. So let's do background gray 700 or something. And maybe rounded XL and some padding 2 included. Okay, and import that one. So that should show up here. Now we're gonna place an icon inside. Let's use the one feather icon actually this time. Something new, right? I think we haven't used feather. You can bring it in from Expo Vector Icons feather exactly from that package. And then that feather icon will be name help circle. I couldn't find a different help circle in any other place. I want to give this a quite big size. So now it looks like this, and we have our button, but we want to position it to the right hand side. So I'm going to cut this out, and instead I'm going to wrap this in a view with class name flex row. So we're going to have a row layout, and then we're going to say justify end. Okay, if I do it like this, it is already here. Now I just want to make sure that it has some functionality, so I will use the Expo Router link component and set the href to, we don't have that page, right? Let's do FAQ. I'm going to wrap this around it and just placing a new FAQ.tsx in here. We're going to talk about that later. That page will be interesting as well in itself, but for the moment, we have it in here. We can actually go there and it pushes the page already. Good. We also have as child, otherwise the touchable and the styling wouldn't work correctly. Now, what we want to do as well is have some images in here. So from the GitHub repository, I recommend you bring in the same images that I have. So let's remove the images here, and I will bring in my images, okay, which consists of some Google and Apple icons and the Convex logo. So now we can display that little logo view. That view should be inside here. So let's do view class name. This will be items center. So I want to have the image in the center, some margin and some padding top of 8 as well. If I do it like this, we could probably also just do padding Y of 8. That should pretty much equate to the same. Okay, let's do another image component now. Then probably have to bring this in from React Native, and we're going to set the source to the image. So we require our image from assets, images. Let's use convex.png, and for the class name, I probably want to make this a bit bigger. So let's use 40 and 40, and we don't really need a resize mode. Good, looks good to me. Let's put a little text below that. Text, probably something like AI powered Captions Editor. And I still need to bring in text from React Native, of course. Can you just please do this? Yep, thank you. Looks mostly good to me. Only thing is that let's use text gray 400, just a slight gray. And I want to have text in MD, so a bit smaller. And on top of that, I want to use my custom font. So what we want to do here is we can now use our font. We can use font Poppins 400 regular. We even get code completion. You see it changes to the font. This works with Tailwind and NativeWind because we've set this up in the beginning in our Tailwind config. Remember, here we got our different families, so I could use one of those. I can also change this here to font Poppins 700 bold, and would change to bold text. So now we can style our text just like this. Cool. Okay, let's continue with the text input component. This needs a few things. So we need a placeholder, and we need a value connected to our email, and on change text we're gonna set my email. I would also recommend you set the keyboard type to email address, and also to not annoy your users, you should set auto capitalize to none. Okay. On top of that, we probably also want to set something like margin top 8 or margin Y8 should be fine as well. So we have some space between, but let's set the background to something actually a bit darker. Yeah, that looks better. And then for the text, let's use text gray 300. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks like a stylish view, doesn't it? I really like it. That view comes together quite nicely. Yeah, that means we don't need text white, of course. Sorry about that, but here we go. Okay, below that we want to have the view with the checkbox. So let's do view class name flex row and items center. And this view should have the checkbox component. I think bringing in the checkbox from Expo requires, we're not using Expo UI yet. We could probably do this, but we're just using the Expo checkbox. So it should look like this. We can import checkbox from checkbox. Let's do it. Let's put this import up here. And then that checkbox should look somewhat like this. I'll just bring it in for the moment. So we installed this in the beginning. If you haven't done this, you gotta do this right now. Most important is the value. Value will be set to is terms checked. On value set is terms checked. The styling, we're gonna set this on our own in a second. For the moment, we just want to make sure that we have this in place. Okay, we probably set a class name of margin right here because we see there are some issues with the text. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Maybe even margin right 3. And then we have I accept the, and this is now a bit different. How I would do this should look like this. I would say, or I would use just regular text elements, including our custom font. And then you can just have an on press on the specific areas of text and use underline. So now I could click terms of service and I would be taken to that web page, or privacy policy and I would be taken there. I can also already check this. I actually want to use my own color here. So this is the first time that I want to interact with my Tailwind config. And the only way I found to directly get my value in here from the Tailwind config as a color value was the following. I don't know if this is the best, but I think it's actually legit. So I added or created a Tailwind config in the utils folder. This one grabs the Tailwind config from the root of our project. See how we're using the tilde here, not the @ sign, which uses the bindings or the path alias we've set up previously in the TS config. Then it will use resolve config on that config to give us access to the full Tailwind config, and we're exporting that. So now in my page here, I can bring this in. So is terms checked is still here. And if terms is checked, what I want to do is I want to use the Tailwind full config dot colors or dot theme dot colors is any. I think I had some problems before, and then dot primary. And as a result, you're gonna see this is now actually using exactly the color that we defined in here. So the yellow now shows up when that button is selected. Again, I don't know if this is exactly the best way to use it. You could also probably export the colors object, and then you wouldn't have to do something as ugly as this. But if it works, it works. I was so happy that it works. I just might want to change this margin here to 4. Okay, so we got our checkbox in place as well. We still need a button to actually continue. Let's put this below that view. So here we need a new touchable opacity, and that touchable opacity will be the continue button. So we're gonna use the full width here, and we're gonna do the rest of the styling in a second. In that button, I just want to check if we're in the currently loading state. In that case, or if loading is equal to, do we have a loading state? Yeah, we do have loading. I actually want to have a loading specific state. So let's use state with either Google or Apple or email or false. And then we're gonna make it by default false. So now in that touchable opacity, we can check if we're in the email loading state. In that case, I want to return in this button an activity indicator from React Native. So that makes it quite easy to enable or disable specific buttons on our page. If we're not in that loading state, let's see, let's do a reload here. I think I messed up something. Okay, if not, we're currently seeing the text. That text should say continue. Yeah, text white, text should actually be in the center. We want to probably use a larger text. Okay, and now we need to also style that button a bit more. So let's add padding Y of 4. Let's add rounded LG. Let's add a margin bottom of 14. Let's say it transitions. So we want to apply transitions to colors. So it's not instantly changing the color when it's enabled, with a duration of 300. Why are we doing this? Well, we need to enable and disable this button. So therefore, let's use, what are they called? Square brackets? No, square brackets are different. I don't know what they're called, but it's a string literal now. So now we can do our own compilation in there. And what we want to do is we want to check specifically. So we do an expression like this. If we don't have an email, or the is terms checked is false, or it's the loading state is equal to email. If any of those is true, we want to return a default background color of background gray 800. And otherwise, we want to have an active background color, so we're going to use background primary. So let's probably also add margin top 14. So then we can also say this is margin Y 14. We're smart people. So you see right now, let's scroll this a bit up. Right now it's in the default state, and now it's in the activated state. And because we've set the transition colors and duration, if I remove this, you're gonna see it's instantly there. But with this, you could also go crazy in here and set it to something like this. You know, then it fades like a second. So I really love NativeWind and Tailwind. It just makes it so easy to build cool UIs. Okay, the functionality for this button is pretty easy. So on press, I want to call sign in with email. I also want to disable the button if we don't have an email, if the terms is checked, or if we're in the loading state. I don't want to be able to click that button at all. Actually, let's set margin top to something less. I think we want to have more padding towards the bottom at some point. Yeah, that looks, I think, better. Okay, cool. Now we need additional social buttons. Let's place them below with a little view here, class name. Let's use gap 4, so we have a tiny gap between the two buttons. And probably margin top of 14, so a little additional separation going on. Those should be touchable opacities as well, or you can use a pressable, whatever you prefer. Let's see, we're gonna pretty much use the same setup. Actually, let's copy this over for the moment. Okay, this one will be changed to loading Apple. Then we have our own loading indicator. Actually, let's set the color to white here, because otherwise we might not be able to see it. Okay, is margin top too much? 14? Sign with email, this is my continue, margin top 10, padding Y. Actually, it looks quite good to me. Anyway, this one should on press call, of course, not this one, but handle sign in with SSO for OAuth Apple. It should be disabled if loading is equal to Apple, or just saying if we're loading, I want to disable this anyway. We don't really need the color transitions here in my eyes. So let's remove that part. Also, though, means we don't need transitions color. What I want is a full width button with items justified in the center. So let's see how we can get that. I also don't know why this view is so separate from this one up here, from the touchable opacity. Maybe I should really just add the touchable opacity up here and not use a different view. Well. Okay, but the interesting part here is that the setup inside of the button is slightly different. So this time we want to start with an empty fragment, and in that empty fragment we're going to first place an icon. Let's see, ionicons. Okay, so we have ionicons. Let's bring them in from Expo Vector icons, just like feather. And then we can use the logo Apple. Why didn't I just use, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I sometimes get that error, then I have to import React. I don't know why. Import React from React. I don't know exactly what this issue is, but it's strange. Anyway, so we have our Apple logo size 24 and we have continue with Apple. However, that view looks somewhat ugly. So let's change this. We have width full. We just want to make sure that we also have flex row. Then we want to have justify center and items center. And then we're going to have a background of gray something. Let's use, 800 looks good. Yep, that already looks somewhat better. Then we have our, let's use 600 for the font here, semi-bold for continuing with Apple. Actually, we can also use this up here. I think that looks better on the buttons. And now we just need to make sure that we have space between our elements, how did this look? I don't know how we wanted to do this. Oh, it actually should look like this. Okay, it should look somewhat like this, maybe a bit more separation between the text. So we could just give the text margin left of 3. That's a little hack. Text, I'll probably use text base here, and I think that looks good. I think that's okay. Continue with Apple. So now we can pretty much just copy over this button. Place it here. This one's probably, this one needs, of course, some margin top now. To have this use handle sign in or out Google. The loading indicator will be with Google, continue with Google. And as well, we want to use a different logo in that case. So instead of using an ionicon, let's use an image. There should be something in the source folder that we added. So let's add URI. No, we don't need URI if we're using a require in here. So I can go ahead with require. And the path should be something like add assets images google.webp. Why are you mad? Image doesn't need a closing tag like that. Okay, that looks interesting. We should probably give this a specific class name. Let's use width 6 and height 6. It looks like this is a giant image. Yeah. Okay, better. So now we can trigger our Google and Apple sign in, and we have a checkbox here. We can go to the terms. We have a nice FAQ page that we can push to. And I think we did a pretty good job in mostly creating this by hand. I think this has been pretty clear and a good page and a good exercise to get started with our Tailwind and NativeWind integration. So now we can connect all of this in the next step with real functionality and configure our Clerk instance, and then also make sure that users that we create in here are also synced to our Convex backend. Adding the actual functionality for Apple sign-in, Google sign-in, and email verification or login is actually pretty easy. We just need to make a few changes to our Clerk instance. So bring up your Clerk application and go to configure up here, and then to email, phone, and username. So first of all, let's check the settings here. We still require an email. You can use this to sign in. We want to verify this as well. And we also want users to email a verification code. So all the settings in here can be left like that. In the past, we also used a phone number out. I will leave this out for today because some people had issues with this in different countries. So instead, we're gonna use the email verification code. That also means I want to disable the password actually. We can already enable the PassKeys, which is available in the development instance. It is otherwise a premium and paid feature, so just be aware of that. For the rest, we want to leave it like it is, personal information and default information, that's fine. Additionally, we can check our SSO connections. It's currently enabled for Apple and Google. Just a quick note, these settings are enabled in the default Clerk instance. So right now I can immediately test this in my application. If you're going to production, there are a couple of steps that you need to do. So you need to use custom credentials then, and need to put in an Apple Service ID, Apple Private Key, Team ID, Key ID. But all of that is pretty easy to figure out. There's a documentation here as well. And we might also have a little video about this in the future if you're interested. So let me know in the comments. So beyond that, we don't really need anything here. I just want to check that under native applications, enable native API is there. Okay, that seems good. I think we're actually ready to use this. So we don't really have users yet. We will later sync those to Convex, but that will be handled in the second step. For the moment, let's get into the code for our single sign-on. We can check if the strategy is equal to OAuth or Google, first of all, or the strategy is equal to OAuth Apple. What I want to do in that case is I want to set my loading to the according strategy. Did we use it? Yeah, we have to. We can't set it directly to the strategy. That won't. We have to set it to strategy dot replace OAuth with an empty string and then use Google and Apple. That is better. Otherwise, I will set my loading to false. Okay, that is my fallback. Now the actual implementation follows. We're gonna add a little catch block here so we can catch any error that comes from Clerk and handle it somehow. For the moment, I will just put out a console.error here with that error. And I also want to add a finally block in which I set my loading back to false. Good. Now, the most important piece here is using the start SSO flow. We had it already up here. So let's do this equals await start SSO flow. And we're just going to pass in our strategy. Then we can destructure this and we can get the created session ID and we get the set active function. With a set active function, you basically set the local user as active in case the registration here worked. So we can easily check now if we do have a session ID. And if we have a session ID, we're gonna call setActive with the just created session ID. Now, setActive might be null for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure at this point it exists, so I will do it with an exclamation mark, and then TypeScript is happy as well. Okay, that is actually the easy case, and this is all we need for Apple or Google sign-in. Again, in the development instance, this will work instantly. So I should be able to actually trigger this now, and clicking on this should bring up the dialog here. Clerk will also soon support native OAuth with Apple. As far as I know, that is still on the list. I actually wonder, I've seen that it worked before, so maybe, I'm pretty sure they're working on this at least. Okay, let's handle the second case. The second one was handle email OTP. This one happens when we press continue up here. So we first want to make, we don't really need to check for terms checked. The terms will be checked because otherwise the button is actually disabled. So in this state, I can't press the button. Okay, so in this case, what I want to do are a couple of things. First, I want to set my email atom. So set email atom to the email. So we can then on the verify page easily access that email. We could also pass it to that page, but I just again wanted to show you something cool. Then we will use the sign up from Clerk and call, let's use it with a question mark so everyone's happy. Email address, email. Okay, that is the first step. If that is successful, I also directly want to follow this up by using sign up, prepare email address verification, and then using the strategy email code. this will send out the one-time password that we can then verify and bring in the user. And at this point, I want to just push the user to the verify page. Now, in the error case, something interesting happens. If the user already signed up, we're going to get into an error here. So we can actually check if this here is a Clerk API response error. Okay. And if that's the case, we have some options, because now we can also check, and TypeScript is smart enough to figure out that at this point, okay, it is actually a a Clerk error, and it gives us all these cool things. So I can now check for the status, and I know that, for example, the status 422 means the email address already exists. So in that case, I actually want to call my sign in with email instead. For all other cases, let's just display an alert so you get at least some notice that something went wrong. Handle email OTP should, by the way, be attached to our button here. Okay, so now we trigger handle email OTP, and this is now kind of the fallback, handle sign in with email. So in that case, we're gonna do it slightly different. I'm gonna catch something as well here. For the moment, I will just catch an error. Should we set loading? Yeah, we can do that. We could actually, in this case, also set my loading, right? That won't make sense. Set loading to email and add a finally block where we set loading back to false. Good. Okay. Now, in the case where we want to sign in the user with the email, we need to do it slightly different. So let's call this a sign in attempt. And what we're going to use is the sign in we have. And we once again call .create on it. And we're going to create it with the strategy email code. And the identifier is the email the user has put into this box. So this is our sign in attempt. Now with that sign in attempt, you could log that out, but there's really not a whole lot that we want to do. Because we still need to verify the email after the sign-in attempt. So I will just go to the next page, router push verify. And to make sure the wording on the page is correct, I can now also set something like, let's say, is login equals true. Now, you might say, Simon, you could also have passed the email through with a verify here. That's absolutely true. So the whole Yotai thing was kind of like we didn't have to do it, but it was a fun experience, wasn't it? And you can say now you used Yotai. You're cool. Okay, let's go to the verify page. On that page, I quickly just want to make sure that we actually extract the right params. So before I forgot about it, is login should be one of those. So I can say cons is login using use local search params from Expo Router, and is login is an optional string here. Good. Then we also need the router from Expo. We always need that. We also need an input for our code. So set code. And this one's going to be interesting because let's make this actually an array with empty strings. So we're gonna have 4, I think we need 6, 5, 6. I think, yeah, we're getting 6 digits. I also want to display a little countdown. So countdown, set countdown. This will be set to 60 seconds. This is just to, let's bring this up so you know what we're doing. So this is the page we want to do. We want to have a button with a little countdown, and here we got our email, and then we of course got our 6-digit input, and towards the bottom we have either sign in or I think sign up probably, which we can now distinguish based on the is login up here. Okay, then let's also start probably that page. We need to bring in the rest from Clerk once again. So use sign up and use sign in should be added. We also want to get our email. So const email equals use atom value from our email atom. Handle code change. Yeah, that's probably required, but not yet. items, I think it's under store login or something. Yeah, that's good. And then we need to talk probably about the countdown timer. So let's call this is timer running. We're gonna set this to false. And then we finally want to manually access those input fields. So we're gonna do another array of input refs here. And this is gonna use ref with an array of text input fields, text input from React Native or null. Okay, just making sure we get the types right here. And then this will be an array with null, 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 null. So 6 times null. So then we should have access to every single digit, and we're just making just one big text input. In the past, in one of the clones, we also had a package for an OTP, but I figured that it's honestly not too hard to do this. So let's just do it like this manually. We can also already notice that in the use effect hook, we probably should focus our first input field. So call input refs dot current at index0.focus. Cool. Okay. Then we will also later have the timer and the coding change. Probably for the moment, let's try out some functionality. Let's try the Apple sign-in first. So that brings up this editor. Let me enter. Right. The user seems to be signed in. Let's check. Yep. Can confirm in Clerk I see my Apple user. We have no logic yet to route the user forward into the application. So it's natural that we are here on that screen, but we do get a log with a lot of information. I don't actually know where I did get that log from, but anyway, that means social authentication works. Now let's work on the second one, which was the OTP fun. Let's see. Yeah, I will agree. I will continue. Okay, something went wrong. That's good. What does it mean? We can probably press J to bring up the dev tools. I usually like the dev tools a bit better for debugging. Just because, I don't know, the console logs down there are strange. So here we go. Is loaded true? Oh yeah, we already signed in. That's a problem. If we already signed in, that stuff probably won't work. So let me kill the user again. Yeah, I will just delete that user again. So let's take action, delete the user. And after deleting the user, I expect that if I reload my application, is loaded true, is signed in false. That's good. Good news. Okay, let's try again. Oh, no, I accidentally have the debugging tools from the profiler enabled. Highlight updates when components render. It's a cool functionality, but we don't need that one right now. Also, why is my continue button suddenly in that place again? Didn't we had some logic to prevent that? So after the continue button, this one, didn't we have like margin bottom 14 or something? Or 12 at least? Looks better. Okay, back to the verify screen. So I can confirm, I go to this screen and I'm on that page. Now let me see if yes, I do get a code. I get this verification code sent to my email, and I could now instantly verify my application. So that means we just have to add the cool passcode input, and then everything will be fine. So let's do this. On our page, I'm gonna start by wrapping this whole thing in a keyboard avoiding view, because we have an input and we definitely wanna make sure that we're not covering this in any way. But I would like to set the behavior actually to a little check, which you usually see. If platform.operating system is iOS, then I want to use padding. Otherwise, I want to use height. Class flex1, that should be fine as well. Now, let's go for the general view. Flex1, I want to set the background to black. I want to have some general padding, and I want to use the padding top safe area. Good. That should already give us a nice view. Here we go. Remember, we also wanted to have that little back arrow at the top, and since it's, I don't know, somewhat different from what the React navigation usually gives us, I wanted to do this myself. So let's just add a touchable opacity here, with class name. Let's set this to a specific width and height of 10. Okay, and also justify content center. I want to set the background to gray 800, so we have a slightly different one, and rounded XL. Okay, that should be my touchable opacity. And inside I want to drop a material, what is it called? I think material community icon, something like that. Isn't that the name? At least I thought that's the name. Let's see, can we add an import for that? Yeah, from Expo Vector Icons. Okay, nice. We see we have the button up there. Now we just need that one. So for the name, I'm gonna use chevron left. And for the size, let's use something big and white color. Okay, perfect. That touchable opacity, of course, needs functionality. So let's do on-press router back. So router.back, and then, yeah, I should be able to go back. I don't want to try it because I then will leave the page and I have to send a new email, and I just want to make sure I'm not getting blocked or something. Okay, let's put in a little title below that. So something just like this. Oops, I wanted to add the text component from React Native. Here we go. So text goes in here. Oh no, I'm back. Okay, let's try to confirm it again. Here we go. So this is my enter code message, again, using our custom font. And then I also want to have a little subtitle. So not too crazy, just bringing this in because this is quite boring. This uses the email we got from our email Adam. And then we have the beginning. Now, before we get into the code input, let's add a log. Let's add code input follows here, and then we have a button to resend code, and then we have a button to actually verify, or create account button. Let's maybe start with those two because those are actually a bit easier to implement. For this one, I want to have a touchable opacity for the resend button. Again, this will actually call a function const handle resend code. We're going to do something in that function. For the moment, let's just attach it here to the onPress event. The class name of that will be slightly different. So let's use string literal once again so we can do some compilation in here. And then we're going to say this uses font, how do we say this? Font Poppins medium. And if my countdown is greater than 0, I want to use text gray 400. Otherwise, I want to use text primary. What was the one of like folding CSS in here? Fold. There was like a tool I used before, right? Tailwind, sort tailwind, right here. Tailwind fold, toggle automatic class folding, Shift A or something. Okay, whatever. I don't want to mess this up right now. Let's leave it like it is. Okay, otherwise I'm going to have text primary, and then I will actually not have an icon, but resend code, and then countdown greater 0. Then I want to display the countdown with seconds, and otherwise I want to have an empty string. Okay, text strings must be rendered in the classic one. The classic one. I fall for it again. Actually, the class name here of the styling should probably be applied to our text and not the touchable opacity. That makes a lot more sense. Let's do a refresh on that page. Oh no, I have to do it again. I fear that I will get blocked. Okay, so resend code in, whatever time. We don't need this here. That looks good. The timer just needs to run. We can probably take a step at that in a second. For the moment, let's add the third button, which should be displayed completely at the bottom of the view. I think this looks usually pretty nice. So let's do this one. This will be disabled if the code is not complete. Do we have something about that? Probably not yet. So let's see. We should maybe, Let's do this as a little function here. Const is code complete equals code every, checking that every digit is set. So now we can use this, and this will be disabled when the code isn't complete. This actually looks pretty much already like the button I had in mind. Let's follow this up with a text in there. So you can just do this however you want. I just want to reuse the one from before. And this will now check if this is, so is login. I can just say if it is set, then we're going to say login, and otherwise we're going to say create account. Okay. The text, of course, isn't correct. So here we go. That class name for the component should be slightly different for the text. Also for that button, I'll probably want to have this in a different way. Let's do it in our own way. So rounded full or rounded LG. The padding Y set to 4, margin top auto, and margin bottom 8. So we have a bit of separation. Then we don't see anything yet. That's okay. But we're not seeing the class anymore. That's not okay. Can we please have some silence here? Snooze for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Now, what we want to say here is that if the code is complete, I want to show a different background color. So we're going to have to change this to make sure we're using string literals once again. I disabled the complete. Yeah, that's why it's not working anymore. So now I can check if the is code is complete. If it's complete, I want to use background primary. If it's not complete, I will use something like background gray 900. So right now, I don't know if my head is covering this. We see it looks like this gray. And if the code was complete, it would probably turn into a better color. We can also, of course, use what we had on the login page to make this animate. So transition colors and a little duration. Always a good idea, actually. So it transitions nicely from those colors. You can also drop this in wherever you have your color transition. Now for that text element, we want to set this to text center, text LG, font, pop-ins, I don't know, semi-bold. And this should be if the code is complete, so we can probably just copy over the same stuff we had here and drop it into this one. If the code is complete, I want to use text gray 400, so something light, and otherwise, let's use a text white here. And if it's not complete, we're gonna have text gray 400. Okay, so why is it not centered? I did say text center and LG. Why is it not centered and why is it not white? That's a good question. Maybe because it's disabled? No, here we go. It is disabled, but the colors are correct. If we had the right input, then this would turn into the right colors. I think this is good. Now we just need to attach onPress. So onPress, if this is a login, then we actually want to have a function. Let's call this const handle sign in. Probably an async function doing something. In the other case, we're gonna have something like handle create account, because at that point the account isn't created. We're kind of verifying it with that code. So, okay. If it is login, we're gonna call handle sign in. Otherwise, we're gonna call handle create account. Good. I think that view came together nicely. Before we get into the code input, we could probably quickly set up the timer. Honestly, I just got that timer from ChatGPT because these are from Cursor here, because these are the things I really don't want to implement myself. I was like, just give me a timer, and it looked like this. So if timer is running and the countdown is greater than 0, we have a time interval of 1 second, and otherwise, well, it is a timer. There's not too much crazy going on about a timer. The only thing is that right now, this is probably Not executed, but I think it should be pretty soon. Okay, let's do some more in here. We're already focusing the first input. I just noticed we don't have that input, so maybe we should add that input as well now. Okay, let's do this. Code input. We need a view, class name. Come on. Class name should be flex row. So we have a row of 6 digits. We want to justify the content in the center and have some margin. That's a good starting point. Now, I'm kind of lazy, so I will do it like this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could probably go over code or input refs, but I don't want to have any strange side effects going on. So I will just use this one and then map over every field using the index here. And then every field should be created as a text input component. That's pretty much it. So right now, check your email code sent to, why is this pulled down? It's a good question. I honestly don't know exactly. Maybe we should do a bit more about that input. So let's set the key to index. That makes sense. We're gonna also assign the ref to input refs current index equal ref. This complaint is not assignable. Let's check out the type of our input refs. So this is use ref with an array of text inputs or null. And then we have the array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times null. Actually that is fine. Why is it not fine? Good question. I feel like it should be fine. Expected type text is null is not assignable to type instance, text input void or undefined only. Text input null is not assignable to type void or undefined. Null is not assignable. Oh my, I love TypeScript for these kind of things. Is this text input here the problem? But it usually shouldn't be. I don't know. It honestly looks exactly like what I did before. What are we getting? We're getting the text input correctly. Come on. We don't really want it. We don't want that stuff. Let's do a couple more things. We have max length of 1. That's fine. So every input has just the length of 1. Can we just reload and get to that page again? Okay. You see, it's actually quite good. It's not too bad. The only thing is that we need more styling. So I previously had a styling that looked like this more. So we have a specific width and height, background, text, whatever. And then we also want to have a little border around these elements. So we're going to make this a function or a string literal once again. Would be cool if it just converted that. Okay, this is getting really hard, especially when you zoomed in. This stuff is really hard to figure out. Okay, we're here and we're closing this. So now, good. Because I still wanted to do a little function in here. If we haven't set the code at the current index and the index is equals to code.findIndex code find index c equals to not c. So it is not set. We're gonna have, okay, let's figure out the right brackets here. This is gonna be challenging. We need a question mark, and in that case we're gonna have a border 2 and border primary. So this is kind of saying this is currently the active field. And if it's not the active field, then we have just nothing, just an empty string. Okay, so now it marks this first one as active. I still don't know why the ref is mad with me. Yeah, we'll just probably leave it like this for the moment. Then we have the class name, we have the max length, we have the keyboard type. I want to set the value to code at the position index. I also want to hide this blinking cursor, so I want to set the caret hidden. Okay, do I have to specifically set this to true? It's maybe just not reloading. On change text, we want to set this text, and we're using the text with our not existing handle code change text function, which we still need to set up. So let's put this here as well. Const handle code change something. We have a lot of functionalities up here that we still need to implement. Okay, and then we also have on key press that we want to implement. Now we can extract here the native event. So it should look like this. And then we can check if the native event dot key, and I hope this works, is equal to backspace. In that case, guess what we want to do? In that case, I want to go back. So in that case, I want to replace the code. So I will grab the current one. Let's say new code is everything from code. I will then set new code at our current index to an empty string. So we're kind of removing the current character. Then we can call set code with the new code. And if the index is greater than 0, we can focus the according input. Now, yeah, that should be fine. Cool. Again, this page, why are you not reloading? Like, that would be so cool if you could just please reload. Now I always have to, I already got like 5 emails with different codes. I will definitely, once we get to finally verifying this code, I'm pretty sure I will be blocked. Anyway, let's try again. So this one's also not working. Am I in some sort of error state here? I don't know. Let's try. So we're going here. It honestly, this page doesn't look like, okay, so that was probably on me, but I can't enter any code in here. Oh yeah, I should be numbers. Are we actually setting those? So on change, okay, we have handle code change, but we're not doing anything in handle code change. That's genius. Okay, so let's try handle code change. Const, let's first of all do the same like we did before. We're creating a new array, and then we're setting new code at the current index to text. And then we're calling set code with our new code. Now we can check if we have text and if the index is smaller than code length -1. And in that case, we would focus the next field. So let's see. If I now put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it actually turns the button to yellow, our primary color. This is what we wanted to see. Now, little addition to this, I would like to have another use effect here that automatically focuses the first input field. So we can check in here. I think that should actually work already, right? We're focusing the first input. But if we also want to check if the code is complete, we can do this with a dependency on isCodeComplete. So if the code is complete, we automatically want to call keyboard from React Native.dismiss. And in that case, we will now also handle the account creation. Let's also do quickly the handle resend. That's actually pretty easy to implement. So to handle the resend, I want to check if the countdown has come down to 0. So if it's greater than 0, I will return. And otherwise, I want to set the countdown back to 60. I want to set my timer back to running. And now I want to try to send a new email. So I will do as always with a dry catch block here. Sounds like dry, but it's a try catch block. And then we're going to call await sign up from clerk. Once again, prepare verification. And we can use the strategy email code once again, and we can catch some errors, marking this as async. So this is our handle resend code. Should work nice as well. Now, one thing that definitely isn't working nice is how these fields look. There's something off with them, and I don't know exactly what it is. So we have our flex row. Oh, we need justify center. No, we need justify between. Ah, so much better. So much better. And then we also want to make sure that our touchable down here has sort of, let's give this one a class name or margin. Yeah, that's better. Maybe even 8. Okay, now that view looks a whole lot better. The only thing I notice is that my timer is actually not really running. Are we starting the timer? If is timer running, else if countdown equals 0, return. My countdown is definitely 60, but this would never run. Shouldn't this be like, is timer running? Maybe I should set this to true in the beginning. Ah, now it's finally counting down my timer. Okay, small things, we're getting there one by one. We're handling the code change correctly. That looks good. We have the handle resend code. Now we need just final steps from Clerk. So to handle the creation of our account, let's do that one first, because that is like the first step. Users usually come to this, let's call this correctly, handle create account. And I know I need to update this somewhere. Yep, okay. Here we go, handle create account. In this case, what we want to do is we will get a result by using the sign in. No, actually the sign up should be used now because we're signing the user up. And we use the attempt email address verification. We're passing in the code by just joining the 6 fields of our code. And oh, nice, see how that turned yellow. Now I can actually get a new code if I wanted to. Cool, cool. Okay, so at this point I should be able to call set active and set the session as active using the result.created session ID. Where's the set active coming from? We should have imported that from set active up here. We might just have to use an exclamation mark here, right? And then we probably want to catch any error. For the moment, again, we will just lock it out. You can also, of course, once again, use the same logic we had with like is Clerk API response error, and then print out the error accordingly and use the React Native alert for anything else. Okay, so this is handle create account, and handle sign-in is somewhat similar. So let's copy this over. But now, once again, whenever we're talking about sign-in, we need to use the sign-in object, and we call attempt first factor. So this is my first factor, the email code strategy. Again, I'm joining my code. I will set the user active using, probably we need set active here as well, and we need to call this one set active sign in. I think we otherwise might get into trouble. I'm not exactly sure, but just making sure we're not taking any chances here. Okay, I think we've done it. So let's give this a try. I will actually, can I resend my code? No, I do have a code from before. Let's try that one, 505463. Pretty sure that one's already expired. Is there any? Actually, it looks like it's not expired. Nice. The verification worked, and we have a user verified by the email using the email code in our application. Oh, that feels so good. And I don't care about your TypeScript issue here. That stuff works. I don't know. AI could probably fix this. I don't know. I might be able to just like not set it to null or so. Would you be more happy about that stuff now? Nah, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be. So let's just keep it like it is because I know it works. Also, just one more try. If I now continue here, something went wrong. Yeah, because the user is already signed up. So I'm gonna have to, once again, delete my user. Okay, user is removed. I can continue. And I want to test if my backspace seems to mostly work. I think for backspace, maybe we would have to, where did we implement the backspace stuff here? If index greater than 0, we want to focus the previous one, index -1. It kind of works, but I don't feel it works great. Anyway, again, we're getting this email right here, so I can now go in and say 535474 and then click create account, which would then create my user and sign up the user here. Good. That means we are able to create users with Apple sign-in, with Google OAuth. You could also add any kind of other providers to your Clerk instance. That's pretty easy. And we have email sign-in. We have passwordless email sign-in with email one-time code. Let's see if I press resend code, will I get a new code? Can I confirm? I mean, I'm already signed in, so I actually don't expect to receive a new code. That's probably not gonna work if you are already signed in. So nonetheless, that means we have a user right now, which ultimately means we can dive into the authenticated folder soon and build out the inside area. But before we do that, we have to talk about one more thing, and that is making sure that we actually get our users from Clerk synced to Convex, because usually in your backend, you want to make sure that you can connect the data. For example, we create a new project here. It has to be assigned to a user, and we want to assign it to the Clerk user. So we want to use the Clerk user management, but still get the IDs into Convex. And that's actually pretty easy and interesting to implement with webhooks. Now we can create users in Clerk and we have our Convex database. And we just need to bring those two things together. And it's not actually only applicable to this case, because if you're using Clerk, you might use Supabase, you might use any other kind of backend, and then the webhooks and the setup we go through now is helpful for other cases as well. So it doesn't really matter if you follow the integrate Convex with Clerk or if you follow Convex and Clerk here in the docs. So they both have links to each other. What's same is the process, how this works. So first of all, we have to go into our application here in Clerk, and we have to go into configure, and we want to go to the JWT templates. Here we want to create a new template, and let's maybe even use the full screen here for the moment. And there are a couple of backends. So you see, you could probably also use Supabase, you could use nhost. AppWrite is actually not included, that's interesting. But anyway, we want to use Convex. You want to leave the name to Convex. And what you need is the issuer here, that field. So I want to copy that over and take notes somewhere. I think I found this cool functionality of notepads here. I will create a new notepad. Let's do another one, and I will put it here. Okay, besides that, I think we can leave pretty much everything as it is. And we also want to configure webhooks. So under webhooks, we can then define that whenever something specific happens in Clerk, for example, I want user created, deleted. Do I also want update? Yeah, maybe also updated. Those three. In those cases, I want to hit a specific endpoint, and that endpoint should be my Convex URL. So in my case, let's see, where is my Convex URL? Should be actually somewhere here. My blissful fish. I love these auto-generated names. Okay, so in my case, it's the blissfulfish.convex. I think it should usually be .site. Let's see. If we go to the logs, blissful fish, can I find here? I think even if I change this and run bunix convex dev, we might be able to see this. So I know that it's called blissful fish, and under settings, Yeah, so this is the HTTP Actions URL. We're not looking for the deployment URL that has convex.cloud at the end, but we want convex.site. That's the one we want. Okay, so let's head back to where we actually came from. Where did we came from? We came from here, right? So we're using convex.site, and we probably want to have some sort of endpoint. Let's call that one Clerk users webhook. Okay, we're gonna do /Clerk users webhook. Again, for the events, we can probably just use the 3 here and then hit create. So now whenever a user is created, deleted, or updated in Clerk, we would get all that information to this endpoint. Now that also means we need that endpoint, but we can do that quite easily. So let's go back to our code. What we also need to configure now is Convex to use the authentication with Clerk. And as I said, we could follow one of their guides here. And the first thing that we now have to do is set up an auth config here. So under config, under Convex, I will do a new auth config. Let's get some more space here. And within, we're gonna paste this. And we're just gonna replace this with the URL we had before. So from my cool notepad, I really love that functionality. It's quite easy. I will paste this in here. So this could also be in your process env, of course, but we're gonna keep it here. That is already enough for the general connection. So we did all of that before. Remember in our topmost layout file, layout here, we should have integrated Convex with Clerk. So Convex provider with Clerk. We've set this up before for exactly this case. Now, what we still need is to actually create the users. So now we have to work a bit with Convex. Let's do some basic setup. So I want to have a users.ts in which we do some interaction with users. We also need to supply an endpoint for the HTTP actions. So we put in an http.ts file. And I think we also want to have a new file that we call schema.ts. So I think at this point it's time to configure our database schema as well. Maybe we're going to start with this by saying export const user and defining what the user table will look like. So the user table uses this v that we can import. Can we get that import automatically? Yes, from Convex values. And we want to make sure that this is a string. Okay, then we will also have an external ID. This will as well be a string, so that will be our specific Clerk ID. And then a user might have something like an image URL that will actually be optional. So I can say v.optional and then use the string. And finally use name, making this optional as well. We don't really need the rest. With that in place, we can define our default schema. So let's call default define schema. And can we import that automatically? Yep, from Convex server. So in this case, we have only defined one table. Our users, actually I want to call this users. Using, yeah, let's keep it at single. That should be fine. We will later also define more tables, but for the moment that should be fine. I think we can also give this whole object here. Okay, where do I have to put the brackets? Let's see. After that object. No, I want to set the index, but I think we're gonna do it here. Let's see. I previously had it set up like this. We don't really have last update, but by user ID. Oh yeah, I think we want to do this on our project later. Let's not do this. Let's not overcomplicate things. I also brought up a little demo, and by the way, after saving this, I immediately have a users table. So once again, this is the power of the sync between the Convex TypeScript we write and what we see in our instance. Now let's check out in the documentation here. This is everything standard. but there are also a couple of functions for HTTP actions and Clerk webhooks. At least I found them in one of their demos. So let's check this out. Here is an example of that HTTP file, and I will just copy this over. I will link to this as well. This is in the users and Clerk webhooks example. So we can paste this into our HTTP file. And what's going on here is, let's first of all check this. Actually, I might wanna, this is a good starting point to take a look at what we have to do. So we have to use the HTTP router, then create a specific route and handle the information in there. That's pretty much the main idea that we want to follow. However, I don't want to do it exactly like this. I don't want to validate the request. I want to do this in a somewhat easier way. However, what I want to do is I want to set up the users file. And that users file here has some cool things that we can use. So let's first of all add the imports, or maybe we can do this by hand if you want to. So we can add an export const upsert from Clerk. This is going to be an internal mutation because this is called from an internal point and not from the outside. So it's an internal mutation that's only available here. As arguments, we get data. And we might want to have some sort of validator here. Can we import v, please? Okay. And as the data, I don't want any of that. I want v.any for now. And then using as validator, so I can still validate this as user JSON. So this is coming from Clerk backend. Nice, we installed that before. I'm happy about that. Okay, and of course we need a handler function. This is the basic to upsert users from Clerk. Additionally, the second one would be delete users from Clerk. So we would get a Clerk user ID and handle that. And finally, in this documentation here, there's also one function, user by external ID. I think this is more or less an internal helper function, which pretty much queries our database, our users table, using our external ID. And did we use a different name here? Why didn't we add our external ID? We do have external ID in user. Oh yeah, we need to add the index here. Index by external ID, external ID. Yeah, that's the field we want to map to. So now it would work. And this is happy. Again, the TypeScript got us with this one. It prevents really a lot of issues that you might run into, and then you're like, what is wrong? Why is this not there or something? So it's really helpful to just have TypeScript in every single stage here. Okay, so adding a new user. We have our handler up here with context, and from the arguments, we can actually destructure this to directly have the data available. And then we can create our user attributes. I just want to be sure I don't want to use the entire data object, and I want to do this on my own. So let's use for the name data first name and data last name. Let's see, let's format this correctly. Yeah, this is actually first underscore name. Pretty cool that we now use the user JSON response directly from Clerk. So we can be sure this is the stuff that we get with the webhook here. And therefore last name would be last name. Email would be data, email address is 0, image URL included as well. And as the external ID, we just use data ID. Cool. Now we can try and see if we already have that user. So by using either user attributes, external ID or data ID, we can get that user. And if we already have a user, or let's maybe start with the other case. If the user is null, in that case, I want to insert that user into my database. And in the other case, I just want to patch the data. So we can use this both for inserting and updating data. For deleting a user from Clerk, we can do pretty much the same. So in this case, I want to destructure the JSON or the data arguments here and just get the Clerk user ID because that's the only thing we need. We can then get it once again using our helper function, user by external ID. If the user is, let's start with that case, we expect that. If the user is not null, or maybe we can do it like this as well. In that case, we can just return, and otherwise, we're gonna delete the user from the database. Pretty simple. Now we just need to hook up these internal mutations, which can be called internally, with the HTTP actions and the webhooks that come in. So this file, I want to change this and make this a bit easier. Let's remove a couple of things here. So let's remove that. I want to keep the router and action, and I want to have my HTTP route. Actually, I want to define this as a function because then it looks a bit cleaner, I feel. Okay, so let's see. Is this correctly? Let's do it like this. So I'm gonna set up my handle clerk webhook. And this is going to be an HTTP action, which gets async context and request. And then we're gonna make this like this. And we pass this as the handler. Now I just need to make sure that this here, this string, is actually what we used for the clerk webhook. I can't say this for sure. I would love to find this again, but I don't know where. Probably here, if we go under my webhooks. Let's see. Yeah, clerk users webhook with my blissful fish page. Okay, we've set this to this endpoint post, and then we just need to handle it. So now we can get the data and the type of request that we got by using await request JSON, of course. And now we can switch the type. Let's see if we can first and foremost configure this correctly so nobody's complaining anymore. Okay, no, nobody's complaining anymore. So in the case that the user was created, and again, we get the type. Do we get the type correctly here? And we could probably use the clerk type in here as well. Let's just go with this. In that case, we call our run mutation and we use our upsert from clerk and just pass in the data. So then it will create the user. If the user was deleted, we use the data ID, which is the clerk user ID, to pass this to our other delete from clerk mutation. And we can also add the case now user updated. In that case, we will also use the data and run the upsert from clerk. Otherwise, we can just log this out, unhandle event, and down here, we probably want to have a new response with null and status 200. I don't know, just making sure that we successfully return. So this endpoint is deployed automatically. Convex functions ready. Our database should be just fine. And I think we're ready to test this out. So here we go. My users table on Convex is empty. My users here in Clerk are empty as well. Let's go back to our application. So I want to create an account. I will actually use the flow we had before. So we can really go through this like a normal person. I get a code. I hope I get this code now timely. Otherwise, we could also use Apple or Google sign in, but here we go. Here's my code 07858. And I would be surprised if everything works in the first try. But anyway, hit create account. My account in Clerk is created. And I do, yes, it's such a great feeling when it works. Okay, what happened? Well, our Clerk user was sent, with a webhook to our blissful fish, which then handled the webhook and added it to the users table and then created this beautiful entry with the ID, which is now, let's zoom into this a bit. The ID is, of course, the Convex internal ID. We have the email, we have the external ID. So we should be able to confirm this by going into the user. And then we see, let's make this a bit bigger up here. User 2W something. It's exactly the external ID in here. As well, we do have a nice image URL. how does it look? Well, the generic clerk image, and that user does not have a name because that user wasn't or hasn't used a name yet. If we update the names here, can I actually update the name here? I don't think we've configured this, right? So users, I mean, should have users can set their first and last name. Yeah, let's say, okay, I will say save. And let's go back to my user. I wonder if I can update the user from here and then Simon Grimm. I don't know if this also triggers the webhook. That's gonna be interesting. So I wanna open this up and take a look at this. Grimm, save. This should, haha, nice. It triggered the webhook and it upserted the data. So we can confirm that it works. Now we can actually also test the third case. So if I now go back to Clerk here and run the action to delete that user, my data is gone from Convex. And with that, we have created a perfectly solid system for syncing the user data between Clerk and Convex. Whenever a user signs up, user data will be added in Convex, so we can handle the internal IDs while we can still have all the benefits of Clerk and the user authentication and user management and the components and everything else from Clerk. And again, this would not only work with Convex, you've seen it when we created the JWT template. There was Hasura, nHost, Supabase, Neon, a bunch of other providers that you could use as well. We've just demonstrated how this flow now works with Convex. Okay, make sure at this point that you've got the HTTP actions, the auth config is set up, we have a schema for at least the users, and we have some basic functionality for our user. I want to bring in one additional helper function that Cursor generated for me. So I want to add a final file that I call auth.ts. So from this auth file, I just want to add this. And you can find all of this, of course, in the repository on GitHub. So check it out. These are just a couple or a handful of additional functions. So the one is to get a specific user. And if we don't get the identity, we're just going to throw a Convex error and otherwise try to find the user by the external ID and then return the user. And the second function is actually something that we're probably going to comment out for now. This will just make sure that users are authenticated for projects later. But since this was related to authentication, I think it made sense to already add the functionality now at this point. But with that being said, I think we made tremendous progress. Our authentication system is pretty much in place. We need to handle a couple of things in our application, especially the routing here of our app. But for the moment, there's one tiny last thing about the login that I want to talk with you about, and that is the FAQ. Now we want to build a little FAQ section that could be triggered with this button. And we want to do this actually in a slightly different way. So have you heard of Expo DOM components? If you haven't, then this is your chance to learn about it. Expo DOM components allow it to pretty much wrap any kind of HTML in your React Native application and display it on a page while still giving you a connection to the native functionality. This is pretty wild, and we've already installed the React Native Web View, or at least I think, I think it actually was installed already. Is there anything else we need to do to enable this? We just need to install this, and I think we don't have to enable anything else anymore at this point. No, should be fine. So let's see. We have our FAQ page. Let's also make sure that the FAQ page in the layout is actually rendered a bit differently. So for FAQ, let's say we want to set the options to presentation modal. Okay, here we go. So now if I trigger it on iOS, we would get this nice little modal. On Android, we should still have a full screen view. Doesn't matter too much, that's not the crazy part. Now, we could implement this in here, but I actually want to put this into its own component because this should become a DOM component. So let's create a new file, faq.ts, and let's just start with the code from the Expo documentation. That could look like this. Actually, we should make this a TSX. Oh, good thing I catch that. So the most important piece is having use DOM at the top of your file. And then you see, if you have that, you can simply have any kind of HTML code on that page. And on that page, we should also be able to use our CSS. Let's bring in our global SCSS, and then let's add some class name here, like let's use something that we see background primary. Okay, now how can we display this? Well, that's pretty easy. Let's go to our FAQ page, making sure that this one is also taking up the full width with flex 1 here. And then instead of just having the text, we want to have our FAQ component. Import this from components FAQ. Is there anything I'm missing? Oh yeah, this one expected a name. Let's remove that. Oh, actually, let's keep it for the moment. So let's use name John. So if I now open that component, we, at least after a little reload, oh, we already see it up here. It was just rendering. So here we go. Hello John is displayed on this page. That's not yet perfect. It's not using the entire width of that page, but it's using my background. Do we have to tell it first to really use flex? I wonder. Normally not. It's probably not adapting its height currently to the full size. Now, we're not really interested in building out the page itself with HTML. You can bring this in from the repository. I just wanted to show you that if your company has some sort of FAQ terms privacy page in HTML, you can bring that stuff easily into your application. So let's do this. I had something prepared. So I had this hard-coded data, some FAQ data, and I also wanted to give this page a little interface, because you can pass something like DOM props to that page, just like we did with the name here. You could also pass through functions and then attach them to native events. So that is how you can have like that old boring HTML connected to the native functionality of your app. So in our case, we could now change this to DOM and then FAQ props. That also means on our FAQ page here, we don't, or in that route in our routing, we don't have it like this anymore, but we can now set this and use things for DOM that are actually usually included in the web view. For example, you can say scroll enabled false, oops, not flatless, false, or we could set the style here. So that is the initial style at loads. I want to set the background color so we don't see a white page. I will set it to red for fun for the moment. So you see it's actually applied, but I will set this to black instead and just leave it like this. Now on the FAQ page, as I said, we can now use other things. So we can now also add the router in here using use router. And then with that router, we can spice up that page. Additionally, we might have a function like handle click. So you clicked on something and then we would just log this out clicked. Okay, and for the HTML here, let me just bring in something, because as I said, we're not interested in building this out. So yeah, I've used a different kind of handle click event. So let's use this one. Okay, let's close this one and see. Here we go. We have a perfectly styled FAQ page, and you would get this with any kind of modern tool like V0, or you can use, of course, your own implementation. And all of this is just HTML, but as you can see, like here, this traditional button component is now spiced up with on-click and using router. So we have this button which is now using the native functionality, and you can do this in many cases. You could then trigger alerts, notifications, whatever you want pretty much, because all of this is able to access our native features through the props. You can pass in functions or anything you want. I really love DOM components because it makes it easy to gradually adopt your web application and bring it into native. So you don't have to translate all of this to React Native, although this becomes a lot easier with AI, of course. So I could probably feed this to AI and say, hey, make this a React Native view. But maybe you're managing this in another repository, or a different team is working on this, and so you can just easily bring this into your application as HTML and make your life a whole lot easier. Okay, that was just a quick addition on how you can seamlessly add Expo DOM components to your React Native application. And now let's continue with another important topic, which is debugging. Before we dive deeper into the app functionality, we should add one more tool to our mix, which is Sentry. I'm a big fan of Sentry. I use it in all of my own apps, so I'm happy they're also sponsoring this application, this build right here. You can check them out with the link below this video, which helps me to create more videos just like this. So if you don't know Sentry, I think everyone in this space should have heard about Sentry. They bring in error and performance monitoring, but so much more at this point. If you just check out the product suite, error monitoring, they have session replay. We're gonna look at that. That's pretty epic. They have tracing, uptime monitoring, profiling, so you can understand a lot more and get a lot more insights about your application using Sentry. So it's not just about catching errors that happen in production. You can also see really the performance of your app, how it works on different users' device. You could even with session replays pretty much get an impression for how users are using your application. And the installation is pretty easy, so let me take you through this real quickly. First of all, you have to create an account, and then you can simply go to Sentry and create a new project. You're gonna select React Native, of course, because that's the best platform they have. And I will create my own alerts later. I will call this AI Caption Editor and hit Create Project. Now, this gives me a pretty long slug here. We actually don't have to do it this way. You can also just take the first part. I will just do the first part, and then we're going to see what the command line gives us. So let's do bunx Sentry wizard latest I React Native. Let's see. Okay, so you have uncommitted files. That doesn't matter really. Sentry wizard will help you set this up. That's my hope as well. Do you want to continue anyway? Yes, absolutely. I want to use Sentry. Do you already have a Sentry account? Yes, and I should be signed in. I select my project. I hit continue. I'm logged in. I have selected the AI Caption Editor. Do you want to enable session replay? Absolutely yes. Do you want to enable the feedback widget? I don't know if I used this before, but why not? Yeah, let's use it. Did you apply the snippet above? No. Normally this is done by the wizard itself. I don't know why it's not done, but no problem. We're good developers, so we have no trouble and no problem figuring this out. How can I now reduce this view again? Okay, here we go. Is it now all the time as big as this? How can I make it smaller again? This is challenging. Oh yeah, like this. Nice. Okay, so we're going to add this to our code. Did you add the snippet? Oh, it actually tells me more snippets. That's cool. So let's add the first one. That one is importing Sentry. It is setting our DSN to the right URL in Sentry. This doesn't have to be secure. It can be right here. Send default. That is actually new as well. Adds more context data to events. Okay, we're gonna set this to true. We have some configuration for session replay. So the usual session sample rate is 0.1 and 1 for errors. That means when an error happens, we're gonna capture every session replay and otherwise just 10% of sessions. We also then enable the replay integration, and I would actually like to use Spotlight. So if you haven't heard, Spotlight is a pretty cool local tool. I've installed it here, Spotlight by Sentry. I think they have big plans with this for the next time because it is pretty cool and you can just use this locally to see what's going on with your Sentry data. Now, in my application, the wizard also told me to bring this in and export my default app with wrap Sentry. So let's do this in our layout. Down here, I want to wrap this, but of course use my root layout instead. Did we do this? Yes, we absolutely did. Do you want to install pod? Nah, not really. But if this tells me I have to run pod install, I assume that we should probably restart our live reload. I think this is a good time to run bunx expo run iOS again, as this will then trigger the pod's installation. As well, this should have added a new entry to your env, so you should have a Sentry auth token in there. That's good. And now we just need to figure out how we can send our first error. Before we send the first error, let's do one more thing in our application. So what I want to do is, if you're using Sentry and if you have users, as we do, we want to somehow connect that data, because that's quite a good idea. You can do this right up here in our initial layout. When we have a user, what we want to do is we can keep the log for the user, might be helpful at some point. But most importantly, we want to check if we have a user and there is a user. So I'm sorry for the naming here, but that's the object from Clerk. Then we can call sentry.setUser, and now we can set some data. For example, we can set the email of a user to user.user.email addresses. Let's just use the first one. And we could also set the ID of a user to user.user.id. We don't need the user name. Let's also capture the else case. Let's just quickly check. Yeah, we're installing stuff. In that case, I want to call Sentry set user null. The result is that when we now encounter a problem and the user is signed in, which I think the user might actually be already at this point because we have created an account and then the user is signed in, we should see that information attached to the error reporting in Sentry. However, we currently don't have an error because we're such great programmers. So let's intentionally do one and add this to the login maybe, because we're currently on the outside area. Actually, didn't we have some code here? Yeah, like this. Okay. So let's add this. We're gonna call this const test Sentry. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna throw more errors over the rest of this build. So this is just one time trying this out forcefully. So import star as Sentry. Oh, nice. The application already boots up. That's cool. And meanwhile, we should be able, let's see. Here's, by the way, my AI Caption Editor. So far, no issues, which is good. Good news. But on the login, we have the test Sentry. And now let's put up a little button at the bottom. I think I had some sort of snippet here. Let's just use view. Do we already have that view? Nope. Let's make sure we're in the right place. So maybe up here I will add another view class. Name equals items center and some padding top 6. Okay, then we close the view and then we put in a touchable opacity like this. So this is currently covered by my head most likely. But if I hit this, we're not seeing anything in here yet. But if we go to Sentry and hit refresh, we see we have our first error 9 seconds ago. Let's dive into this for a moment and check out what we got in terms of reporting. Here we go. We got the highlights, we got the actual event. We see, of course, iPhone and all the required data. What else do we see? We see the stack trace. This is one of the things that I think this is when I fall in love with Sentry, because it allows you, for these exceptions, errors, whatever is thrown, to pinpoint this exactly to the line of code in your app. They upload in the background the source maps for your code, and so therefore it is easy to directly see in which place that error occurred. You of course get some more information about those errors here. Then we have the text. So let's see. We actually see this is a user ID. I wonder whether we have an email. Can I search for email? No, we have no email. Maybe that, yeah, we actually don't have a user, so that makes sense. Let's try. I will quickly create a new user. So that should be possible. Once again, Webhook by Clerk being triggered to our dev instance, and my code is 994024. create account and account in Clerk created. Cool. Let's go back. Let's do another issue. And if I now go back and check out this error again, this is maybe still the one from before, although it now occurred again. Let's see. We should have a new one. Maybe we can do a new one as well. No problem. I mean, what you can do as well is you can just do something crazy in here. Like, I don't know, actually, like, something like this probably. Is this causing an issue? No, it's actually not. I can't even forcefully do an error. How do people error today? I could tell AI to forcefully create an error, please. Create a dummy error. How do you, what's the best way to, yeah, thanks for this. Let's just call this second in here. Okay, so if I hit this one, oh, second, this is a test error. So now we see, by the way, now we're throwing directly an error. This is sort of a React Native default error. And that is what we capture, of course, as well. Here we still see our first error. The second one should come in now. By the way, while we see this, I see on a different screen my Spotlight instance. And this one captures all the information as well. So I can now also dive into those errors right here locally. I won't even have to open up the page here from Sentry. I could just do this locally. And actually, if I click this one, I think there was a function, if I like, what was it? There was a way to like open up your editor, but for me, I mean, it always opened up VS Code and I'm using cursor. So that was not completely correct. Anyway, we got the error here with sidecar. We got some traces, interesting. What is this? Missing root transaction, cool. But what we wanted to see, this is my test error that we just had. Okay, it's thrown up here. Not thrown up. This is something else, but here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay, now it's gone again. So now we have the user context with my email. We actually have some geographic data. Probably somewhere we would also have the user ID. Yeah, this is the user ID from right here. This is the external ID being used in Clerk. So we have a clear. We can actually say, like, even if one of your users complains about one specific thing, you can pinpoint that to a specific error here in Sentry. And the last thing that we wanted to see is, of course, the session replay. So we can go under replays here. And we probably don't really have a session replay yet because not a whole lot has happened in our application, right? We did enable this, but we forgot something important. So for the session replays, we have the integration set up. We've also, or you can also configure the SDK to specifically mask some text or images in your application. This is especially important for any sort of apps with private data. Imagine you're working on a fintech application. You probably don't want to see the amount of money of a user in your error reports in Sentry. But what we want to see is this. So we need to make a tiny change to our metro config. Let's see. Where's our metro config? Oh no, this probably means, yeah, but I probably also just have to restart once. Yeah, well. But what we want to set up is I want to also add annotate React components true. This is pretty cool. This gives you more information about errors in Sentry. But beyond that, we actually have the right configuration. So I'm not entirely sure where my user feedback is. I should see it under replays. But I don't see anything in there yet. Let me check. Okay, for testing, it is recommended to change replays session sample rate to 1 as well, because that will capture all sessions. Just make sure that for production, you change that value. For error, you can keep it at 1, but for this one you want to change that. So now after that change, let's see. Here's the error again that I caused before, and now we have a session replay. So I can now go into this session replay and entirely replay what the user did. So the things are masked by default. So the user clicked here, then we opened up the DOM component, then we closed it, and then we caused a crash. This is pretty cool because can we see this in, let's see. So you can see the console logs. You can see all the breadcrumbs here. So I can go around. You can actually check what the user clicked on. So the user clicked on some sort of pressable, then we fetched something else, then we added, I don't know if you can see this, but then we had a DOM component user tab in here. And finally, we have our error, which is also linked exactly to this place. So I don't know about you, but this is pretty much all the information you need to debug your application in production. Whatever happens, you will be able to catch it, you will be able to pinpoint it directly to the line of code, and you will actually also see with the session replay things that the user did before that error happened that maybe might be the cause of the problem. On top of that, next time we might be also able to explore something more like the profiling, which is really cool tool to analyze the performance of your application with the insights, how your different pages in your application load, which one of those is slow or fast. So there's a whole lot more, as I said, to Sentry at this point, and it's just an unbelievable, like it is a default addition to any kind of stack. Just like I said in the beginning, after we were done with the Expo setup and the NativeWind setup, I would actually say Sentry fits that category as well and should be added right in the beginning to your application to make sure you have a decent foundation and you will catch any error that comes up in the future. Really, you're just doing yourself a favor. Now, we also have a very solid foundation with our authentication, with our debugging capabilities and the backend in place. So now let's dive further into some fun with Expo Router and authentication. I think this is one of the most important parts for many of you because we're talking now about authentication and making sure that the routing in our application is in place. And we try to do this in the best possible way. To achieve this, we need to do a couple of things. Where do we begin? So we have our authenticated folder. This is pretty much where the whole magic will happen. Let's start by adding a new layout.tsx to that one. Okay, so this is a general layout. Now, in my authenticated folder, I will have a tab bar. So I want to do a group tabs, and in there I will have some tabs. And this tab bar, of course, requires its own layout.tsx as well. Additionally, we then have a file like projects.tsx. So let's just make this a simple file here, project, and then we're going to do another file and call this profile.tsx. So those will be pretty much the pages here in the tab bar for the moment. We can then say or specify our tab bar. So let's do export default function. I actually don't like it like this. Let's do a tab bar const tab const layout equals, you know how this works. So we're gonna do tabs from Expo Router. We could also define our screens, but it would anyway pick up the right tabs. That would be a standard tab bar implementation. Now, in the authenticated area, we still might have to something that we did display above the tab bar, like a modal, or we're pushing something that should not show the display the tab bar anymore. So therefore, I want to add another folder and call this modal in our authenticated group. Let's do one file, and we're gonna call this one create.tsx. Okay, so this is my page. I'm gonna call this create. Now, with our modal and with our tabs in place, we can also talk about the layout that's pretty much the parent to those two. This layout here will use a stack layout because if we're in a tab layout, we can't really have modals, and therefore we need to have one stack above. In this one, we're gonna reference the tabs folder, and the whole tabs folder should have no header because you usually see the problems. Maybe we're gonna do this in a second, and for the moment, leave it like this. Then we have the create modal. For that one, I will not already say options, something like presentation modal. We will change that later, but for the moment, let's just assume that's how it is. Okay, this is pretty much a very basic idea for our inside area, and we should also export the default layout. Did I forget this in here as well? Yeah. Okay, we need to add export default layout, of course. So here we go. Now, next to all of that, we want to make sure that the files in the authenticated group are actually protected, which they're not right now. So under app, we only have 2 folders right now, and we want to add another layout file in here. And this file will take care of the real authentication. I say, well, real authentication, because real authentication happens in your backend. In this one, we're going to do a layout again, just like we did before, and we have our export default at the bottom. Good. So this one will now make some checks. This layout file, if you think about Expo Router, it will go into the application and first evaluate the topmost layout file. So it will do all the providers and the context stuff. Then as we dive into a page, and if the user tries to open one specific page in the app, it will go down further through the layout. And that means this layout here is executed second in line. So pretty much every time, because we have no other page. And that's where we can check something. So I want to bring in the current segments. So the segments from Expo Router can be used to access, like, are we in the authenticated group, is public in the URL. And we want to check if we're trying to access something in the auth group by checking if the segments at index 1 is equal to authenticated. Additionally, I want to bring in the is signed in using use auth from Clerk Expo. That will give us information about whether the user is signed in. So if the user is not signed in, and the user is trying to access a URL in the auth group, we should prevent that. We prevent that by simply returning early, and we can return a redirect component and set the href to login. That is all we need to do. So we wouldn't execute anything further down in this stack. Now we can add another if. If we're signed in and we're trying to access something that's not in the auth group. So that means the user is authenticated but trying to a public page. Maybe this happened because it's opening, the user opens the app and then we're redirected to a login. So we're trying to access something in the public group, which is not the auth group. But if we're already signed in, that doesn't really make sense. So in that case, I do want to return a redirect as well, and I want to redirect to projects. If nothing of that happens, so if we're, for example, signed out and we're trying to go to the login, that's cool, should be allowed. Or if we're signed in and we're trying to go to the project, should be allowed as well. In that case, we just want to let the rest be handled by the other layouts in our stack. So therefore, we will just return a slot component. We don't need to render this in another stack. We just use a slot, and voila, after saving this, we're immediately pretty much in the main layout of our app. Now, a couple of things. First, I took a mental note in the verify page. At some point, we should add some routing. I think after we created the account, actually, no. Actually, we're on the page, and if we set the user active, I think it should work. I'm not entirely sure. We might have to call replace this. I'm not completely sure about this. Maybe we're gonna see it later again. We currently have a user. Maybe let's do a quick try. But we don't have a logout, right? I'm deleting the user, so I should in theory be logged out. Yeah, because I'm not allowed to go to the inside area. Let's try again. I hit continue, I get to the verify page, which means in a second I get my code. And then we can check if this is accurate or not. There's also a new feature with Expo Router 5 that I would like to take a look at. And maybe we can implement that as well. So let's quickly add my code. My code today is 891677. Let's hit create account. That should sign me in. Yeah, we need no redirection. Good. Cool. Okay. There is a feature that allows us to have a group of protected pages. So on my layout next to modal and tabs in the authenticated folder, which is, anyway already protected, I want to try this out. So let's bring in is signed in from use auth as well. And then I want to do stack.protected. And this will be a group of protected screens. And for example, my whole tabs, and also the modal create, should be protected. Now, stack protected needs a guard function, and the guard function here is not assignable to type Boolean. Okay, so this actually expects a Boolean. I thought I would actually also, okay, this directly evaluates to a Boolean. In that case, we can't use it like this. What we could do is do something like this. Is guard is signed in false, and then we can pass that to the guard. That would work. However, it's not really changing anything about our app probably, but it's giving a little additional security here. Again, real security happens on the back end. I can now log out. Can I log out the user? Yeah, I can revoke the token on the device. I don't want to do this. I don't want to mess this up too much right now. Anyway, we do have a tab bar, by the way, which is good news. So we have projects and profile. On the profile page, let's maybe add a quick dummy button so we can also sign out the user. That's always good for testing. So on this page, we can just get const sign out using use auth from Clerk Expo, and then we can just put a button in that page to sign out the user. We also see we have that duplicate header issue I talked about before. So for everything in the tabs group, we should disable that. Let's set the options here to header shown false, and then it's much better. So now we have a project header and we have a profile header. Let's try this again. I sign out, it brings me back here. That's cool. And now we can also test the second flow because that user exists. We're brought to that page again. And this time, this page should actually not create a new user. And it also says down here login. So that's what we expect. And my magic code this time is 544415. And voila, we're back in. So confirms that that flow also works. I'm really glad it does. And we've also now used the stack protected with a guard feature. Again, we have the redirect in our layout. So probably now we wouldn't need the this layout probably. I still think it's helpful because if we're signed in, it will automatically bring us to the inside area. We could probably have this set up with a one level less in that case with a protected stack, and then we could have like the public pages right next to this, so we could keep it at one level above, and we probably wouldn't even need an authenticated folder, as we could just put the modal and the tabs under stack protected and then have everything that's currently in public just outside of stack protected, and they would be used as a fallback. Up to you. I just wanted to show you there's a new feature of Expo Router version 5 available since Expo SDK 53 as well, with stack protected and guard. We've also seen the redirect, which I think is also quite new. So the whole redirect component here, which is quite powerful. There's also now a prefetch. Maybe we're going to use that as well. But for the moment, we have set up our basic app. So now on the projects page, I could also trigger with a link using Expo Router to the create page that modal, right? So that would be on top of my tabs. That's exactly the kind of routing I was looking forward to. Okay, Make sure you are signed in. You can have this sort of navigation in your application, move around, log in, log out, all of that fun. And then we can do some more customization with the tab bar. What we now want to achieve is somewhat challenging, but also very rewarding. We want to implement a bottom sheet component that opens from a special button in our tab bar and sort of looks like this. That also means we overall need to style our page a bit differently. So, couple of things that we need to do. First, to have another button here in the center, let's just add a new file. So let's add a new create.tsx in the group of our tabs. So this will be a page, and actually what I want is an empty fragment here. I don't want anything else on this page, I just want an empty fragment. And I need to import React from React to make this page happy. So now we have this page down here. Let's reference it in the tabs in the center. Okay, let's put this here. So then we have the create button here. Okay, we have projects, profile, and the create button in the center. Before we define the actual create button, maybe let's do some general styling for the tab bar. So we want this, of course, to look like our other pages. So let's set up some screen options here. We want the tab bar style to be the following. We want it to have a background color, and we're using once again my dark Tailwind color. So I will use Tailwind full config .theme.colors and then as any .dark. I really should have done this in a different way, but this should work and give us a nice dark color here. I want to do the same for the header styling. So let's do header style. So then we have the header in dark. Then we also need the header title style. So for the header title, we want to make sure that this is now readable. How do we make this? I think this is the header tint color actually. Header tint color. Let's just set this one to white. Okay, yep. Then for the project screen, we can also, of course, supply options here and directly set the title to project. So we have uppercase. Then for the header title style, we want to set the font weight to bold. I want to set the font family as well to my Poppins family. So this should be Poppins, was I think 600 semi-bold. And I will also change the font size to 22. So now we have a bit bigger title up there. Looks fancy, I think. Okay. We also want to set something for our buttons down here. So in the tab bar style, I want to actually define a specific height. I usually don't do this, but in our case, we will have a special button. So we're going to give this a bit more height. You can also change the elevation here for Android to 0. And I want to add a border top color of something. I think I used something like this, 494949. I said 494949. Okay, probably not really visible, but gives a slight touch. My page here, the projects page, should later also have the dark color. Can I do this in general? I wonder if I do it up here. If I set the screen options and the content style to this one, that won't be applied to the other pages, I assume. Let's do it in a different way then. Let's just go to the create, no, not the create page, the project page, and here set the class name to flex1 and the background to dark. So then we would have a page like this. And then we could probably set the class name here. Yeah, good. Okay, back to the actual tabs. But I think the project is slowly coming to life. We want to change also the general tab bar label style. So here we go. Tab bar label style will get a font size of 12, so a bit bigger. And let's use Poppins 500 medium. media for the font. Okay, so now we're using our own font in there as well. Now we need to change the tab bar active tint color. I want to set the active tint color to white. The inactive tint color should be, of course, something different. So let's use this. So then we have this white and gray separation here. And I also want to bring in something that I found in Evan Bacon's. I think it's in the default documentation as well. It is called a haptic tab. And this is a pretty cool component that uses a platform pressable. And on press, it will check if we're running on iOS, it will use the haptic feedback. So that makes sure that if we run on iOS, we always have haptic feedback when we change the tabs, which is pretty much the default by now on iOS applications. And it just makes your React Native app feel a lot better. By the way, I want to make sure that my profile page looks the same. So we're going to have the same nice darkish color here. Okay, so this is the haptic tab. We already have Expo Haptics installed by default. This is otherwise using the default packages. And now I can set this as my default tab bar button. Okay, just set this to haptic tab from the components, and you're gonna have a nice haptic feedback on device. Now, let's style our options here. So we already set the title to projects. That's a good start. What else do we need? Well, we should probably set also the tab bar label. It looks already good to me if we have the title set. Then we can set the tab bar icon here. And for the icon, we want to get the color and size and then use our own icon. So let's use an Ionicon. Name should be film outline. And then we use the color and the size. Good, looks great. Same approach now for the profile screen. Okay, this time it will be profile. And of course, we want to use something like person circle outline. Good. Okay, we've styled that in a cool way. Additionally, these might later require some specific setup. I think for the moment we are fine, but now we have to talk about that create button. So it should pretty much, again, just launch this bottom sheet. So we actually don't want to display the create page at all. That is just a joke, honestly. So what we can do to prevent displaying this page looks like this. We have our options here, and I want to set, first of all, a specific tab bar button for this one that we want to create. So this will be the create button. So let's create this under components, create button.tsx. Okay, this will be my create button, and we can now use it in here, create button from that page. Do we have to, yeah, we should use it like this, probably better. Additionally, and more important, is that outside of that options object, we can set up a listener. And so we have an object of listeners, and for a tab press, we want to implement our own function. So the tab press event, what I want to do is I actually want to call event.preventDefault. Event prevent default. If you're doing this, pretty much nothing happens anymore. My create button also looks kind of ugly. So let's set the class name here to background white or something. Then we should see, right? Here's my create button. I can still use my tabs as before, but that create button is its own thing. Now, this create button can be styled however we want it, and it has its own functionality. So let's implement that one. Where is the one I had in mind? My create button. Actually, we could have done it on the same page, but doesn't matter too much. We need a function. So we had two buttons to like import a video or something. So let's just call this handle create. This will be called when the user presses one of the buttons. In that case, I actually still want to use haptics and a little haptic feedback. So let's import star as haptics. And then we're going to use the light feedback style. And I also want to use the router. So let's bring in the router from Expo Router. Import router from Expo Router, exactly like this. And then we're going to push our create page. By the way, if we have all these groups together, you can just use the actual file name. So I could also use app authenticated modal in that path, but I don't have to. And if I don't have to, I don't want to. So here we go. This should be, of course, a touchable opacity, because we're going to press that. And on press, I will, of course, call handle create. Now this will not be flex, I mean, it could be flex 1, that's actually fine. So we're taking up the full space, but I want to make this rounded XL item center and justify center. Import from React Native. Okay, we still don't see anything. That's not a problem. Let's give this one class name text white. So here is create. And of course, we should have a bit bigger text. So let's use text LG and font Poppins semi-bold with a padding of 2. Okay, you see, it actually already looks a bit better. It currently pushes the create page. The problem here with that create page is that it's not displayed as a modal, right? It actually should. Modal create should be displayed like that. Why is it not displayed as a modal? That's a pretty good question. I mean, we could use the full path, but I don't think that makes any... if I use it just with create, it will use the create page from the tabs folder. Okay, in this case, it's actually important to have the full path. Now we're displaying the modal. Okay, that makes more sense. Good. But what I also wanted to do here is I wanted to have a little fancy linear gradient in the background. So I brought in this code. So inside the touchable opacity, you can add a linear gradient that starts from colors, from start x0 and y0, and goes fully to the end. And then just wrap our text component in the linear gradient. That should result in something. Oh no, we haven't installed this? No, please. I thought we had everything. Expo. No. No. Oh my. I will comment this out for the moment so we can run our app again and install this. So this should of course be installed. Bunix Expo install Expo linear gradient. And with that installed, I have to run this again on my app. No. Why did I forget about this? I will immediately add this to our documentation here, so you don't forget about it. But we can continue using the page. This is just about the linear gradient, and we will be able to fix that in a second. What we also want to do at this point is when we click this, I don't want to see that modal actually. That should look slightly different. So let's see. We have to define this here. And I want to set the presentation to form sheet instead. If I now hit create, it will probably not use it because it's currently building. So let's already add a couple more options. For a form sheet, you can define where it slides from, but usually you want to use it from the bottom. And this form sheet is attached to different pretty much breakpoints of the view. These are the sheet allowed detents, okay? So in our case, I will just set this to 1 point, pretty much like 30% from the bottom, somewhere here. If you have a bottom sheet, and maybe you used the Gorham bottom sheet before, you know that you can have like multiple breakpoints. Users can also pull it up here, or they can pull it up here, or they can even pull it up completely to the edge of the view. But again, in our case, I just want to have it to this 1 point. Let's see if I now go to create, it's still like this, but here we go. Now it's on 30%. Cool. I also want to customize this quite a bit because remember, this is what we ultimately want. So this is a bit more challenging. Therefore, let's set the content style of that page here to our usual dark background color. Can you just do this again? The whole Tailwind fun. Okay, yes, please import. Okay, nice, gives us that dark background. I can also set my sheet initial D10 index. It doesn't matter too much. I think we only have one. I want to set the sheet grabber to be not visible. I don't want to see this. This is like the little notch you usually see up there. And I also want to set the sheet corner radius to 20. And I also want to hide the header, so header shown false. Good. Now we see this is a dark thing. I could probably set this to primary, then you would see this in a better way. We're going to style this later again. For the moment, this is better to see. So now we have our custom button here. And oh, I just noticed we can bring in our linear gradient, right? That was, well, it was in here, right? Okay, let's bring in, I'm excited. I'm excited if this works. Yeah, oh, no. Well, not entirely how I anticipated my linear gradient. I think we can do better. I think there's a way to do this better. Let's quickly check this out. So we have flex 1, we have rounded XL. Do I have a typo in here? I don't think so. And this one has rounded as well. And then we have my text. Why does it look so boring? That is a good question. I mean, yeah. Why are both colors the same anyway? We should probably change this to something else. I honestly don't know how to change this in a decent way. Make this a cool gradient. I don't know what colors are cool. Yeah, well, not too crazy. I also don't know why it's not applying the styling. I think, yeah. Good that it happens right now. So what we see here is we're trying to use linear gradient, a component, and we're trying to use NativeWind styling with class name. That doesn't work well out of the box. But there's something to make this work. So you can bring in a CSS interop function from NativeWind, and then you can call CSS interop on the linear gradient and specify that certain things of the styling should be applied or enabled through class name. So for class name, I want to target the style prop here. And if I do this, you see, I'm now able to actually overwrite this with my NativeWind styling. So much better. But actually, I still wanted to have like the yellowish tint here. Yeah, kind of cool, kind of interesting, a mix of both. I also think I wanted to, yeah, I think we don't have to do this. We're fine. The only thing that I noticed now, and this is honestly a very minor thing, you don't really have to do this, but the projects and the profile button are somewhat like not correctly aligned now. They end like here. And we can align them a bit better by giving them also a specific button. If we do this, we could use, for example, on projects, we could also use the platform pressable. We can use all the props, and then we can give them some margin top. So you see, this would actually give some space between the icon and the text and make it more aligned with our create button. However, this currently actually replaces the haptic tab. So maybe we should do this in a different way, and we should go to the haptic tab and apply it in here. And then we would have it automatically applied to both. That actually makes a lot more sense. Cool. Okay, so we have the custom tab bar and the UI, and you actually might be able to see that gray border up here now. We have that create button for which we will soonish switch out the background color. So this is our nice little form sheet. Now we just need to implement that create button. So on that page, Is this the create? Oh, this is the create button. I want the create modal page. Right, this is this one. Oh, I added the functionality already. No, we're fine. I think we're fine. So here we got the const on import video. And we also maybe have like const on record video. Those were the options on that page. Now it gets really challenging. Okay, so this view, again, let's use class name flex1 and the dark background. I also will now tell this page to actually be dark. This is too confusing for me. Maybe we change this to red or white. No, we will get to that in a second. Let's use it like this, and let's use a general padding X of 4 and padding top of 4 as well. Then we're gonna put in our first view, and that one will be class name flex row with a gap of 3 and some margin at the bottom. And this is the row for the first 2 buttons. So this could be sort of a touchable opacity button, and then it had a text like import. Okay, and if we had a second one, that would show up next to it. Cool. Now both of these buttons will be somewhat custom. They have an icon, a text, and a subtitle. So let's also create a custom button for those. We're gonna call this one in here the top create option, and they will have some props. They will have an icon, a title, a subtitle, and on press. Just as easy as this. And this will, can you do please the completion of that? I don't want to do that. Yes, sort of like this. And they pretty much just return a touchable opacity. Okay. With some text. I know I'm moving fast. I will stop in a second. I just want to set this up here. Okay, so now we have that button. We have the inputs, just the TypeScript definition, and then we have a touchable opacity. I want to use flex1. I want to center the items and items center. And I want to set the background to something a bit slightly lighter, and then making them rounded, so rounded to XL. Now let's use them. Now let's use the top create action button instead of those 2 here. So I go ahead, and this one needs some options. So let's put in the options. We need an icon. Our icon could be from Ionicons. So from Ionicons, we could use the name, what is it? Download outline, I think. Size of about 24 and color white. And that would be my icon. Additionally, it needs a title. So the title would be caption video, if we want to select a video. Subtitle, anything you want actually. Let's call this one import footage. And on press, it would call our on import video. Where did we go wrong? What is, yeah, let's make the icon not a string up here, but a react node. That should be fine. Okay, so we see one button. Let's do the second one as well. So this will be video cam outline. The text, we should maybe make the text at least white for the moment. Otherwise I don't see anything. Yeah, that's better. So this one will be not caption video, but record video. We're gonna call this one use your camera. And then that would call on record video. We're not displaying an icon, so let's change this. Above this, let's add a quick view with a class name of margin bottom 3. And then we just render our icon in here. Okay, that's cool. Maybe we should give that whole thing a padding of 4. Yeah, that comes along nicely. And yeah, remember, all of this is in the bottom sheet. We're doing all of this in the bottom sheet. So we have text white, LG, font semi-bold, and here we have text gray 400 and regular. Everything is centered. I think that actually looks pretty good. We're pretty fine. There's just one additional button that I want to add, and that is touchable opacity to cancel this. I mean, we all know that you can just press outside to cancel, but maybe some special users don't know about that. So let's add, do we have the router? No, we don't. Let's add the router in here, use router as always. And then this would call router dot back is always fine, I think. And then we're gonna have a text class name, something like text center, text LG, text gray 400, and our font Poppins semi-bold. Okay, and this will just say cancel. So the cool thing really about NativeWind and Tailwind is how fast we can move and like make these consistently good looking UIs. I really like that. The only thing missing here is another class name for our touchable opacity, because this one needs to have something as well. So let's use the full width here, margin bottom of 8. I want to use some fancy background like Zinc 800 and some padding, or just setting this to rounded to XL, and some padding Y of 4. Okay, so pressing cancel will cancel this, and pressing our other options will do whatever those other options are doing. We could probably do some haptic in here again. So haptics, feedback, always looks good. We will actually only implement on import video. So we can add this already as a little dummy here. So there will be sort of a file list from which the user can select something. Actually, this might be one of the next things we're gonna work on. Let's call this file list. And the file list should be accessible as sort of a full screen modal. Maybe we're gonna do this quickly in here for the definition of that screen. So we got modal/file list. I actually want to show the header, I guess, but I want to set the presentation for the moment to full screen modal. I had some problems just pushing that page, I think, or actually, I think in that case, the animation of pushing doesn't make too much sense. We're kind of in a modal anyway, so I also want to open that. And again, we're going to configure this a bit more. Maybe to have it at least work, we should set the header left quickly to a button, because then we will be able to also leave that view again. Let's just use a pressable on press. I will call router.dismissAll, because this is now in a modal. And I don't want to have the router like this. I still don't know if that works. Evan, please tell me. But I would like to use it with the hook. I feel more secure doing it like this. So then we have router dismiss, and just throw in a little ionicon. Let's call this one close. Okay. So let's see, we have this, we have the file list definition, and once we click on import video, we're gonna push to file list, and we're gonna just do the same down here for the moment. Okay, let's see, we create, we caption, and here we go. Okay, so you can't see that button because it's white, but eventually that page will have a dark background. Let's just quickly fix this. I can't leave these things alone, honestly. Let's set header title, yeah. Header title style will be color white in that font, and most importantly, the header style will be my dark background. Okay, now it should be perfect. Perfection. Here we go. We've implemented our custom tab bar with custom buttons, haptic feedback, a little modal at the bottom, which is a bottom sheet, no external package required. We can control all of this, and we have navigation to our next page. I think this is a pretty mighty pattern that you can also use in your own applications, and I really hope you enjoyed this part, so let's move on. Before we dive deeper into our captions functionality, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about PassKeys, because I recently noticed that you can now also use and set up and configure PassKeys for Expo with Clerk. And I think we already took the first step and installed the package. So by the way, I noticed now why we have the deployment target, and I think we added the Clerk Expo PassKeys package already. Let's check this out in our package.json. Yep, it exists. Perfect. How does it work? Well, to enable PassKeys, we need to make sure this is enabled in our Clerk dashboard. We already did this as far as I know. Yep, PassKeys enabled right here. Then we need to configure this for both iOS and Android. Let's just do this for the moment here for iOS. So we need our app ID prefix and bundle ID. So the app ID comes from, or your team ID, it's pretty much it. And the other one is the one you're gonna find in here. So the bundle identifier. With both of those tools, let's go to the native application settings here and hit Add iOS App. This is my bundle ID, probably without this stuff. And this is my team ID. So I'm just adding an application here now. I found this in my Apple developer account. So you're gonna have to look it up from there. And with that in place, we have everything in here. Now we need to set this up in my application. We already have the Expo build properties and the iOS deployment target set. Now we need to add the associated domains to my app.json iOS entry. Let's give this some more space. So under iOS, we have to add this block. And now we need to copy over the right information. So from here, we have the front-end API, and I think the front-end API is what we want to copy. Let's just make sure that this is accurate. Your front-end API URL. Okay, for people who can read, it's already in there. Let's copy this from our page of the native applications and just put it in here and here. Okay, these are my associated domains. By the way, adaptive icon not found under source assets, images. Yeah, okay, I replaced the adaptive icon. I'm sorry about that. I'll just use an icon. I don't like these wiggly lines here. Okay, we've set up the associated domains. Is there anything else we need to do? I don't think so. Let's check. We have installed the package and we need to do a new pre-build. This is definitely something we can do. So once in a while, let's kill the server and let's run bunix expo run. Do you have to? Yeah, I think we actually need to make a clean pre-build. Let's try it like this. I think it should actually work. I'm not entirely sure, but I think. The question is if our app.json changes are automatically applied to the native iOS project. We can figure that out. Let's just do, what is it, the command zios. That should open up Xcode. And in Xcode, we should be able to see those associated domains linked somewhere, at least if it worked. Then we, of course, also... Sorry, Xcode? Xcode, are you somewhere? Okay, here we go. Then this is just the configuration. We of course also need the functionality, but under I would say that it's not included. My gut feeling is, oops, I hate Xcode. My gut feeling is that it's not included. I should usually see it somewhere here, like signing capabilities or so. Or is it under URL types? Nope. I cannot see it anywhere. This gives me no good feeling. I think we need to do bunix expo run iOS. We should do a clean pre-build. So you can do this by running, not this, clean bunix expo pre-build with your platform -- clean. This will completely remove the native folder, which is fine because it is regenerated based on the information of your app.json. Oh, and now we have no splash image. Yeah, perfect. Why did I use a splash? Oh, we have the splash icon here before. Please just use my default icon. I'm fine with that. Thanks for this. Yes, and then I know this will probably take like 4 or 5 minutes once again, but it's a better way. Because if you make changes to your app.json, they're usually not automatically applied to your native project, and then you start the native project and you wonder why it's not working, you edit the code, and it just leads to a lot of confusion. So by passing in -- clean, you kill the iOS or the Android folder once, and then it will be completely regenerated based on the settings of your app.json. While this takes place here, I can now already do bunix expo run iOS again, and we can move into actually setting up the passkey, because that is the second step. So let's go to the profile page, and I have to give credits to Beto. I actually saw this the first time when Beto used this in his modern chat app. Great video on YouTube. He's using passkeys in there as well. And he had, I think, like a profile component or so. Or it was an index. Yeah, here we got the handle sign in with passkeys. Where did he set this up? Probably, yeah, in the chat and then the profile page, right? Or was it the... Yeah, it was this one. So here he had the logic to get the passkeys from the Clerk package. And then he had like a nice little iteration down here. We had... where he iterated all the available passkeys and just printed them out to use them. I wanted to do something similar, so let's do this. Let's set this up. First of all, I want to have the current user. So let's get the user using use user from Clerk Expo. I also want to have the router. I don't need the router actually. I think for signing out, there's nothing else we need to do. Why does it look like this? Oh, this is the syntax for if this is an optional. I would just call it like this, honestly. Anyway, and then I want to have the passkeys, which we can get from user.passkeys. There's also one thing we have to set up, I just noticed, in our topmost layout file to enable passkeys. So we have to go into the instance where we set up Clerk. So we had the publishable key, we had the token cache functionality, and now we want to have experimental passkeys and set this to a passkeys function that we can import from Clerk Expo passkeys. So add that as an import and then add it in here. If you're watching this in like summer 2025 or in 2026, this will likely have changed because it was experimental passkeys. It's probably just passkeys at that point. Just want to put it here. I'm pretty sure people will check this out at a later point. Okay, now as our first function, let's set up const create clerk passkey. This will be an async function. If we don't have a user, I just want to return here. Otherwise, I want to have a little try catch block. Let's catch this. So just catch error and then logging this out. This is probably not the right way, so let's do it on our own. Can I set cursor tab to snooze for 5 minutes? Thank you. So it's actually pretty easy. What we need to call is just await and then user.create passkey. This will trigger the dialog to create a new passkey for the user, and if anything goes wrong, we're gonna log that out. But besides that, there's really nothing else we need to do. So let's update our view now a bit. Instead of this, we're gonna have, first of all, do we really need to sign out? We can just do this in here, sign out. Okay, but I have a bracket too much. Yeah, that's better. This is still loading. That used to be faster, right? So we have a little text and 2 buttons, and now we're using sort of Beto's logic to create a list. Let's have a gap of 4 between the elements and some margin at the top. And in that list, we want to iterate the passkeys. So let's add like a title. These will be my passkeys. And then we can also say if PassKeys, is this my app? Oh yeah, I added for dummy reasons like my own key in there. Okay, so I'm gonna add PassKeys here. Why does it say profile again if we have already profile in the title? I don't think we need that. And this one should center the stuff. Items, center, justify, center. Okay, better. Looks a bit better. This should say if the length here is equal to 0, and we render a little text, class name, text base, text gray 400, and saying something like no PassKeys found. So at the moment, this is the text we get because we have no PassKeys. But if we do have them, we want to iterate them. And I want to add this iteration here. So this is just going over all of our PassKeys. Let's make this, actually we can do this up here. We can say it's either PassKeys, or if that is null, we're going to use an empty array. That prevents a lot of issues here. Good. So in that case, we would have a passkey view with an ID, with a name, with a created, last used. That's pretty much exactly what Beto used as well. And then we will also use a little touchable opacity down here to make sure that we can just remove a passkey. Now, if we configure everything correctly, I think it should actually work. I'm a bit curious. I mean, let's give it a try. So simulator required enrolled biometrics to use this feature can be set up. You want to make sure that at the top of your Mac, when you have the simulator selected, there's features and iOS, there's enrolled, and you want to make sure that for Face ID you are enrolled. So then you can create this one. It asks use Face ID to sign in. Okay, yeah. Then you can press, I think, Option M or Option Command M. That is a successful Face ID recognition on the simulator. Of course, if you do this on a real device, just use your face. But the shortcut is Option Command M for a successful matching face, and Option Command N for a non-matching face. So with that in place, we should see that the user has a passkey. That should probably also show up in Clerk. So we see my iCloud keychain being added here, and we do have it in here. Now, the funny or interesting thing is, does it actually work to sign the user in? Let's figure out. We're gonna sign out, which brings us back to the login page. And now we need to add one additional functionality here. So let's go to our login page, Tabs Modal, public login. Here we go. Let's add the cons sign in with passkey. Okay. Probably should have made this an async function. Okay, and then down here, let's add a button. Oh, that has been some time since we were there. Let's just add like this little fakey button up here. Continue with passkey. We could probably also check if the user actually, no, we can't. We can't check if the user has a passkey at that point. That won't work. But here we go. Sign in with passkey. All right, we have that. Maybe we should give those elements some more gap. Okay. So now we call sign in with passkey. Why is this here? Go away. What do we have to do our passkey sign in? Well, pretty much just like before, we can use the same stuff. So let's wrap this in a try catch block error, logging this out. And we can now use a slightly different approach here. What we want to do is want to call this sign in attempt. And we're going to use await sign in. So that was the right thing to use. But we want to call authenticate with passkey. Interesting stuff. Coinbase, MetaMask, a lot of Web3 stuff. Has anyone used that? That would be interesting. And we want to set the flow here to discoverable. That will be enable us to use all the available passkeys, as far as I know. Now we can check if the sign in attempt dot status is complete. If that is the case, and if set active is, I don't know, I don't think we need to check set active. I feel like we don't have to. So I want to call await set active with the created session from the sign in attempt. So session sign in attempt dot created session ID. It's pretty much always the same flow. Set active, yeah. Just use it like it is. I forgot something. No, should be fine. So that looks pretty good to me. You could also, of course, log out an error here if something goes wrong. Let's give it a try. Continue with passkey. Use face ID. I will try to fail this. So if my face ID fails, it actually doesn't do anything if it fails. Let's continue. Oh, then it, okay. Yep. Then we get an error. So we could probably lock this out or show anything else. Let's try again. Use face ID. Signing in. And voila, we're inside back into the app and our passkey works perfectly fine. I know when I posted this on X, someone said like, oh no, another login ruined. I don't know. I kind of like passkeys. If you don't like them, you don't have to implement it. But I just want to show you that it's quite easily possible now with the Clerk and Expo SDK. And having that option, I think, is pretty cool for users in your application. Good. Our app is really on a solid foundation with like all the tools we included so far. So let's move a step forward and get into selecting a video. At this point, we have two little challenges. The first one is getting the video files of a user and displaying that in our application. So we need an Expo package for that. And the second one is to actually upload that file and create a project in Convex. We haven't talked about the whole domain of projects yet. We only have our authentication and user in place. So that is something we have to implement as well. Just a quick recap as well on the whole process that we are about to implement. The idea is that a user can now select a video. It will create a new project in here, pretty much like a card or something that is also stored in Convex. Now, once we got this, we can dive into that project and get pretty much an editor UI. Let's see, we can probably take a look at some of the pictures here. So once we are there, this will be our editor basically, where we have options like to export that video, and we have some options to generate captions with AI based on the speech of the video. So that is the idea. Additionally, we will be able to have a script and then generate a voice speaking that script for us as well. We're gonna have additional options in there also to like style the captions, position them in our app. So all of this will be part of the editor for our AI Captions application. Now, to begin with that, again, we need to select an image. And one thing I noticed is that when I click caption video, I actually don't like that slide up from the bottom animation. So for my file list, I want to set the animation. I always do get this one wrong. I want to set this to fade. I think that looks better. So if I'm here, I think this is like a more smooth way to go from that overlay to that file list. I don't know about you, but I think it's cool. Okay, let's get into the file list. Should be right here. And in that file list, we first of all should grab some permissions from the user. So let's do this with use effect as always. And within use effect, we will ask if the user has permissions. This should actually, I think, be an async function here. I think we probably need to wrap this in async, and then we can do try and catch as always. Error. Okay. Let's see if we get the brackets right here. So we want to call that function. Oh my, where did I go wrong with the brackets here? Yeah, it's called async. Yep, then we're already fine. Okay, that looks better. So as I said, we need access to the media library of the user. So let's import this as star as media library. And then in our try block, we're going to try and get the permissions. So let's get the permission using await media library dot request permissions async. If the permissions are not granted, we have a problem. So in that case, I will just return for now. If we do have the permission, we can continue and we can grab the media by calling await media library again. Okay, come on, media library, get assets async. And we can supply some options here in what we want. So the media library options, what we want in this case is only the media type video. Okay, we don't want anything else. And I want to sort this by the creation time. So here we go, sort by creation time. You can also, of course, sort by something else, but that's what we're gonna do. Now we will also keep track of this in our state. So let's add media using the type media library assets. So this is an array of assets. We will probably also have some sort of loading state. Let's add that as well. Const is loading, set is loading. And we will also, once we get the videos, call set media assets to our media assets. We don't really need to interact with the loading yet. That will be part of what we do later. Yeah, so we don't need that finally block. Good. Additionally, we want a state for is uploading. Probably we're gonna actually use is uploading instead of any other case here. So let's do this. We don't really need is loading, I feel. But we definitely want to have the router. So bring it in from Expo Router as always. And then we have a good starting point. So we need two, or no, I think we need just one function. Let's call this one const on select video. So this will be called when the user selects a video from the list. So that video here will be a media library asset. And in here, we're gonna do our fun with the whole image upload or video upload, sorry. But for the moment, we should be able to access the files. Let's add some styling to that page now. So let's add class name flex1 background. I will set this to, well, I set this to dark as always. I think I will set it to dark for the moment. Should be fine. Okay, let's see if I go to that page. Yeah, it requests access. I will give full access, and we might have some images actually. We should probably lock this out here. Let's lock this out, and then we should see that when we're on that page, we're getting a list somewhere is locked in. This is my user object. Here we go. It's further down that page. Zoom in a bit. Come on, I don't want the settings, please. No, I hate this. Let's refresh. Oh no, if I refresh, okay, I'm fine. Here we go. Here is assets. We have two assets, two videos that are fine, that we are able to display. They have a URI, they have some settings, they have a name. So let's, based on this, display this in our view. Maybe we're gonna take some more space here. Because this could of course be more, let's wrap the whole fun in a scroll view instead and give this one class name flex1. Good. Let's close it, and then we can map our videos. I actually want to have like a row set up here, so let's do another view. And that view, we're gonna do that in a second. For the moment, let's do video dot. I didn't say that one. Oh, it's videos.map. I did not say anything. Oh, it's media. I'm an idiot. Let's call this videos. And set videos. That looks better. Okay. Sorry about that one. Videos.map. So for every video, we want to render sort of a little card here. So let's make this a pressable from React Native. key should of course be included. That's video.id. And let's for this moment use it like this. So what we want is actually have multiple per row. And therefore I would like to set this here to a class name of flex row and flex wrap. So if we have multiple, it will wrap, and a padding of 1. Oh, not -1. That's okay. Flex 1, flex row, flex wrap P1. Now we probably need to adjust our pressable styling. So it shouldn't be full width, it should be 1/3. That looks a bit better. Let's change this as well. Let's change this to aspect square. Now we have no background at all anymore. That's not a problem. We're gonna add some really tiny padding. Let's use a padding of 0.5 in here and position them relative. We can't see, I mean, we see those are here and here, and I should probably, maybe I should just like drop a third video into that. Let's see, I got one here. I'll just do it a second time. So then we should later be able to have 3 videos. Yeah, now we have 3, that's better. Okay, cool. But we also want an image in that pressable. We don't really want to like just display the text or something. I really want to have an image in here. So let's add an image from React Native, and that image source will be taken from the video URI. For the class name, let's do rounded LG, but flex 1. And probably, now we're talking, huh? Now we're talking. That looks better. But for the image, I mean, we could give it a background. Wouldn't that change anything if I give it like background primary? We wouldn't really see that anyway, so we don't really need to. But I want to definitely set the resize method to cover. What are you mad about? Oh, I just want to say resize mode, yeah. Okay, anyway. Looks good. I can click them. On click, I want to probably call select video my function. So let's do this. On press, I want to call on select video with that video element. Additionally, in that pressable, I would still like to also display the duration of that video. So let's position this in an absolute way. I also had a little helper function. I think I wanted to bring in the utils in the beginning. I forgot about that. Let me do this right now. So the format duration here is just for like formatting stuff. You can bring this in. Pretty simple function to format. You don't even have to use it. You can just format it yourself if you want to. I don't have the text yet. That's crazy. Let's add the text here. And then I want to use what did I want to use? I want to use format duration with the video duration. Okay, now it renders it down here. That's not perfect. Let's place it in a different way. Let's call absolute bottom 2, but I want to have it on the right hand side, so right 2. Now it's here, but it's black text. So let's change the background to have some opacity. Let's use background black 60. Okay. And we of course should still set my text to white. Maybe we should wrap this. Let's do this differently. Let's make this one a view instead. And then we have the text here. I think that's better because then we can say, okay, class name text white text XS. So make this a really tiny text. And our absolutely bottom position thing here gets some padding. And now I think that actually looks quite good. We could even make this a bit rounded if we want to. Yeah, that also looks nice. I think that's cool. So that displays our duration. We can click them and our onSelect video would be triggered. Now, what should happen when we click on a video? That's a good question and the right question you should be asking. So, since this is pretty much starting a new project, this is the way we start projects, we should talk about projects in our Convex database. So let's do a new file and call this one projects.ts. And in projects, we, first of all, really the first thing we want to do is upload that video file and then create a project which has a reference to that video file. So let's start with the first thing. The first one was uploading the video, and we're going to use a function to generate an upload URL. This will be a mutation, and our mutation needs no arguments right now. So we can close this, but a handler, and that handler will be quite easy as well, because the handler simply returns the URL. We can just make this one line actually. Context.storage generate upload URL. This is a function from Convex that allows us to upload to the Convex file storage short-lived URL for uploading a file into storage. On top of that, we of course need a mutation to create a project. Now, to create a project, we're gonna have just like limited information. So for the moment, we will only have, let's say, the name, video size, that would be a number, as well as the video file ID. That one will be of the type v.id, and it references the table. We're gonna be careful here, storage. So if we do it like this, this will be a reference to the actual ID in the storage. Now, for the handler, do we want to check? Yeah, we can. I think we can actually get the user here. So we can say const user equals await get user. I think we had a function for that. Yeah, using context. So this comes from our auth file that we created in the beginning. It checks our identity, checks if the user is authenticated. It's pretty much like a middleware in Node or anything to make sure our user is authenticated. If that's the case, we can create our project. We can want to actually just return this. So let's call return await context insert into projects. We haven't defined that table yet. We're gonna need to do this in a second. Probably we should do this up front, because then we're gonna also prevent these issues. So let's go back to the schema and let's create our projects table. Okay, so we got projects down here, define table. We have name as a string. We have user ID, which is an ID that references users. Nothing else we need to do here. I actually want to bring in a couple of other things as well. So let's update this. So let's use the user ID, the name of the project, last updated, video size, video file ID. We talked about that. Language, maybe we're gonna set the language, maybe not. And then after this, there are a bunch of additional settings related to the captions. Do we want to finish our schema right now? It might be a bit challenging to understand, but at the same time, it's what we need to do. No, let's do this later. Let's save this. So hitting save, and I should pretty soon see that we now also have a project table. Right, here we go, project table with all the columns. Now if I go back to my project, I should have an easier time here, because we now have projects. We want to add last updated. Then we have, let's order this correctly. I feel like I need to order my stuff in the way I defined this. So we have the user ID, we have the name, last updated, video size, video file ID, and I want to also set the status. Did we have a status? No, we don't have that yet one. But that's a good idea, because some stuff will take place in the background. So I want to have a status that looks pretty much like this, which is a union of different strings. So it could be pending, processing, ready, or failed. That just makes it a lot easier to show the current state to the user. Let's call this one pending in the beginning. There's also a pretty nice way of doing workflows in Convex. I saw this in a video from WebDev Cody where it had like AI agents and they were triggering different workflows. This works really great for AI specific stuff. Anyway, Let's head back to the file list. Because we have now everything in place, the two functions and the database to upload and start our project. We're gonna do it like this. So as we've set up a mutation in Convex, we now need to import this, just like we imported the query like 2 hours, 3 hours ago when we tested Convex first time. We now have this one. So we can use this by calling this one generate upload URL, and then use mutation from the Convex React package. Then using our API, the generated API .projects .generate upload URL. And exactly like that, we can also bring in the second mutation, which is create project, again, complete type safety. Now we're talking, and in onSelect video, we can go into this. So let's snooze this for 5 minutes. Okay, let's try this. First of all, I wanna set is uploading to true here. Once we got that, we can get the upload URL by calling await generate upload URL. And we're gonna get some sort of generic URL at this point to which we can upload our file URL. I'll also add a catch here. So catch any error that might happen. Just gonna throw this console.error. And also let's finish this by setting finally set is uploading to false. Good. All right. Now that we got the upload URL, we can actually upload our file to that endpoint. But before we do that, let's get the actual video file. So we can get the file info by calling await media library .get asset info async using the video.id. So as you've seen before, the video asset looks pretty much like this. We have the duration, that's already good. We have the file name, we're going to use that for our project. And we have a specific ID, and we have some sort of strange URI, but that's actually not enough to like receive the native file. So instead, we need to do it like this. We're getting the file info, and I will lock this out as well. Actually, we can probably hit save here and give this a try and see the information we get back at this point. So if I close this and press this one, so we get an upload URL up here, which is to my Convex endpoint, and then I get a lot more information about my file, which now also contains a local URI. So that is actually the URI to that file, and we can use that one to finally get the actual content of that file. So let's close this again. And with our file info, let's try to get the video URI using file info.local URI. That's the one we just saw. If for whatever reason we don't have that video URI, I want to abort here. So let's throw a new error, something like video URI not found. Video URI not found. So that should really not happen, honestly. I don't know why it would happen, but we just want to make sure. Okay, let's upload the file. Const video response equals await, and we just can use fetch. Fetch with the video URI. This will fetch the local video file. We're not uploading it yet. We're just getting the local file, and we can convert this into a blob. So just call video response.blob. That blob is easily uploadable to pretty much any API. And we can now use the actual URL that we got a second ago with fetch again. So let's call fetch with our upload URL. And we have to set the method here, of course, to post. We're posting a file. This is not a GET request. We want to set the headers here to content type, and then set this to the blob type. And finally, I want to attach to the body the blob. So that will make a post request to our endpoint, to the Convex endpoint with a token in the URL, the file, the video file in the body, and upload it. Now, if the response is for whatever reason not okay, if the response is not okay, we probably have to throw a new error. So something like failed to upload. You can handle this somehow with an alert or anything you want. But if we have uploaded this, at this point we need to grab the storage ID. So the storage ID comes now from the response. We can destructure this and call await response.json. In the response, there should be the storage ID included. With that storage ID, and just making sure if we don't have a storage ID, we're just gonna add some like fail guards here. No storage ID returned from upload, then we're safe. With that storage ID, we go back to creating the project, which was the whole point in our idea here. And we say project ID equals await create project. And within project, we have our name, which could be video file name, or let's add a little untitled as a fallback here. The video size is my blob size. So video size blob.size. And then finally, we have the video file ID, which is now my storage ID. This is interesting because normally it complains at this point. Well, we're fine. Looks like we're fine. After creating all of this, I actually also would like to automatically push the user to the right page. So although we're not getting started with that one yet, let's place it under modal. Let's place a new folder project here. And in project, we're going to use square brackets for that file name. So id.tsx, because if we do it like this, we'll be able to simply get the ID using use local search params. We can also give this the right type. And we can say project with ID. And are we pushing the page? Yeah, we should be good to just go back in that case. Okay, so that means we can now say router.push and please go to project/project ID. All right, a lot to try here, but I hope that was pretty clear. We went through this step by step and I think it should make sense. So if we now select something here, what should happen is that we see a bunch of logs and we see a new file in projects as well a new file under files. Let's see. I'm gonna hit create caption video. I will select this. Okay. Okay, video coming in here. That's good. We don't really have a loading overlay. That's still missing. We have a project ID as well, which means under data projects, we have that one, as well as the name, pending, user ID. Yep, everything, video size, everything looks fine. Only thing that's missing is we didn't see any loading overlay. I forgot to implement that one. We can do this. Let's set our loading state to true right here in the beginning. And then our router.push to project/project ID didn't work out. Good question why that one wasn't working out. It should in theory. We're gonna have to test that in a second again. Let's for the moment implement our overlay. So if we're uploading, I want to have an absolute positioned element. Let's see. Yeah, that's almost good already. Let's give this a back. Let's justify the items in the center like this. Okay, flex items center. Okay, it's above everything. Then we have our activity indicator with white color and large. And then let's also set this one to text white, maybe text base, and then some margin top uploading. Okay, this is our uploading, should be fine. So I will set this back to false. And now the question is still, why didn't this route me to the next page? because the page definitely exists. We have router.push to project ID. We have project here. We have that page. I don't really need to define an entry for it normally. However, I will do it anyway. So in our layout here where we have the create tabs, create, this is a protected page. Yeah, that makes sense. That's still protected. Let's do another stack screen for modal/project ID. Presentation will be full screen modal again and animation fade. Header left should dismiss the whole fun here. Probably gonna change the background slightly, but maybe we're gonna keep that for now. We're gonna has set the header title not here yet, because we want to do this dynamically on that page. And I want to set the header to transparent as well. Header transparent true. Now we're talking. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that looks like it actually worked. That also means we don't need header style and background color. Also, maybe we're gonna just set the color here. We can set the font as well. Okay, let's do one more try. I'm gonna go here, select one. It's uploading. It creates the file, and then it goes to this page, which looks interesting now. But let's see if I go to the projects page and give this the usual flex 1 dark. We see we are on that page. Where's my text? Can I give this a white text? Yeah, if we make the header sort of transparent, then we have another issue, because everything is aligned like that. But we can overcome that as well. Let's use some padding here. That just positions it as slightly different. Maybe our view should have something like margin top, something like this. Okay, then we can style our background header as we want. Actually, I think I will just leave my header in there. I don't know why I should do it in any other way. Let's leave it like it is. So then I will also need my header styling back. Maybe we're gonna change this later, maybe not. For the moment, let's keep it like this because it looks good. So we're able, and we have created 2 projects in our list. We have uploaded 2 files. That is really good news. Different files here in Convex. And now let's talk about how we can display them. With 2 created projects, let's now update the functionality in projects to actually retrieve them. So we're gonna add 2 functionalities in here. We want to get the one project especially, and then we want to have a list. So let's start. Export const list equals, and this is now a query because we're querying data from the database. Arguments here in this case will be the project ID. So let's say project ID, and for the validation, this should be v.id, which references the table projects. Okay. And then we should have a handler, which is our async function, which gets the context and the arguments. Okay, convex to JSON. No, that's not really what I meant. I just wanted to have context. Okay, here's our list. Let's do it like before. Let's make sure our user is safe. User is authenticated. Otherwise, the user should not get a list of projects. And now we can grab the project by calling await database, or getting the database from the context.database.query. I want to query which table? I want to query the projects table, of course. And I want to do this with an index. With index, so it's a bit faster. Let's call, I think we haven't added that to our schema yet. Let's quickly update the schema then. So this table here gets, the project table gets an index. So one index will be by last update, so that it's faster to get it, and the name will be, the field is last update. I think I missed one. Right, here we go. The field should be last update. Did I go wrong here, my friends? Dot index by last update. Yep, there should be a comma. And we can have a second index as well. So let's add the second one. This will be by user. So in this case, let's call this one by user. And it looks up the database field user ID. This just helps us to access the data a bit faster. And now we can call at this point with index. Let's see if we get code completion here. Yeah, by user, by last update. That's what we wanted to use. So query with index by user. We also need the actual query. So let's sort this a bit. We, by the way, want to call finally collect. That will give us all the information. And we can actually just return this. We don't really need to like do this in another line. But this would give us all the projects. Of course, we need to make sure we're only retrieving the projects of the currently signed in user. So we can have another query here. And we want to say Q equals, so making an equals check between the field user ID and the currently user, which we got already up here. So we can use that information, user.id. Are those the right ID fields? I actually think so. Now we can also make another function, and this one will be just get project. This will be a query for projects. We need once again the project ID. We have our we can do this. I had a helper function for that as well. That was the other function we had in that auth file that I initially commented out. Now we can comment that in. So this checks if the current user has access to the specified project. So make sure the user is authenticated, the project exists, and the user owns the project. So let's comment this in. Pretty much the same check like before, but now we're getting the project here as well. And we check if the project doesn't exist, error. If the project user ID is unequal to our user ID, then we throw an error as well. Only thing that's wrong here is cannot find ID. Yeah, we need to import ID from the generated data model. Import ID from dot generated data model. Okay, then we should have the right ID and the right types here. Perfect. So now we can use that to actually get and check if the user is allowed to get that project. And it actually also returns the project directly. We've seen that in the function, so we can destructure the result immediately. Let's call, what is it called? Authorize project with, let's pass in the context and the project ID that we got. And then we can just easily return the project at this point. So that means we should be able to query the data here. And once we are in the project, we should be able to query everything for that specific project. Let's go back to our app. And this is what I like, honestly, or love about Convex. We're just going back and forth between our backend and frontend, and it feels completely seamless. It feels like this is one project. It's not like I'm spinning up a node server in a different window and I need to reload, and no, it's just in here and the types are immediately connected. So that makes me feel really, really good and strong. Okay, so on the projects page, we want to get those. So let's do it like we did before. Projects equals use query this time. And use query from API.projects list. This is the query we want. And use query from Convex React. API projects list. Expected 2 arguments, but got 1. Sorry? What exactly? What's the second argument you expected here? Arguments, project ID. List shouldn't expect a project ID, right? List is a query. Oh, I actually defined list a tiny bit different before. That's interesting, yeah. So list can be a query, and we don't all need all of this fun here. We can have it a lot easier as just one async function. So let's copy this out and say async context. And then this is our function here. So if we do it like this, we just need to get the user like we did before. So const user equals await get user using the context. And then it's a lot easier. We don't even need the handler. This is all we need. So for list for the query, we don't have any arguments. Now this is also fine. Good. That was actually nice that it just underlined the point I made a minute ago about that. This is tightly coupled with TypeScript to my project. I love it. Okay, so if the projects for whatever reason are undefined, then we want to have sort of a little fallback. Since our are not undefined, we're going to say not undefined to make a little test here, and then we're going to negate this in the next step again. So let's make class name flex1 background dark items center justify center. That will be the view, and then we have a text with class name text white and some other stuff. Let's call this one loading projects. Why does it still say are they still undefined? I don't know. How can we render this one? Can we please just did I make a mistake somewhere? Why am I not seeing my loading projects? Oh, I'm not returning this. You could have told me about that. Okay, here we go. Loading projects. That looks better. Just give this a bit like text LG, just making this a tiny bit bigger and using the font Poppins medium. Okay, loading projects. Good. So now we can go back to if projects are undefined, then we will show loading projects. Otherwise, we need to return the actual view, which I accidentally removed, it looks like. So again, class name flex1 background dark. So this should be displayed right now. Yeah. Now let's iterate the data. Use a flat list, use a flash list, use a legend list. I don't know. It doesn't really matter too much for this application. So we're going to use the flat list from React Native, but pretty much everything else is a drop-in replacement. I just didn't want to install another dependency yet. So let's use it. Just a recommendation. Class name, let's give this some horizontal padding. And what else do we need? Oh, we need an actual render item function. That's the most important piece. So this renders our item. Just make sure you get the brackets right. So every item should be a project, actually. I don't know if we can get the type. Import from... Is the item type projects or is it project? I feel like... how do we use the type correctly here? We can, by the way, also say this undefined block will only help us to some degree. We might need another block for if project's length is 0. So in that case, we would have to return another view which renders some sort of like list is empty stuff. But anyway, our item here, I think we're just doing the destructuring incorrect yet. This is the correct way to do it. Yep, better. So every item in that list should be wrapped with a link component from Expo Router so we can easily set the href to the according page. The href should go to none of those listed in here. Why are you not listing like the modal stuff? Interesting. And I didn't select that one. Okay, so it should go to project/project. This should be called project, not projects. Project.id. And we're going to add as child to make the styling work and make the touchable opacity actually clickable. Okay, let's just put up all the elements that we need, and then probably a little text item here. So the page renders again. Okay, text is white, is not white right now, but if I do text white, you would see that we're rendering 2 items. I can click them, and I would get to the modal page. So this is JD77, this is JD7D. The logic here works. That's good. That means we can focus on styling the whole fun. So let's give the touchable opacity a class name. And we're going to set the background to something a bit lighter. You can also do like any kind of color if you want to. So you can do like 1C, 1C, 1E. And that would give this a nice grayish background color. But we want to make those a bit bigger. So let's call this rounded 2XL, padding 4. So we got some padding, flex row, and items in the center. Good. So we got 2 of those. We probably should introduce some gap as well. How did it look like in my previous design? I actually don't know. Where's my file list? Do I have a file list? Screenshot of my file list? Oh, this is how it should look like eventually. Okay, we can do that. But we still need to give some padding between the items. We can probably do this with the content container. No, content container class name. It should work like this. Maybe gap 2 is enough. Cool, good start. Okay, in the touchable opacity, we have some work to do. So let's wrap the things in a view, and let's take up all the space. So flex 1 here. And then we have, first of all, the project name. So let's do text class name. The one should be text white, quite big. So text LG, and font Poppins semi-bold. This will be my project.name. Oh no, close it. Okay, here we go. This is the project name. Below, we're gonna do like a last update field. Let me just bring this in because this is quite boring to type. And we're gonna use the second function from our helper file. At least I think, where did I got that one from? Oh, I actually got that from datefns, I noticed. Did we install that? I can't remember. Datefns. Let's install this. I don't need Sunner. I will attach this to the commands. So probably you already installed this in the beginning now. Bun install datefns. And with datefns, we can get and use this format distance to now. Let's bring this in from datefns. And then, oh no, I thought that's just JavaScript, isn't it? Oh, it sorts the stuff here. That is new. Why doesn't it work? If I installed datefns, it's not like a native module or stuff. I should be absolutely fine without a reload. Strange, really strange. Let's try again. If it still crashes, no. Okay, here we go. But that was still crazy. Why did I have to do that? I wonder. Okay, so now it renders this little text last update using the last update field, and then also converting the project size to megabytes here. This is everything for that first view, and that one takes up most of the space. So if we now do a second view with an Ionicon with chevron forward, then this will be placed at the end. You can also give this a little class name here. So let's use a different background color. Let's use something like, C2, that sounds good. Maybe rounded XL. I'm gonna give this a specific width of 10 and height of 10. Okay, yeah, and we need, of course, to center the items correctly. I think that looks actually pretty good, that view. We don't really need anything else about the flat list. That should be fine. But I want to make sure that we also have the fallback view, or maybe I'll just give you that code because it's like not essential. So if we don't have project links, and I will just outcomment or change this right now so it is actually displayed, you're gonna have a little fallback view with no project yet, hit the button below, something like this. But we're gonna do it like this. So if the user has projects, we see data. Also, I feel like that view could have a bit of padding top. I don't know about you. Yeah, maybe, yeah, that feels, I don't know, that feels a bit better. All right, we're able to create a new project. We're able to open it up. Maybe we're gonna use quickly our functionality that we added to make sure it works. So let's see if we can, with the ID, get our current project. So let's call const project equals use query, and then API.projects get with my ID, but I need to pass this as the right argument. So project ID. And now we get into an issue that's very common, and you might see in your Convex projects that it complains about that project ID string is not assignable to type ID projects. So you can just say as ID projects and bring in ID from Convex generated data model. Actually, yes, that should be fine. Okay. How can we test if this is the project? Yeah, we can have like a fallback view, that's good, but I also just want to log out my project. So let's get into my debugger again, and here we go. On that page I get last update, name, status, user ID, video file ID, video size, and creation time. So all the necessary information about a project to have fun with the project and generate some captions. So I think we're well prepared to dive into the core functionality of this build. All right, so let's dive into the video editor. Let's remove the lock from our ID page and let's start here. If the project is undefined, we return loading, and we currently return this. Let's maybe start by defining the header area. So essentially, what we want to do is it should look like this. So let's first talk about this, make a button, give the right title, add a button here. Then we're going to talk about this area, which is displaying the video using the use video player hook from Expo and some controls for that. And then we also need this horizontal scrollable bottom bar area. That's the focus for today. Or at least for now. Here we go. We have flex 1, we have some padding, we have a dark background. We don't want that text anymore, but we want to use stack. Can you import that, please? Stack.screen and set the options to the project name. So then it looks already like this. Additionally, we wanted more options. So in the header right field, oh, I'm in the wrong place. Header right, I want to have a little touchable opacity. So let's put this in here. Touchable opacity from React Native. Inside we need a little text, not up there, but here. And that text should actually be, yeah, it should be somewhat white. Should use our pop-ins. Actually, let's use pop-ins semi-bold. Right, and text LG sounds good to me. That looks good. I also want to have that touchable opacity with a slight background color. So let's use the class name here again, but set it to background primary, rounded XL and padding 2. Okay, that's not entirely what I was looking for. Where did we go wrong here? Touchable opacity, my text is, why is it so small up there? That shouldn't be the case. Also, I want to make this an object so we can have some, I don't know, sometimes this looks really odd here. Let's do it like this, and then here we go. I don't want anything like this, but we want to make this slightly conditional and use something like is exporting. So we will definitely at some point export the video. So let's already set this up as some state up here. const is exporting is of course false in the beginning. And then if we set this to exporting, we would change something like our opacity to 50. And otherwise, we don't even have to say opacity 100. That's the default. However, I still wonder why it's so small up there. Stack screen, header right, background primary, rounded XL, padding. What is it? Where do I go with padding? Let's maybe actually set padding X4 as well. That would give us a bit more padding. You're still not happy about that. Why are you not happy? You want some padding in there as well? Normally we shouldn't need that. So much fun. Am I working again with like a new Expo version or something? The fun of using the latest versions. It looks like this text here isn't even rendered correctly. Where did we import the text from? Do we have text from React Native? Okay, we do have text from React Native. Maybe it looks better for you. I wonder. Even if we set like the text up here, does NativeWind have a problem with our font pop-ins? Let's go into... Okay, here we go. Now it looks a lot better. I have no idea what changed. I just see that, yeah, this is definitely correct now. Okay, cool. That's it. We also probably want to say that this is disabled when we are exporting, and as well probably already attach the onPress. That will be a function, something like const on export video. I'm gonna do something in there, and we can set this here for onPress. Probably just this one. Okay, good. That's the first button. Now it gets more challenging. We want to have the video playing in the bottom area and the bottom bar. Let's maybe start with the video. That's actually not too hard. So let's add some state here as well, because we will later do something like is generating, and therefore just making sure we have this. I want to keep track of the current time so we can display it below the video. And the initial current time should of course be 0. Now, what else do we need? Well, we need the project. We do have the project, but we need the file URL. Remember, when we uploaded the file, it should be added, so we have the name included here, and the video file ID in Convex as well. That means with that information, we can make a query. So let's say const file URL equals use query, and we're gonna use api.projects. Let's cursor snooze for some minutes. Projects.get file. Oh, we don't have get file URL yet. Why don't we have that one? Let's check it out. Project. Oh yeah, we had generate upload URL, but we didn't have get file URL. So let's add that in here. Should be quite easy. Export const get file URL equals, this is going to be a query. We already hinted at that by using it in the front end, of course. So that query needs as arguments the ID here of our project, which is this is going to be an optional v.id, which references our storage. Now I need to make sure the brackets are correct. And we have our async handler here, async context and args, and then I think I missed one. No, I don't think. I'm actually fine. Still, why is this always converting from CTX different? Okay, get file URL. If we don't have the args.id, we should throw an error. So let's say throw new comic. And you might ask, Simon, why are you making this optional in the first place? Well, the problem is that in our view here, if I use the use query here, I'm sometimes using this where we don't have the project information yet, and then we have no file URL, and this entirely fails. So I just want to make it like this. It's not perfect. Let's just say file ID is required, so we are safe in this place. Otherwise, we can then simply return await context storage get URL for arguments.id. So this is the file ID that's stored with a project. Now we just need to pass this, and we should have access to get file URL in here. Why is it like 5 different imports? I don't need an import at all, I think. So let's go with that one. And then we need to pass in as arguments the ID of our project, which is project.videofileID. And does it complain about the type? It actually doesn't. Maybe we should make... I feel like this is the incorrect syntax. Let's check out use query. I think we don't even need it like this. Also, we can... Let's see if we remove the brackets and just say video file ID. Or let's check maybe. Let's make this optional. That would be a bit more secure. So if the project video file ID is actually set, then we're going to do our object that we had before. So in that case, project.video file ID. And otherwise, I don't know. Let's just pass in a string skip. Maybe that works. Okay, that should in theory log out the file URL. Let's see. Yep, that works. Good. So with that file URL, we can take this to our player, which we don't have yet. So let's create that one. So player equals use video player. Thanks for no import use video player from the new Expo video package. Where's Expo video? Here we go. Okay, so this is quite new. You can also use this in a different way, but it's right now recommended to simply use the hook. Because with that hook, use video player, we can just pass in the file, so the video source, and then pass in some additional setup function. So in our case, it's of course the file URL or null if that's not set. And then we get access to the player instance and we can do some initial setup. So what I want to say is player, please loop the video. So when we are done, it will always play again. And I want to call player time update event interval equals 1. That means float value integrating interval in second at which the player will emit the time update event. So this is an event we... I actually don't know if we're catching exactly that event or a different one. That's interesting. Let's see. So there is now something as well called use event from Expo that we can use to listen to different events. Let's directly import that. So use event from Expo. And with use event, we can now listen to different events. So in our case, I want to listen to the, let's see, here we go. Use event, and we pass in the instance of our player that we just created a second ago. And then we can do something like playing change. And what we want to do in that case is update our isPlaying state. Do we have an isPlaying state yet? We probably don't, right? So let's maybe, let's say, is playing player.playing. Okay, if we hit save, that should work. So now we have an isPlaying value. It's definitely going to be helpful in our application. Now, of course, we also want to keep track of the actual time. So I made a use effect. I don't know if this is the best way. I definitely found this to be one way that works. We're going to pass in our player as dependency. And if we have a player instance, so making sure that we only update this then, we set an interval. Set interval. So again, not the most beautiful way to do this. And I think probably with the time update event, I wonder if we can like get that as well. I will try this. Const, I don't know what, time equals use event. If I use event with player and then the, what did it call? Time update. I don't know. I have actually no idea what this will give. Property time does not exist on what? Property on time update event payload. What is the time update event payload? Can you please tell me? That would be really cool. I honestly don't know. Time update payload. I mean, that should mean I have access here to the, no, this is just the initial value, the third parameter. Actually, here's a nice, okay, we get the status. I'm not interested in status. I'm really interested in the time update. Maybe it's something in here. Time update event interval. Yeah, time update event. Doesn't really help too much, honestly. Time update event payload. Aha. Buffered position, current live timestamp, current offset, current time. Let's see if we're able to get this. Oh, come on, property current time doesn't exist. It's definitely existing. I just saw it in here. Time update event payload. What is your property does not time update event payload or null? Cannot redeclare. Okay. Simon's time. Can I do it like this? No, I can't. Oh my, what a funny way to start the day. Where did I actually have current time before? Oh, here. If I do it like this, it will still be. Current time does not exist on time update. I would love to click on this. Yeah, whatever. Update. Let's just call it update. And I honestly just want to lock this out at some point. Maybe we're going to see something interesting here. But nonetheless, what we can do is we can update our time manually with our set interval. So we can call set current time, and we call it simply with player.current time. And because this is triggered so often, that time is mostly accurate. I actually don't want to do it every second. I want to really do it very often. And I want to make sure that we clean up in the end as well. With that in place, let's see. By the way, where is this giant log coming from the whole time? Is this from our topmost layout file? It's really getting, yeah, we're locking the user. That's not a good idea. Okay, now we're better. Okay, update, no. Okay, time update. Time update isn't really emitting anything helpful at all. However, I also don't really see our player playing in the first place. He's playing. Maybe we should integrate the player in the view and then check that value again. But I don't feel like this is going anywhere. Apparently, that's a pity. Maybe there's little, I think actually I saw before that there was an issue in the documentation. Anyway, so let's go here below the stack.screen. We're gonna say this is the, video player now. So the video player view. Let's use a class name. Let's not span the whole view. Let's use some margin at the top, like 28 and items in the center. And then in the view, we're gonna drop the video view. Actually, yeah, that should come video view from Expo Video. We just connected with our player instance. That's the most important part. Then we can do some styling. So I will use something relative. Let's use, for the width, 75%. And actually, let's do the same here for the height. Border radius 10. Yeah, why not? On progress, there's no on progress. We just need it like this. Okay, here we go. We see the video. Now it's playing. Not too bad. The only thing is, what is the problem? Actually, that's pretty good. Actually, my update is pretty good. So I could say update.current time. Why can I not destructure it into current time? That's a joke. That is honestly, shouldn't it be exactly like this? Yeah. Would be good if I took probably the TypeScript Wizards course next time. Anyway, we could probably get away with the current time like this. Let's try. We have our fallback, so if it's not working, just use the use effect. Otherwise, we're gonna use update.current time because apparently, I don't know why we can't use current time. Why can't we use it? There should be a way. Destructure to use current time. What am I getting wrong here? Yeah, that's a problem. Like, It should be exactly like this, but it isn't. And I don't know why. And now we have to use this ugly update.currentTime the whole time. I don't know. Really annoys me when something like that isn't working. Okay, what we want are some controls. And why is this video not a bit bigger? I mean, I don't know why it's not taking up more space. But anyway, it's okay for the moment. I want to have a little view below this so we can control what's going on. So we need a touchable opacity, and that one will have an on-press. Oops, I need to be in the touchable opacity. I need to have an on-press event. And on-press, I want to check if my player is playing. So we actually have is playing, right? If it is playing, this will pause, otherwise it will play. We could probably also do this in less, but well, should be fine. Let's give this an ionicons, and the name will be depending on is playing, of course, so pause or play. Let's use a size of 24 and a color of white. So then we have our little play button here. Hitting that starts and pauses. Okay, that works pretty good, actually. I didn't expect that. Next to the touchable opacity, I also want to have the duration. So let's add a text. And in here, we want to have, do we already have the function to format the time? Yes, we do. Format time with our update current time or 0. And then a slash. And then the whole time. Then we call format on the player duration or 0. Let's see. We probably need to style the text a tiny bit. Let's give this class name text white and font, I don't know, medium. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I think we can live with that. Now we just need to make sure that this whole view is aligned correctly. So after the video, if you do have that one, that's going to be a flex row. We're going to center the items. I want to have the space between, so I will call justify between. Let's see how that looks. Well, that's actually not too bad. I want to have some margin top. And I want to have some padding as well. Okay, we're getting there. Now I also wanted to have this like a different kind of background. So I came up with this value 1A, 1A, 1A. Do we see background? Let's make it rounded full. Not all, but full, please. Not rule, full. Okay, probably, I don't know if you can see this. What did we get wrong here? We have item center justify. Did I have like a typo in justify between? Because I don't see this one using, let's see, with full. Okay, that's a bit too much. Let's use 3/4. Yeah, that actually looks mostly good. Only the touchable opacity here could also need some styling. So let's use class name for this one. Let's just make it 10 by 10, the button. And additionally, I'm going to also call items center and justify center, so everything is aligned correctly here. Good. I honestly don't know why my video is so small. I feel like we could probably make it even a bit bigger. Where did we set this? Oh, we set this on the video view, right? So this one, I don't know, if we set it to like 80%, it doesn't change. Oh, that's interesting because the height, yeah, that was the limiting factor. I also don't know why this one has such a giant margin top. We probably don't need that. Something like 10 is maybe even enough. How did it look? What do you want to achieve? Does it look like this? Mostly, but my text is actually not in the center. So why is my text not in the center? We have the view. Well, if we have justify between item center flex row, Good point. How can this one be? If we have justify between, I mean, that can't work at all, right? Maybe. Okay, yeah, little hack. How about we drop a little view just here? Then it should be centered. Yeah, kind of. If I give, do I have to give this a specific width? Let's see, if I change this to width 40. Yeah, kind of a little ugly hack, but it works. If it works, it works. So we start at 0, we're counting up. We hear some sound, I should actually probably mute this. And that works pretty well. So this is our view here. Still, I would love to have current time. Can I have current time? I mean, it should be possible. Const current time equals update dot current time. Would that work? And could I then just use current time? Because honestly, update dot current time in all the places here looks rather like really strange. Let's see if this now absolutely fails. Let's go into this again and let's hit play. Yeah, looks good to me. That should work. That should work. Perfect. Okay, the only thing missing is our bottom bar. That's gonna be, well, not too hard. Let's do a new component for that one. So under components, let's do, I don't know, how do we want to call this? Let's call this video controls. Video controls.tsx. React Native functional export. These are my video controls. Now, for the video controls, we need a little interface. Let's call this interface video control props. And what we need in this interface is a bit of state. So is this currently generating? Going to be a Boolean. Is this currently exporting? No, that's not required. Let's also get the project status. So remember, we had this project status in Convex. This is going to be a string. Then we have some functions that will call back our page. So we have on generate captions that will call a function to generate the captions. Then we have on, the second one will be on show caption control. So we will be able to style our captions. And then we have finally on show script modal, because in a following part, we will also implement a functionality where we can create the captions entirely from text. Now, all of this will be in here. So let's destructure it. And then we can bring this in our page, because that makes working on it a whole lot easier. Let's see, we need to figure out the right place. Here we go. Okay, the video controls. Let's import them from the right package. Is generating is tied to is generating. We have the project status. And for the three functions, well, that's also a way to do it. Let's keep it like this. All right, in the video controls, as I said, we pretty much just have like this scroll view at the bottom. However, we want to make sure that it is positioned absolutely. So let's say class name equals absolute. Bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Still some padding included and a background color of the one we just had before. So here we go with that one. All right, you see it's down here at the bottom now. Should we use some safe space? I wonder if we need something like padding bottom safe. Won't hurt, won't hurt. Okay, now we can come up with our scroll view, because we might have more buttons or things in here, and therefore we should wrap this in a scroll view, which is, by the way, a horizontal scroll view. It also definitely should not show the horizontal scroll indicator. That always looks horrible, at least in my eyes. And for the class name, I want to set this to flex row. And finally, for the content container class name, let's set a padding horizontal of 4. Okay, there's no content in here. That's not a problem. Let's get started with our first touchable opacity from React Native. And that touchable opacity will have an icon and a text below it. So let's, for this one, use the material icons. I will use the Auto Awesome. Is it in where? Oh no. Oh, it's not material community, it's actually material icons. Let's see, go up here, just change this one. Should be hopefully here, and then we should have Auto Awesome. Okay, here we go. That's the first one. Let's actually make this a bit bigger. And then we need some text below this. We should do it in here. Let's do a text, and oh, we don't have the text element, right? I guess. No, we got it. Okay, for this one, we will just call this generate. We probably need to work on that a bit, especially on the touchable opacity. No, I don't want to have it like this. I want to have it in the other way. So let's just call items center. And that's actually a good start. Maybe that medium, do we have like 400 regular or something? Or is it 400 regular? Yeah, and also text SM is probably enough. Text wide, let's add some margin top of 1 to this. Actually, not too bad. I think we can live with that. We can now also attach different colors and stylings while we are generating, or when the project status is different. So the whole bar here changes. We can make this, for example, with is generating, or the project status is equal to processing. If that is the case, we could use different color, something like, I don't know what I used, some sort of darkish color, and otherwise we could use white color. And we can pretty much have this check in different places here as well. So I could also add this in here now. Maybe we should make this like a function or so. And now we can check if this is processing, then I will set the text to whatever, and otherwise I want to use text white. We can actually test this out. Like if I go here back and say is generating to true, we're gonna notice that this is sort of like deactivated state then. Okay, this is the first one. Let's copy this over. Let's copy the whole touchable opacity. We actually haven't attached the click event, the most important part of the touchable. Sorry about that. So on press, we definitely want to call on generate captions. And it should also be disabled while we're generating or when the project status is in processing. Now, the second touchable opacity will be here to show our caption controls. This one should have the closed caption icon, closed caption. Okay, so here we go. Pretty much same setup, but this one should say captions. Okay, we certainly need more spacing between the elements. We can probably do it with like a gap 8 here. Yeah, that works. Okay, that one looks actually pretty good as well. Now, for the other buttons, we actually won't use all the functionality from them. So let's do them in a sort of bit fake way. So this one will call our onShow script modal. We don't even need some margin. We just have the icon and everything else. And now we can just copy this one over and drop in as many icons as we want. So for example, you might have something about style. Then we would call this style. And this won't have any action now, but just an idea how you could go ahead. Then we could have something like scale. This could have aspect ratio probably. And then you can copy that again. Actually, let's do 2 more. Let's call this one zoom with zoom in. Zoom in. And the last one, let's call this AI dub or something. And then we use the microphone. So just wanted to show you, Okay, that icon doesn't exist. Let's use font awesome in that case. Okay, here we go. So now we would have this nice scrollable area at the bottom. You can style all of these however you like. Most important is that we have the onShow script modal. So that called the onShow caption controls, and the first one called onGenerate captions. Great. That's a good start for our captions UI. So we can dive into any project after a loading time. We could probably show some sort of loading fallback here, but we can definitely see, oh, is this file not uploaded? Oh, it works. It works. Okay. So now it works. We have the player, we have the controls, and we can continue with the captions. Now we're adding some cool AI functionality to our application, and we're gonna use ElevenLabs for that. So I was really happy when ElevenLabs reached out to sponsor this video because I've used ElevenLabs myself for some of my applications in the past. They offer really some of the best in class tooling, especially around text to speech, speech to text, and also the voice cloning. I actually made a voice clone of myself, which was kind of scary. So there's really a lot you can do with ElevenLabs. And the greatest thing is they have a really cool API that you can use. And in the future, I actually also want to use something like the conversational AI. I know Thor made some demos on X already about this using Expo DOM components and then dropping this into the mix. Really, there's so much you can do with ElevenLabs, and usually it's regarded as the best in class tooling for anything related to speech to text, text to speech, voice cloning. Even like my good old Andrew Huberman is mentioned here on this page. I didn't know he was using it, but back to the topic. What we want to do is we have a video, we have an audio file. We will send this video file to ElevenLabs. So we're going to use speech to text through the API, which will convert this for us into chunks of the words and even the timestamps of those words. That means then we already have like the endpoint. Yeah, it should be like something like convert, probably speech to text conversion. And the result should look somewhat like this. Let's zoom in a bit. So we're getting back what is actually said in the video, which is pretty cool as well. But then also an array of words where they start and end. So we will use that information in our Convex database to display the captions on the video. Now, if you're smart, you already think, oh, that also means we somehow need to update our project. Bingo, that's correct. So, a couple of things that we need to do in here. Maybe you can get started by signing up for ElevenLabs. Use the link below this video. It is free to sign up, and then you can grab your own API key somewhere. Should be somewhere, I guess, in your workspace. Yeah, like here under API keys. Let's create one. Let's call this one. Yeah, I like these names. I just love these names. Let's create that one. Copy to clipboard. And then I want to set the variable to convex. And we can call the, which do we have to set? We should probably set the, what is it? The ElevenLabs key, right? How did I use this before? Let's check it out. We can probably, you can also do this with a Convex UI, but I definitely want to make it with a CLI. That's cooler. We're cool kids. We need to do this here. So let's probably call Bunix Convex set. And I will call this ElevenLabs API key, and then follow this up with my key. ElevenLabs API key. Let's see. Oh no, that's not the right way to use it. Dev import env. Oh, I have to say env, right? Bunix convex env set. Yeah, that worked. Can I also get like my whole env? Bunix convex env get? I don't know. I just want to have like the list or something. List, yeah, of course it's list. So here we go. Okay, I only have the convex, that's fine, but it's set. We can definitely say it's set. Now, as I said, we also want to store this in our database, which means we have to apply some changes to the schema. And this will be a bit more complicated because we kind of want to validate the settings correctly. Let's see what we got so far. For the project table, we have the language, we have the status. We might also have at some point a script, so probably do you want to include that now as well? I don't know. Let's start. We want to have captions. This can be optional because, well, in the beginning we don't have any captions, but it will be an array. And now we can use our own validator for that. So let's validate this. And I made this one up here based on what I got here. So let's close this one again. Can I go back to where we were like 5 minutes ago? If we go to the API quick start, actually not the quick start, actually speech to text. Maybe, yeah, developer tutorial sounds great. So we have the ElevenLabs. We definitely also want to install ElevenLabs. Oh, good point. Bun install ElevenLabs. That's the cool package we can use. And then I can, by the way, also run bunix convex dev again. Bunix convex dev again. Should bring it up. And then here's actually a nice example of how this works in our application. But again, you have seen the result from the API, which look like this. We have text start, and in there speaker ID is not really relevant, and type also. But all of this was now included in my caption segment validator. So we have text, start, and type, speaker. So everything is actually included in there that's possible. And then we also have characters. I don't know if I saw characters before, but somehow this was included for my validation. Now we can use this down here to validate the captions. And as well, we want to have some caption settings. So let's call this one caption settings. This will be somewhat similar. It's going to be optional as well. But in our application, we want to be able to say, okay, the captions should be up here, or here, or here, and they should be green, or white, or blue, and maybe also the size of a caption. So therefore, let's add a second validation here, and we're going to call this caption settings validator. This is going to be an object, and we're going to have font size, as I said. I want to have the position. This is going to be a union, and it could be top, could be bottom, or it could also be, let's say, middle. Okay, here we go. Let's change this one to middle, and then we probably also have the color. You can also go crazy and do anything else you want, but we're going to keep it like this. So then for my caption settings, we use the caption settings validator. Do we already? Yeah, we had the status. While we're here, do we want to update this? Actually, I think let's do it later. But we probably, do we have an error included? Let's add that as well. So if something goes wrong, we can also just store it as an error here in our table. Good, that's a good update. Now, what we need as well is a new file for our convex interaction. Let's do this in our ElevenLabs integration, ElevenLabs.ts. In our ElevenLabs file, as we saw in the documentation a second ago, we want to grab the ElevenLabs client from ElevenLabs. I don't need to play here. And is Convex running? Yes, it is. So the interesting thing is that I assume, hello, did it just remove my import? Oh, because I wasn't using it. Yeah, of course. Of course. As always, it removed my import. Thanks for that. So now we're using it. We're using it with the process env ElevenLabs API key. And we can also export our first action, because this is something we call as an action. So this will be called process video. And it will be an action. So action from generated server. As the arguments, in this case, we're going to pass in the project ID. So let's import this one. Actually, not the project ID. This should be better. We're better off by just using the video ID, which will reference to storage. And then we do something in here. Now, this is pretty much what we need to call from our front end. We also need to update our project. So we don't want to get started. You could do either, it doesn't really matter too much, but this is the starting point for our ElevenLabs file. Maybe let's head over to the projects, because in projects, when we start the conversion, that's probably how it's called, we need to do a few things. So as I said, it's gonna be somewhat challenging now. Let's do a function in our Expo application. And I know this is hard to follow. We're jumping around some files, but here we go. It is a challenging functionality after all. Handle generate captions. Let's quickly attach this to the right button down here. So that should be in there. And in handle generate captions, what we do is, if we don't have a project I want to return, then I want to start a try catch block, error, and a finally block. So finally we're going to set is generating to false back. Now, in terms of the steps, I first want to update the project to processing. Then I want to get call the ElevenLabs API to generate the captions, right? Then I want to update the project with the captions, and that's pretty much it. So we have these 3 steps. And for updating the project, we don't have a functionality yet, as far as I know. So let's do one in the projects file here. Export const update. This is a mutation. And in that mutation, let's see, I don't want that. We actually need a bunch of arguments, because we're potentially updating a lot of things. And here is my handler. And can we close this to make sure? Yep, now it works. Okay, so let me bring in the arguments, because this is actually quite a long list of potential things. Of course, we have the project ID, the project name that we might be changing, the status. We have an error, we have a potential language, and we have our captions, which we saw how they should look. Could I actually use my validator in here, my object? That's a good question. I don't know if that is a good idea or a bad idea. Could I change this to... if I edit the import, will you be happy? Not really, right? You're not really happy. Yeah, let's stick with this. Let's not export this, and let's keep it like it is. Okay, so we're gonna keep it like this. No problem, you can just copy it in from the schema file, and then it should work as well. For the handler, what do we want to do? I want to get the ID, and then let's call the rest of that stuff updates from the arguments. Oh, that was an interesting one as well. I now want to check if this actually exists. So is this existing? Let's call await database get ID. If it doesn't exist, let's throw an error. Otherwise, I want to check if captions are included in the update. So if updates.captions is set, I want to set my status to ready. So updates.status equals ready. Because when there are captions included, it means we have generated captions before and the project is ready to be worked on. Otherwise, it's still in the processing state. Then we can call our final function, return await context database patch. I want to use update. I want to use my updates, and actually I want to also update the last updates key. All right, just like this. Okay, great. That should be a good one. Where do we want to continue? Let's maybe put that into use right before we forgot about it. So we have to go back to our ID page and update the project. So we can call await update project, and I want to use it in a cool way. So const update project equals use mutation. Is it a mutation? Yeah, it is. And then go down back here, await update project with my ID and the processing state. Now, the project is processing. Let's get the video ID, which we can get from project.videoFileID. And now it's time to call the process video function from the ElevenLabs file. So again, const process video use mutation from API.elevenlabs.process. Why are you not happy with this? Okay, I used lower case. Is that a problem? I don't think so. Should be fine. And process video. Why are you not happy about this? Because this is an action, right? We should also use action in that case from Convex. But here we go. Now we can go back and call process video with my video ID. Once this process is done, we should be able to again call update project with project ID, status, hopefully ready, and the captions should be result.words. We don't really have that yet because this one is not resulting in anything, but this is hopefully how it looks. By the way, if we retrieve or if we get back an error, let's also say this has failed for whatever reasons. And then we can do, I think we can check if error is instance of error, we can use the message or otherwise an unknown error. Good. Okay, so with all of this in place, let's head back to ElevenLabs and implement this. So we're getting the video file ID to Convex and we need to pass that to ElevenLabs. However, we also need to do this in the right kind of way. So first, what we want to do is, can we please snooze this? We want to get the file by using await context storage get URL for args. Can we just destructure this? Let's use the video file. It should be fine. Okay, here we go. If we don't have a file, we have a problem, and we should probably immediately throw a new error. Something like file not found in storage. Actually, we can also use the full space here because right now we're not working on the UI. That makes sense, Simon. You could have done this like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I'm not perfect. Okay, so const response here is first of all getting the file. This it's not related to ElevenLabs. This is just using fetch with our own file. And then we can get the video blob by using new blob. And now I have to be a bit careful. So we're gonna do await response dot array buffer. So this is my blob data. And for the type, I will set this to video MP4. Let's close this. Let's see, if I log this out, this should in theory work. Let's see, we're preparing my functions, we're doing something. If I click generate, yeah, we do. Okay, this is good news. This is good news because now we even get that log that we have a blob size of something. So that means our conversion was okay so far. With this video blob, we're now hitting the ElevenLabs API. So let's say const result equals await client dot speech to text. We're gonna add this, and we want to call the only function, which is convert. Our file here is the video blob file we just created. And now we need two more things. We need the model ID. So the model ID in this case, I think the latest should be Scribe version 1. Check it out if there are any other new models. There's also the E11 multilingual. There are different models that you can use, but this Scribe one I used should be fine. You can also change the output format, but I actually don't want to do this. Oh, by the way, this is text to speech, right? Why are we in the text to speech? We should be in speech to text. Speech to text model supported languages. Is there, or where is the developer integrate? Then I'm back to this, right? Then I'm speech to convert speech to text. Yeah. File ID, model to use for now, only scribe version 1. Actually, scribe version 1 is only supported. Tech audio events like laughter or applause. No, don't really need this. Language, I will just set this to English. Okay, and diarize, whether to annotate who is speaking. You can do this, but in my case, I'm the only one speaking, so this should be fine. And this should actually return a nice transcription. We can also call this transcription. Now let's call it result. Okay. Do I want to put out a little log? I mean, the log, it will look kind of ugly. So let's try. If I hit save here and do a little log of the result. Interesting. I wonder, let's see if it works. We can go here and we can now call generate, and after some time it should hopefully log out. We should probably should have added some logs here or there, like here before convert, and then we call it, and then we call the result. Actually, we could also try this from here. I just would have to know what my video ID is. Do we have that video ID somewhere? Here is the video ID. It's called generate once. Oh, here we go. It just took a moment, but door closing, chair moving. Okay, this is actually the project which doesn't really have any sound in it. I should use the one where I was talking to the camera. So in this one, if I hit generate, yep, we get a super long list of other stuff. Where does it begin? I want to choose, I'm in the wrong log. Here it should be the log of, yep, I can already see some words in there, but let's see, this is my video ID. Can I trigger this from here? I should be able to call this right from the browser. So if you want to test Convex, that's a pretty cool way. I can just put in my video ID and run that action. Okay, and here we go. All right, my text of that video, which is actually correct. This is an epic AI Captions Editor with Convex, ElevenLabs, Clerk, Sentry, and all the best-in-class tools. Additionally, we have the words array. This space is an epic AI Captions Editor. And you see all the words are here exactly with their numbers. So we just need to apply some little conversion and magic to make the result better for our application. So I use this little transformation block here, which pretty much transforms and checks. If the word type is not an audio event, we don't really need this. So anything that's like type spacing here, we don't really need this right now. Then I want to use the text, the word start, the word end, the type, which is, I mean, it should be word anyway, so we probably wouldn't really need this. And the speaker ID isn't really set, so we don't have to do this. And this should, for the type, I mean, are we actually using the type in our project? Did we add this to the schema? Not really. We have the, yeah, we do have word spacing audio events, so probably let's keep it. Okay, with that in place, it's just a simple return statement. So let's return the transformed words, and I will also return the language code, which is the result.language code. This will be required for our database so we can update it correctly. Now, this comes back to our React Native application, pretty much here, the result. We should also see this now. We have words and we have language. That means we can finally update this accordingly. Let's maybe log the result. For the captions, I want to use result words. For the language, I want to use result language code. Didn't I have language code in there? Yeah, I didn't hit save. Words. Okay, maybe let's use language code as well. That looks a bit better. Okay, let's hit save. And you're mad about captions here. Result.words. It's not about property speaker. It's actually really missing the speaker ID. Okay. Now you're happy, huh? Yeah, okay. So now we also have the speaker ID. It won't hurt. Okay, I think we're very ready. So right now, if I look into my project, let's close the functions. We have no captions here. Let's generate them. So we're generating them through ElevenLabs, through Convex, and boom, here we go. Speaker 1, this is, it actually used the empty words as well. Why didn't you filter them out? Are there no spacing? I mean, do we really need spacing, I wonder? Word type, I mean, we can just say word equals word. That will probably be better. I want to just save this again. Let's do it again. Did I hit save here? Yes, I did. So let's do generate. And now we have, this is an epic AI captions. So one thing that you could, of course, improve is that we don't have all the words in single elements. You could say that if something is in the range of like 2 or 3 seconds, you could group the text together. That will probably work as well. For now, we will use it like word by word. That would be a little improvement, and I'm pretty sure that AI could figure this out. I just don't want to mess up the code too much. Now, as we have generated all these things, we have probably also at this point updated the status. So the one here is failed up there, but this one is now in the ready state. So we can now export this or work on our captions. And after generating the captions in here, is generating, we actually never really saw like an overlay, right? Maybe we should do that quickly. We can now or soonish work on that. But let's do this. If this is generating, and I want to do something like an absolutely position view with a large activity indicator, color white, and probably some text that says generating captions. Will this work? Yeah, that works fine. Nice. By the way, we can duplicate this for like is exporting. And then this is exporting video, and we will later have a third state, but this is enough for the moment. Cool, getting better, gets better all the time. Let's put the captions on the video now. Now we're building out our funny editor by including the ability to change size, position, and color of our caption, and also render them above the video. Before we actually do this in the UI part, let's quickly hop over to our projects again, because we need a way to update the caption settings of a project now. So let's do a new one, update, export const, update caption settings. And I know we could probably do this in like one global mutation up there, but I feel like it's a bit cleaner if we have all these different mutations. This one will have some settings here, and this will be an object. Will be an object with the 3 things we defined. We had font size, position, and color defined in the schema of our database. We then have our handler to get the ID and the settings, and we could probably first do our little security checks. If we don't have the project, we're gonna return project not found. Otherwise, we're gonna update this. Caption settings will be our settings, and let's also update the last update state. Should we return maybe the settings? I mean, well, it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so here we go. Now that we got this, let's also include it here. Update caption settings is going to be a mutation that we can call. Now, as you've seen in this screenshot, we need this little overlay at the bottom. So in order to control that, let's add more state in here. Let's call this one show caption controls. And that will be, of course, false in the beginning. And then we have something like is updating settings. So we have another save state that will be false. And finally, we should also have the general caption settings of a project available. This is now a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get the default captions settings from somewhere. Let's do some components. Let's do two components actually. Let's do captions overlay.tsx. So that will be the area you see above the video. Captions overlay. And in here, I want to define some general settings. So this could be included. We could have a type caption position, top, middle, bottom. We have the general caption settings type with font size, position, and color. And then I want to add some default caption settings. So this will be used for our state as like the initial value. And then down here, we're going to, of course, have the props for the captions overlay. Good. Implementing the captions overlay, yeah, that's another task we have to do in a second. For the moment, let's just use this. So my use state will use the default caption settings. And I will just set the state here to caption settings. Okay, that's it. So now we got our caption settings. Additionally, the project might have its own caption settings. So let's add a little use effect block here. Use effect. If we have the project, and if the project has, we can directly do project.caption settings. If the project has caption settings, I want to update my settings with those. Good. Now we need a function to handle the change of those. So let's do const handle caption settings change. This will be an async function, and we're gonna have new settings. This will be caption settings most likely. Something like this will probably happen. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but we anyway should implement the overlay first. So we do have two overlays now. We do have the captions overlay. Can we put this? Maybe we can already put this somewhere here. Like, where's my video player? Here's the video view. Let's put it here. If the project has captions, in that case, I want to render the captions overlay. I want to include the project captions, the current time, the font size. Okay, this comes straight from the caption settings object. So right now it would probably render, I don't know what it would render. Nothing, but that's not the point. I think it renders something dark down here. This will be, of course, in an absolute position. So it will be somewhere here. Let's do this a bit right while we're here. We can call left 0, right 0, items center, px 2.5 or so. Then we'll render up there. We could then also use the position already. So by the way, that would actually be fun. So let's do this. We can render if, no, actually, because this is top bottom correctly called, we should be able to say something like just getting the position classes. We could define that. So position classes equals an object. If it is top, I want to use something like top 50 pixels, so 50 from the top. If it is middle, then it should be, I don't know, top 250. So this is not perfect, but it should be fine. And translate y 1.5. And finally, we're gonna have, of course, the third one, which would be bottom. That should be, why did you just destroy this one? Why are you doing this to me? Lately, cursor is not my best friend, honestly, not my best friend. And now we can just use it as position classes, position. So right now it's displayed here. The text would then also get class name, text. We have to be careful here because the text can have its own color. So let's just say text center, background, black 50, P2 rounded. So we have like a little overlay. And I want to use a style object in here as well. It's going to be a bit challenging otherwise with NativeWind. So I will say font size and color comes in here. So now we have our captions overlay. Absolute, left 0, right 0, item center. Let's also call justify center for the text. And then we're going to just say something like current captions. We don't have the current caption, right? We need to filter this out from all captions. Yeah, it's not as easy, right? Building your own editor here. Const current caption equals captions. So this is the array of all captions. And I want to find the right caption. So what we can do is we can check if the current time is greater or smaller. Yeah, that should work. And then we just have current caption.text down here. So will this actually work? This is an epic AI Captions Editor with Convex. Well, not too bad, not too bad. So I previously had a slightly different version here, but I need to... Yes, that's mostly good, I think. The only problem is that for once, this view is definitely too big. So let's change this to width 3/4 or something. It's absolutely positioned, right? That is a problem. Could probably do it like this. That looks a bit better. Okay. However, let's restart. It should also kind of only render if we have captions. So if we don't have a current caption, let's return null. Because then, yeah, then we don't have like these empty lines. That's a bit better, I think. Okay, again, not perfect, but it's a good representation. We can always tweak like on the timestamps, on the accuracy of those timestamps, how you display this. And create this object only if we have captions to improve performance, but that's a minor thing. Most importantly, we do have this in place right here with the current time. Actually, this should be just fine. Okay, it's not, it doesn't like it. And we're good. So now we need not only the video controls, but we need the caption controls. Did we add that component already? No, of course, Simon didn't. So let's do it. Caption controls.tsx. The whole point of the caption controls is to offer these colors and changes and pretty much just update the state of our project. That means we're gonna have a little interface here with things we're gonna pass to the caption control, which are the caption settings, which is of the type caption settings. We have probably the state, so is updating settings. Then we can like hide some stuff. And then on caption settings change, that should call the according callback in our ID page. Again, bring all of that in, and then let's include it on our page already. So where is my ID? Here we go. We had the video controls at the bottom. And the other one will only be shown if show caption controls is true. We then have my caption controls. We pass in the caption settings, is updating and handle. Oh, I already added that function. That was a smart move. Nice, nice. Let's add a little lock here so we can say like update that stuff. All right. The caption controls is probably also positioned absolutely. You could also like make a modal. We could have push the bottom sheet. There are tons of ways how you could do this. Let's just follow our theme that we currently use of like absolutely positioning things. absolute bottom, let's actually add something like bottom 24. Left 0, right 0. My background, I want to use the color we had before, or like a variation, 2A, 2A. I want to have a bit more padding. Can we actually see this box? No, we can't really, right? Let's hit save. This sort of should be displayed somewhere. If I click captions, I don't know, if I make like bottom 50, it's not displayed. We're probably not handling the click yet here. Yeah. This one should, of course, call set caption control. Oh, my caption control is now up here, but at least it's displayed. At least it's displayed. That's good. So let's put it back down. Here we go. Now it's in the right place. Left 0, right 0. I want to also make this rounded, only rounded at the top. Can we do this? Rounded top? Yeah, of course we can. And some margin horizontal. Maybe just 2. Yeah, nice little control. What's like looks above it. Okay. How do we hide that stuff actually? Does anyone know? How did I think about this? Should I probably toggle this with the button? Would that be a better idea? Yeah, I think so. So where's my button here? In this case, I want to set this not to true, but to not show caption control. So then I have actually the ability to toggle this. And by the way, this isn't perfect. 50 is also not perfect. What is a valid value here for, can I do 30? Of course I can't. Can I do 28? Yeah, something like this. We have a whole lot of margin here in that bottom bar. I don't know. Okay, this is the beginning. Now let's put in the first view. View, this will be flex row. This will be the size row. So flex row, item center, justify between, maybe some margin bottom of 4. Or we could also just in general say this has a gap of 4. That will make it a bit easier. Okay, let's close the view. This is not how you close a view. This is how you do it. And then let's say, first of all, text. This is the size row. Text should be white. So class name text white, and the second one will be actually a tiny view. So this one, class name, yeah, more or less like this, just a bit different. The middle text is actually correct, so that should be text white something, but this should be caption. Oops, caption. No, please don't do this. Caption settings dot font size, so it renders the font size in the center, and to the left we of course won't have a text but a touchable opacity. Haven't we added that one? Well, we also don't have a closing tag yet. Absolutely not doing what I want to do this editor today. Absolutely not at all. Thank you for nothing. So this will have an ionicons name remove, so we have like this smaller. Okay, looks actually pretty okay-ish. I want to probably add some stuff. So this should be disabled while we're, not when the font size is small. That's also a funny idea, but this one should be disabled when we're updating the settings. On press, I want to call, actually I want to directly like call my on caption settings change, because we directly don't have an update button. This should go straight back to Convex. So therefore in here I will just call on caption settings change, and we call it with everything that the caption settings currently has, and the font size will change to use math.max. So the maximum between 16 and caption settings dot font size. So I did have a little calculation here, because ultimately when we render this stuff, it looks slightly different. Okay, so therefore we have some minor calculations going on here. Now we can just duplicate this for the second button. This one can actually be like 48. That's like the ultimate size, and we can round this up. So I can now increase or decrease this. Yeah, we're not updating the font size in Convex yet, so this won't work completely. But this is the first view. I think we can kind of like copy this now, this whole object with justify between, and just make it for the second block. Let's see. The second block is not size, but position. Okay, position. I can actually show you what I did here, because I did this in a slightly different way. So let's remove the stuff in here. So it just says position so far. And under position, we can have one additional view, which is a flex row. This one just iterates an array with top, middle, and bottom. So we have like these three little controls here for like up, middle, or bottom. Right now, it looks like we're using bottom. On press, again, directly calling on caption settings change, disabled. And then we can use or check for the class name if the settings position is equal to the current iteration element. Then we give it a primary background color like we see here. Otherwise, it has a dark background. And if it's updating, we're going to also change the opacity. We can actually do this as well to the button up here. The problem here is that like things, the classes and everything, it gets so super long. So we'll have to then change this into string literals. And then we would also do this down here. Okay, well, now we got it. So we got position as well included. And the third one is the color. So I just wanted to offer like a couple of default colors. You can, of course, also with the latest version of Expo use Expo UI and the native color picker. I just made this simple iteration about like some primary colors, same as before, disabled, updating the caption settings directly. Just throw in whatever you want for our editor, and then we should be able, yeah, it works correctly. Maybe we could like do some animation here, but yeah, probably not now. I mean, we could have a view and animate the appearance. Let's not do it. Let's not overcomplicate it. So we're actually updating. Let's see. We're probably, if I put, I don't know which of those devices I'm using right now. I have no idea. It's apparently we got lucky and I selected the right one. So here is our current log. Thanks. Now I made it full screen. Okay, font size, something. If I change this to red, we see the color changes, or to blue, and the color changes. If I change it to the center position, it changes to middle. And if I change the font size, it changes to 22. So all the changes are coming through, which means at this point, we just need to pass that information back to Convex so it's actually stored on our captions element. We have the functionality for is to handle the caption change. So let's try. If we're already updating the settings, I want to return so we prevent like multiple actions at once. Then I want to try and set is updating to true, and we can remove this, and finally set updating back to false. Then we want to call my update caption settings function. This is the one we just implemented. Why is this one? So funny. This is like the first time that it's mad about this part. I really wonder, like, I mean, I know why it's the case, but I don't know why it didn't happen before. And I think I said it to you before. You can always just say as ID projects, that usually fixes it. And then we have the new settings here. We can also probably update this. Yeah, let's do a little. No, I don't think we need to do anything here yet. I think we're fine. we want to check that once we're done, we also want to set this to the new settings. That should be fine. So let's try. So I changed this to 26. It disabled shortly. I can set this to middle position and green. If we now go back to Convex, we should see that the caption setting says we're using the text color white, 28 and middle. Let's set this to red, top, red, and 30. Yeah, we're passing everything through. So our caption settings editor is passing all the captions to the right places, to Convex. Let's see, are we actually using those settings? Yeah, we're now using red up there. I can change this to green. I can make the font a bit bigger. I couldn't find any. Oh, what was that one? I probably pressed too many things at once. That was too much for my little application here. Let's go back into it. But playing this should now show the captions green center. If I go up, yeah, if I do red, it will also work. Cool. All right. We're able to display that stuff. So we have the controls for the captions. We can store the result of the caption editing in Convex. And now we kind of only need to export this. But before we talk about the export, which is a topic for itself, let's do one more thing with ElevenLabs, and that is using an actual script to generate some audio. So users of our editor might also want to have like these kind of faceless or headless videos and just put in a text. And that's what we're going to implement now. So in our view, we want to make sure that we can display like a little add script modal, where we can save the script to our project, our Convex project, and we eventually can also select a voice. We're going to go through that part a bit quicker because that one requires more code, and you can find this on GitHub. It's not too special, but more or less this is how it should look like, because there are a bunch of cool voices in ElevenLabs, and whenever you do something with voices, it's usually a good idea to offer your users at least the possibility to use that different voices. But before we do all of that, let's add some more state. What we need now is we need a const. Let's call this one show script modal. Is going to be false. Then we will also have a second one, which is const show voice modal. Again, false in the beginning. Then we have our script. This will be, of course, set to the text input field. And then we have is saving script, just like we had before, a bit of state. On top of that, we might now be in different states. We might be in the is generating audio state. Let's set that to false in the beginning as well. And then we have also our selected voice ID. Set selected voice ID can be a string, or let's say it's always a string. It's just an empty string in the beginning. Okay, we need some updates. We need some updates to the schema, and we need more ElevenLabs functionality. Let's go to the schema first, because this is like the backbone of our application. We have the captions, we have the caption settings. Now we need to think, we do have a script. This could be an optional string. We do have an audio file ID, which references something on our storage. And we will probably at some point also have, while we're now here, let's wrap this up, a generated video file ID referencing this is like the final result. Voice ID, do we need the voice ID in here? I think we will just use the voice ID once, so we don't really need it. So let's keep it like this. Okay, let's go back to the ElevenLabs file, because we need new functionality. One helper action that I will just bring in, is the get voices. Again, super simple action. This calls our client voices search. It returns the pre-made voices. We can then map this to our liking, so we have a nice object, and return this to our view. This will just help with the display of that stuff. Now, how do we actually generate speech? Const generate speech. I combined different things for this one. So what I combined is first, we need, of course, the project ID up here as always, which references projects. And then we do have an optional voice ID. Let's make this optional v.optional string. In my handler, let's first of all get my project. What is your problem? Property database does not exist on generic action. Oh yeah. Right, we don't have access to the database here, so we need to use something like an internal query. This is stuff that's only called internally, so let's add this to the projects. Let's just go down here and add a const get project by ID now as an internal query. This is something we can't call from the client, and this will only be called internally. With that in place, we can go back, and instead of using context database, which isn't working, we can call await context. Oh, now I have two awaits. I wonder what happens when you have two awaits. Context run query, and I want to run, of course, the internal dot projects dot get project by ID. And for the ID, we pass in my arguments dot project ID. This will give us the current project. If we don't have a project, or let's say if the project doesn't have a script, we return an error. Otherwise, we can continue. So first, let's get the voice ID and optionally use a fallback. So either we use this one, or I look this one up here. This is the default voice ID of ElevenLabs. You can go, where can you go? You can go, of course, to your inside area once you're signed up. And here you should be able to, let's make this a bit bigger. We see voices. So here are really a whole lot of voices. You can usually
just as the sailor
try them out.
Once upon a time.
Pretty sure you were able to hear that. There are many user-generated voices. As I said, I should have my own voice as well. Can I select my own voice? I don't know. Maybe I was in a different account before. Let's see. Generate speech. You are not permitted to use instantly clone voice. Please upgrade your subscription. Okay. Maybe that was on a different account. Anyway, it is kind of scary to clone your own voice. I had this for my podcast and videos, so I fed this in. Anyway, the voices here are good. You can create new ones, and we're able to get them. We're already retrieving them with a function, and from there we can use the ID. Again, this is the default. Now, with that in place, we can first of all use text to speech. So this will look like this. Let's bring this in. I just want to use my voice ID, of course, in here. And the text that we get should be, of course, our project script. For the model, we use the multilingual v2. The output format, I just leave this as it is. And then you can also tweak the voice settings if you want to with ElevenLabs. This is just to make sure that it's exactly how you want it. For example, you can set the stability, how stable the voice is, and the randomness between each generation. Similarity boost, how closely the A should I hear to the original voice. I will just set this to a stability of 0.5. Now, after this comes a little conversation. So the first step is to create something, a buffer of chunks. So this is going to be a buffer array, and this will be empty initially. Then we can say for await, because this might take some time, const of, let's call this audio response, so we're not getting confused. For chunk of audio response, we want to push this to my chunks and create a buffer object. Then, I'm sorry that this is a bit more complicated, but we have to do some conversion, and the good thing is we can do this here on the Convex side without any problems. So now we can create our audio buffer using buffer concat chunks. So it puts together all the chunks we have. And finally, we can create an audio blob, which is usually a lot better to work with, using new blob with the audio buffer made from the chunks and the type audio MP3. Now we can store this audio file to our context. So context, storage, store the audio blob. This will upload the file to Convex store. And then we can do something more. Because at this point we have generated the audio, but remember that we still also want to display the captions. So now we can do the same thing as we did before. So we can generate the captions from this audio file using speech to text. So we're combining first text to speech and now speech to text. Because our text is of course just a script, and with ElevenLabs we can transform it into a script that actually has the speech marks in the right places for our caption editor. Also, we should probably copy this one. So based on my result here, we want to go through this, and now we got this. Now, at this point, previously we returned this to the front end. However, we can also just update our project. But remember, we don't have access to the database here because this is an action, which can be called from the outside. So we need to do an internal update. I made a simple internal mutation that we can add to the project, which is pretty much like before. So this is update project by ID, but it's now an internal mutation instead of what we used from the client side. We had previously just a mutation. So our internal mutation takes in ID, video file ID, nothing too crazy, pretty much a subset of what we already had on update, and then it patches the according project in our database with those settings. And with this internal mutation in place, we can go back to our ElevenLabs file and run that. So await context run mutation, and this will use now internal projects, update project by ID. We have the project ID. We should have the audio file ID. We have my transformed words, and we have the language code as well. So everything pretty much in place. To the front end, I think the most interesting part is the audio file. So let's return to the front end, context.storage, get URL for our audio file, because then we will be able in the front end to actually immediately play that audio. Good. We have all the backend functionality here in place in our file. So let's close this. We don't need caption controls. But what we need in the ID page is to actually show the script modal and later also play the audio stuff. But we can do the audio stuff later. Let's go down. Where do we want to place the modal? We have the show caption control. Let's put it here. So let's say script modal. Let's just do something traditional. Let's use a React Native modal. There's a time and a place for a good old modal, so let's do it. We are sliding that modal in. It will be transparent. Actually, transparent should be true. And it will be visible when show script modal is set. On request close, I wanna, of course, close this one. And because we're putting in some text in that modal, I wanna wrap the whole fun with the keyboard avoiding view from React Native. This is not the best one. Usually there are better ways, or maybe also more complicated ways to handle the keyboard. In our case, it should actually be enough. Set the behavior like this, and then wrap your keyboard avoiding view around the view inside. Also give it the flex one. We don't really need anything else. Good. Let's see. If I click on script, nothing happens because we need to attach the action here. So this one should set show script modal. Actually, let's do the trick from before, notch script modal. Ta-da! It comes up, and okay, I can't close it because it's full screen. It has a transparent background, so we need to style it a bit more. Let's do this. The view here should be flex 1 and justify end. We just want to put this down here. Then let's do another view inside of that. View class name. This one will have the background. So something like we had before, A1, A1, A1. Close this out, and this should also have a rounded border at the top, rounded top XL, as well as some padding. And I want to specifically set the height to half of the page. So this is how it looks now. Good. Again, it's not the perfect model. You could probably use the bottom sheet model. I just wanted to have an easy way to have this on our page. But let's continue. So first of all, in that view, I want to put a little, we don't need that. Oops, no. That's a problem when your files get too long and then you're zoomed in so much. Like you go here and you press one wrong key and here you go. So I want to make this one quite easy. This is just a text and a touchable, so we can finally close this. All right, did it. In fact, I don't know. Do I like that color? No, I don't like it. It should be like this. Yeah, that's more fitting. Okay, good. Not the best one, but I wanted to use something else. Not all the time the latest and greatest. Sometimes a good old modal just gets the job done, honestly. Let's put in a text input. This will be for our script. And of course, we want to have a slightly different background color here. So let's set the background of this one to 2A. Rounded. Yeah, rounded XL. That looks pretty good. I just want this one probably to be a bit bigger. So let's set it to 60% of that view. That looks good. Only problem is that my text is in the center. Why is my text in the center? Let's see. First of all, let's set multi-line to true. That already solves that problem. Placeholder, enter your script. That's okay. We can also change the placeholder text color to like something a bit darker. Yeah, that looks better. Multi-line. The value is now my script, and on change, I want to, of course, call set script. And I think sometimes there's a problem with the text vertical alignment, so let's do it like this. Look at I found a text that I always use, and I wanted to use that as well. I think we don't have the save functionality yet, so this one should be added. Thanks for that message. Okay, after the text input, let's do another view. Remember, we wanted to have two buttons at the bottom. So let's use a flex row and some gap between them. The first one will be a touchable opacity. And that touchable opacity should call on press the save function. So the text should be saying, if we are currently saving the script, it should say saving and otherwise save. And it should definitely look different. So actually it's okay-ish. Let's do flex 1. Yeah, we're gonna have a second one anyway, so then it will ease out. Now we would have 2. My text here will be text white, and then something like text center. And my semi-bold font. Okay, save. Good, looks good. Maybe we're gonna add some more general padding to this one. Where is it? The touch. What if I go for this one? It's a slightly bigger button. Should be okay as well. Okay, for the touchable opacity, we of course have an on-press event. That's the most important piece here. We could do another function, but let's just do it in here. Let's just call our, it's the standard flow. So you're gonna say set saving script to true. then we save our script, and then eventually we set it back to false. So finally set saving script is false. This will call await update project script. We don't have that one yet, right? This is, oh, did we forget about one? I thought we were done with the backend. Apparently we're not. Update project script. Where is the update project script? Actually, this should be update script. No, we don't have update script yet. That's a pity. Update script. Well, let's do this. So pretty easy in our Convex file. Const update project script. It's gonna be a mutation. It receives the project ID and the script, and the handler will simply update our script, set the last date. And as always, we're gonna check if the project exists, and otherwise throw a little error here. It doesn't really matter what we return at this point, honestly. But here we go, update project script. Now we just need to hook this up where we had all our Convex integration at the top. So somewhere here probably. Const update project script using our update project script mutation. Good. In the case of an error, we will, I don't know what we're gonna do in the case of an error. We can probably like do an alert, but I mean, it shouldn't happen, right? It should work. Now, I wanna bring in my script. Let's see, if I have a script like this, look at my horse is amazing. And then I hit save. It shortly said saving. And I hope that, yeah, here we go. Look at my horse is amazing. Yes, it's in here. So by the way, if you know that, look at my horse is amazing, it probably tells me that you're quite old, just as me already. I'm 35, by the way. Younger generation probably don't know this anymore, but it was really great for a good time. Look it up, look at my horse is amazing. Anyway, we have the save button. My text input could also use some margin bottom, I just noticed, to place the buttons there. Okay, yeah, fine. And the second button should actually not do what it's currently doing, but it should trigger my voice modal. So let's replace this one with a slightly different button. Come on, here we go. So this one called set show script modal. So we're closing our modal first, and then we show the voice modal. I found that there's like, we need a little gap, because if you're using the React Native modal, it won't work as good. So probably if you feel good, you could change this to Expo Router and Modals and bottom sheets. If you don't know how to do this, check out on galaxies.dev. We have several courses on Expo Router. Also in 0 to Hero. Now, with all of that in place, we need some more state. We have is exporting, is generating. We now also have is generating audio. So in that case, we can say generating, I mean, it's also kind of generating captions, but it's also generating audio. And we need our voice modal. Now, as I said, I don't want to go into this because we could do this with a default voice. So I want to bring in the voice selection modal. You can find this on GitHub. No, I don't want to use Expo AV actually. Why is Expo AV used in here? That's a pity. That means we might have to change this. It's actually really using this one. That hurts. That hurts my feelings. So maybe we're not gonna use the select voice modal. Now let me fix this. All right, that was a fun update. Again, for you, no change. But in our case, we should now be able to use this and
you gotta be careful if you don't know where you're going.
I believe that we
preview.
If you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got.
The cool thing is they actually,
to
like, these voice clones sound really, really great. You can do a whole lot with them. And these are just the pre-made ones. You could create your own ones with ElevenLabs if you wanted to. So now with that voice selection modal, we are able to select a voice. we would be able then to generate my speech. This is where we left off, I guess. So this is set generating audio to true. We can then do const audio URL equals await generate speech. We of course can't use this directly from ElevenLabs. We should add this to our list here as well. So const generate speech uses the use action that we implemented a minute ago. And what we need to pass to it are the project ID. So this is my project ID and the voice ID. The voice ID might be set or might not be set. So let's do either voice ID or selected voice ID if it came before. Let's do fallback or undefined. So I don't want to have like something strange going on in there. Now, at this point, we will hopefully get back an audio URL. If that is the case, if we do get back an audio URL, what I want to do is I want to play that. And we actually haven't set up our audio player yet, at least as far as I know. So let's add the player. We should structure this at the top. I know it's a bit scrolling around, but that would be cleaner here. So let's set up a new player. Actually, we can't do the player here. Where do we got this one? Where's my audio player? Let's do const audio player equals use audio player. So the hook from the Expo audio package. And for the beginning, we're gonna send the audio file URL. Just like before, we need to query that. So let's get the audio file URL in this case by using use query get file URL, but now using the audio file ID. And the ID is project.audio file ID. Then we can pass this into my audio player or null as a fallback here. And then everyone should be happy. So now we're creating this instance of the audio player, but we also need to control it. I do have another use effect. I don't know if I want to place it at the top or at the bottom. I think I want to have it up here. I usually like to have them here. So if we are playing our video, if is playing, and we do have an audio player and a video player. In that case, we want to check if audio player is set, and player is set. What we basically want to do is, in the case of this, we're playing a video and we're aligning the audio to that video. So we kind of started at the same time. So if all of this exists in here, we can say if is playing currently, then we want to call player.muted. So we want to mute the actual video that plays because there's like some sort of background noise. And I want to play my own audio instead. Otherwise, I want to call audio player pause because in that case, the video is not playing and we don't need to play this as well. Additionally, at this point, I want to set the player.current time to the audio player current time so they are aligned. Okay, so if we now have a script, we're able to send it to ElevenLabs. We're getting back the text with the captions. We're also getting back with a voice ID, a voice, and we're playing it in here. Now let's finally take a look at the onGenerate speech again, because this is where we had our audio URL finally, right here. In that case, I want to check if we do have a player instance, it's time to call player current time equals 0 and player.play. So then we are pretty much restarting the video, and when we're restarting the video, our audio should hopefully play as well. At least that's my dream. By the way, when we're done, I want to also call set show script modal to false. Alrighty, let's give this a try. here is my project. We actually, I think we had the script before. No problem. Let's just copy this over. So I had my script here. I paste this in. I want to hit save first and make sure it's actually saved. That reminds me that our project script is not loading correctly. We should add a quick use effect for that. Because you see, if I go back and come back, the script is not populated. So let's say use effect using project.script. We can move this up later. If we have a project.script, in that case, I want to set my script. Here we go. Now it displays. Perfect. For the voice, I don't really care.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah, let's use Rachel. Sounds good. So I will select Rachel. It's now generating the audio. And okay, generate speech failed. That's good. Because then we have something to debug. Why did it fail? Buffer is not defined. Is that so? So we got some debugging to do. In generate speech, we should probably log out the response we had at this point, the audio response. Then we have chunks. Buffer is not defined. I think I know what's the problem. So sometimes if you run like node specific stuff in Convex, you can mark this whole file as using a node environment. And I think therefore buffer is currently missing. So what you can do is you can just say use node at the top. So just like use server, use client, and all that fancy stuff that you know from React. You can now say use node. And when we do use node, I think that the buffer problem should probably be gone. Let's just try it again. Oh no, we're still logging? No, we're not logging. Okay, let's do this. This is my script. Select the voice. I will do like the second one, Drew. We're not seeing. Yes.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Give it a lick. It tastes just like raisins. Have a stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane. And then it turns...
All right, what just happened? Well, everything that we wanted just happened. So going through that function, we got that result here, the response. We can probably look up the exact invocation. That would be interesting. So the generate speech here was called, if I look at the latest logs, we see the generate speech. Okay, we got the readable stream. I should probably also log out the captions, but the captions should be stored under data now anyway. So if I go back to data, caption settings, this is the script. Where are the captions? Here we go. Look at my horse. We're kind of not rendering all the words. So somewhere in our caption overlay, I think I took the wrong turn, because we actually do have all the captions in here. This might be related to the specific timestamp that we use and the current timestamp we use from the project. Now, if we were to change this, so if I was to use my old logic and not use the current time stuff we had in here, and instead use the current time implementation that I previously wanted to do, if we're doing it like this, I feel like it might be more aligned. Let's see.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
Yeah.
Give it a lick. It tastes just like raisins.
Yeah,
Have
a whole lot better. A whole lot better. So the update change here wasn't really working great the whole time. So with this interval, we're a lot closer to the actual timestamps, and we can render the correct all the words, the chunks that we get from ElevenLabs. Good. Again, all of this played out really nicely, and I hope you enjoyed this, because we can now use whatever kind of voice ID, pass this to ElevenLabs, convert this first into speech. which we're hearing here. And then we're also converting this into a text with chunks so we can align this on our video to the right timestamps. Not the most easiest one. This is definitely probably, I think pretty sure, the most challenging clone we had so far. But all the essential functionality is in here. And now you're screaming because, Simon, there's still something missing. And I know, let's finally talk how we can export our great videos. Now the final missing piece you've been probably waiting on is how do we actually export this video? And honestly, I wasn't sure about this as well until I implemented it. So our idea is that we want to export this video. By the way, it shouldn't say edit, it should actually say export. That's the right word up here. And can we get that correctly? Yeah, here we go. And on press, we already call on export video. Now, guess what? We need a new function in Convex. So let's actually do this in its own file. We're gonna call this export video.ts. What we need to do in this export video file is I think what I recommend you do is use FFmpeg to pretty much burn in the captions with their specified settings into the video, create a video with these burnt in captions, and then return this to our app. Now, the problem is you can use, and you can say use node up here. However, that doesn't mean that FFmpeg is installed in that node environment. And so what I ended up doing is creating a tiny little microservice. And you can find this microservice here in the repository. And I recommend you check that out and you run bun install and then bun run dev or start, whatever you want. Taking a look at that microservice, for the package.json we're using Fluent FFmpeg, which makes it easier to work with FFmpeg. And I'm running this now locally. This runs on port, I think, I don't know where it runs, localhost 3 something. So I want to set this to the right URL. And I think I want to use ngrok because we're doing this. Oh, this is challenging, huh? Right. So we're calling this from our Convex instance, we're calling the microservice, which runs locally. You can probably also host this now somewhere, of course. But to make it accessible, we need to run ngrok. So let's do this, ngrok. This always helps. You can, of course, use something else, but I feel this works pretty good. HTTP, and then we want to forward HTTP localhost 3k1. This should give us an endpoint here. And I want to use this endpoint, so I will keep ngrok open, of course. And let's maybe use a bit more space here. So I want to, you see my server is running on port 3k1. I want to now set this to Convex again. So let's say bunix convex env set, and we're gonna call this microservice URL. And I want to use the URL from ngrok /transcode. That's actually the endpoint for the microservice URL. That should set my new env value, and of course in reality you would point to your hosted version of that microservice. Now again, that microservice is a pretty easy application. The only thing interesting is this transcode file. Now what you see here, it replicates pretty much what we already used, so our settings. And we don't want to go into all the details because this is not an FFmpeg tutorial. And it is quite challenging what is going on here. It's pretty much, here is the implementation of the post route. It takes all this information. Then it creates the right output command using, also including the audio URL if it exists, using the caption settings, aligning them, creating the right settings here with the styling, pretty much trying as many things as possible. It's not entirely like the caption we see in this video. So there's a tiny little mismatch, but I think it's actually pretty good in the results that you can get. Then finally, it runs the command from ffmpeg, and once we're done, it will send this file back to whoever called this function. So with that in place, we can implement our functionality in export video in our Convex backend. So this would be const generate captioned video. That's going to be an action. As arguments, we have only the project ID, and we will simply grab everything else that we need from there. Because this is an action, once again, we need to get our project slightly differently. So we can call convex run query, a context, not convex, run query API get project by ID using our ID. Cannot find API. Yeah, let's bring in. Didn't we implement that like a couple of minutes ago? Get project by ID. Oh yeah, we have the good old as ID projects thing again. Oh no, it's apparently not. Sorry, that one's on me. This should have been internal, not API. So we don't need API. We need internal, of course, because that was an internal query. And then we also don't need this funny part here. If we don't have a project, let's throw something. We can also do another check. If we don't have captions, then we should probably also don't render this. Okay, yes, we're gonna do that in a second, but for the moment, we first of all need the video URL. We can get this from context, run query, internal.projects. We don't have that one yet, right? So we need one more helper function in projects. Let's go to the bottom and add get file URL by ID. I thought we had that kinda, but apparently get file. I mean, we've called this get file URL. Isn't that exactly the same? I think this is exactly the same. So let's, but this is, let's see it again. This is an internal query and that was the public query. Yeah, so this is now our internal query. That works better. Get video file, get file URL by ID. And the ID is my project.video file ID. If we don't have that, let's return another error, really making safe that we're secure here. Now, we also need to handle the audio in case it exists. So in case we do have an audio file, it might be a string or undefined. If the project has an audio file ID, I want to get the audio URL, once again using get file by ID now with the audio file ID. And if we have an audio URL, we're gonna set this to audio. Now the funny thing begins. Now I want to actually try catch this. So what we want to try catch is, of course, making a request to the microservice that we just implemented. Let's add some error here in case something goes wrong. We are making a post request to my microservice URL. Because I had transcode in the URL, we don't need that anymore. We're using headers, content type, application JSON, just like it was in there. Can you just code complete this, please? Right, we have content type, application JSON. For the body, we stringify our inputs, and then we need to be careful because the microservice expects this in a specific format. Let's check this out. So we have the request. This is pretty much how it tries to destructure the whole fun. Okay, so that means we have an input URL, which is my video URL. We have an output format, should be MP4 because we want an image. Captions are my project captions. Caption settings are my project settings. Now, one thing I found in here is that we need to supply this slightly different. Let's do it like this. So we're gonna do everything from project, but for the font size, I actually increase the font size by like, or I decreased it. Otherwise, I ran into some issues with FFmpeg. You could probably change this on the FFmpeg side. And we have the audio URL. Now, if my response isn't okay, then we're gonna throw an error. And otherwise, the funny conversion starts again. So in this case, I wanna do video buffer equals await response dot array buffer. So we're first converting it into an array buffer. Then I will grab the storage ID by running storage.store. This didn't work. You have to do a new blob, just like we did before, with our video buffer array. And the type here is, let's see, store. We don't have to set it, but I think we should do it. Let's set the type to video MP4. Then we can run our internal mutation once again to update the project. And we need to add the generated video file ID. So this is the glorious endpoint of our application. It writes the generated storage URL to our project settings. And then we can finally get the URL using get URL and return that. Yes, this is what we want. Perfect. This is a perfect function. This should do everything that we want on the Convex side. And now we just need to include this in our page. So what was it called? It's called generate captioned video. Let's go. Did I add like generate captioned video? Let's make this correct. Then to this point, go and add export video equals use action API export video generate caption video. With that in place, have we already added the, yes, we do have it. Okay, so if we don't have a project, let's return, but honestly that shouldn't happen, right? But I still want to like make sure we have some error handling in place. Here we go, and this is set exporting, and guess what? Finally, we're setting it to false. Great. So now we can begin. Let's get let's get the result first. Const result equals await export video with my project ID. This function does everything else, right? It just handles the whole stuff. But what we now need is, after this, I would like to write this to my media library. So let's follow this up right now and import the media library. Can you just, yes, import that as Expo Media Library, and then we go back to our export video. Because if we have a result here, I want to check after that line that we have the right permissions. So let's first now grab the media library permission by calling request permission async. And if it's not granted, we could probably even do this up front, because otherwise we can't write to the user files. Might make sense to do it in here. Have we set up anything in our app.json? I really hope, because I don't want to do a reload now. Yes, we have a setting, a config plugin here in Expo for Expo Media Library. Nice. Good. Simon from the future was well aware of that problem. Okie dokie. If we got a result, let's grab the file URI to our local system. So let's implement the file system and call, we don't have the file system yet, right? Okay, import star as file system. No problem. I would like to jump back to this. There must be some sort of shortcut to do this. I just don't know how to. Okay, file system dot download async. No, actually document directory. We wanted first to create a path. So let's call this exported video. I would like to include sort of the time here. So exported video. And then we do something like new date dot get time. Okay, and then we close this one. Okay. Once we got this, we can download our file. We can call download async, and I want to keep track of this. So download result equals await file system download async, and I want to download the. Stop doing this to me. I want to download the result from our call up here. Remember, this returns our URI to the file URI, which is our local place. Now, if this is successful, which means we have downloaded the file from Convex to our local device. So if the download result dot status is equal to 200, in that case, we can continue. And we can now create an asset in our media library. So that will help us to put that file in there. We can now, by the way, also clean up our file system URI because we don't need that anymore. We've now created that asset. And finally, as the last missing step, let's present a little alert. Something like this. Video exported successfully. Let's say as a question, would you like to view it? And then we can have another button, view in library. And this one is a bit challenging, actually. Yeah, nothing in this build isn't challenging. So if we press view in library, what should happen? Well, we should go into the right library, but it should also create an album and put it in there. I think that would be cool. So let's create an album. Can you please stop this now for the rest? Await media library dot get album async. Let's call this Caption Editor. Okay, that is the name of the album. If we don't have that album yet, we can create it calling the media library dot create album async. You can call this, of course, Caption Editor. We're going to place inside a first asset, which is the one we just created up here. And then as the third argument, copy asset false. Let's say false. Good. In the other case that the album already exists, we can place it inside. So we can call add asset to album async. This has to be an array, or it can just be one. Okay, that's cool. So let's put in the asset, the album name, and I don't want to copy this. Good. And finally, we can call the linking package await linking. So from React Native to open the native application, open URL, and I think at least for iOS, this should be photos redirect with 2 slashes. Okay, I think we got this. So we're calling this, we're getting a result here. We're downloading it, maybe putting out a little log here. And then let's see. So I don't know if we actually, for this one, we do have the captions, right? Okay, so this should be like red captions at the top or something. I actually want to have them green. I feel that looks better. Good. No script, no, I don't want that. So let's hit the export and let's pray for the best. I don't know. We're trying to like many things. We're trying to call the microservice. We're doing a bunch of things here. So let's just give it a try. We're exporting. I see in Grok that I actually got a post request to my microservice. I think I haven't added any logs in the microservice. We did get back an on export video. My microservice also said it's done. We're seeing a lot of good indicators. I think I just forget to set, okay, video export, would you like to? Absolutely, I would love to see it. So this could probably Caption Editor. Oh, my goodness.
With Convex, ElevenLabs, Clerk, Sentry, and all the best-in-class tools.
So you see the captions.
Is an epic AI Captions Editor with Convex, ElevenLabs.
It's not the perfect representation of what we had in the application, but I think it's really good. We have the green color, it's at the top, it has the right size, we have all the captions, we have burned that in, and I could now post this video straight to Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, wherever. That was actually a lot. I'm honestly, I'm not surprised it works, but I'm glad it works. I don't know if we have the same here. Is this already done, or did we have?
Look at my horse.
Yeah, so this is captions at the bottom. I don't know. Let's make them white is actually okay. Let's make this font size a bit bigger, and let's also call export on this one. Did I press export? No, I didn't. So hitting the endpoint. It converting, it's processing on the microservice, it is done, it is replied to Convex, Convex stores the file locally, updates the project settings, and eventually creates from the front end the asset in our library. We can, by the way, also check that we should now have a generated video file ID, which correlates to the file in here. And if I go back here and here,
horse is amazing. Give it a lick. It tastes just like raisins. Have a stroke of its mane.
It's even the captions are even better synced now with the built-in captions from FFmpeg. So just make sure if you're hosting the microservice somewhere that it's in an environment that supports FFmpeg, because the fluent FFmpeg is just a wrapper around FFmpeg and your environment still needs that. But once you got all of that, I think it's sad to say, but this is the end of our build, but I hope you enjoyed it and learned a ton in it. Alright, that's it for today's video. I think this was probably the biggest video on this channel. I haven't checked all the durations, but I hope you enjoyed this complete application from start to end with Convex, ElevenLabs, Clerk, Sentry, everything from Expo, and all the things that you learned along the way, from state management to building complicated layouts to navigation to protecting pages to using a microservice to making everything work with Convex. It was really a whole lot of fun to set up this project. Again, you can find the link below this video to the project on GitHub. Give it a star, as well as subscribe to this channel for more videos like this in the future. And as well, if you want to see more videos, check out the sponsors below this video. Once again, a big thanks goes out to Convex, ElevenLabs, Clerk, and Sentry for making videos and huge builds like this possible. Let me know in the comments if you've built something based on this application, and of course also check out galaxies.dev, my online platform to help you with all the questions that you might have about React Native. I will hopefully catch you in one of our next builds, and until then, happy coding, Simon.